And pleasant good morning and welcome to the Darren Semi Cricket Ground, match number 7, the grand finals, Battle of the Scenes between St. Lucia and St. Vincent and the Grenadines in the 2023 Windward Island Under-19 Cricket Tournament. And with me in the commentary area is St. Lucia and St. Lucia and Windward Island batsman Jamal James. Morning, Jamal.
Yes, good morning, Greg, and a pleasant good morning again to our viewers and listeners.
Yes, Jamal, the grand finals last week, Wednesday, we basically had the dress rehearsal, and today is the real thing. Last week, Wednesday, St. Lucia defeated St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and they played unbeaten in the preliminary round. So they were 3 out of 3. So certainly the grand finals, St. Vincent would want to come back, and one would say get revenge and capture the grand finals.
Yes, Greg, you did coin it a dress rehearsal, and I think that both teams would not have been too pleased with the performance or the dress that they had on show. The top order, the top of that dress for St. Lucia looked like it was lacking some material. It came to be exposed by the bowling of St. Vincent.
Yes, the top order for St. Lucia, they have not put up the sort of numbers that one would have expected from them. A lot has been placed on the shoulders of Bolton Sayers and Shawneel Edwards to a certain degree. But today, the top order, one would hope that they will come good. The likes of Noel Leo, he had in the second game against Grenada, he had a score of 49. But Can Elcock, the likes of Theo Edward, Jonathan Daniel, he's had some good stats, but unable so far in the tournament. St. Lucia have played some pre-matches, and they've not had one player go past 50. As a matter of fact, if memory serves me right, this last year was the same thing in Dominica when they won the tournament. So almost 2 years in a row, you have not had a batsman really register in a half century for St. Lucia. So that should be an area of concern for management and the team as well.
Yes, and it comes as no surprise that with St. Vincent winning the toss, having the benefit of this information, deciding to insert St. Lucia to really put that top order under pressure. St. Vincent is boasted by the leading wicket taker in the tournament, who is left-arm seamer McDowell.
Yes, so for St. Lucia, they have had the highest opening stand in the tournament, Noel Leo and Can Elcock 71, so they would perhaps want to better that performance. So let's look at the two teams very quickly. For St. Lucia, you have Tariq Edward, who is the captain, Jonathan Daniel, Shawneel Edward, Theo Edward, Can Elcock, Kevin Gassi, Aaron Joseph, Sky Laffey, Noel Leo, who is the wicketkeeper, Royce Paul, and Bolton Sayers.
Yes, and for St. Vincent, they're captained by Luke Wilson. They have reintroduced Rashawn Lewis, the wicketkeeper. There's Cody Grant, and Newton Brown, Courtney Franklin, Watson Seaton, Ethan Gibson, Ian Gonzalez, Joe Williams, Devontae McDowell, and Javon Richardson.
Yes, so the St. Vincent Grenadines, they have brought back Rashad Lewis, who is the only centurion in the tournament. So certainly the batting will be strengthful. And Jamal, it may very well be a first in national cricket, where you have a father and son duo out doing the umpiring in Johan Maffrey and John Maffrey.
Yes, two qualified umpires. They would represent two of the best umpires that we have locally, and they too would be hoping to have a good game today.
Yes, so St. Lucia opening the batting with Noel Leo and Can Elcock. So Can Elcock, Jamal, in the last 2 domestic finals. In the school finals, he got 100, and in the inter-district finals, he registered a century as well. So, perhaps one would say, is one of the players who tend to come good on the big day. So, this being a grand final, one would hope that he would continue in that vein. First delivery. Joel is on the attack. This one is hit over the extra cover region. They've gone for one, come back for a second. So Leo signaling his intention very early, taking the attack to McDowell.
Yes, Noel Leo clearing up any misconceptions that we may have about the intent of the St. Lucian batters. He's clearly come out ready to take on the Vincentian bowling, not giving himself much time. That this one was pitched up and he just went at it quite aggressively.
So McDowell on this occasion, right on the money. Leo equal to the task, plays it back straight down to the man at the mid-off region. No run resulting.
Yes, you would remember that Leo would have gotten off to quite a quick start, getting 49 off 25 balls in one of the earlier games. And St. Lucia would be hoping that he gives himself some more time at the wicket, as this one is pitched up. And Leo just screaming this one straight over the bowler's head.
Yes, this one has gone all the way past the WINLOTT ink advertising board. It has gone for 6 right over the fast bowler's head, and it's not the sort of sight that a fast bowler really enjoys.
This one is pitched up, and Leo, a quality stroke there by Leo, and this would be one of the benefits of a dress rehearsal. They would have learned that McDowell really thrives on the fuller length, so Leo really taking the attack to him. We've seen 2 deliveries over pitch, McDowell looking for that early movement, and Leo equal to the task. Good playing, good play there by Noel Leo.
So just a slight change in the field. Lewis now brought into the slip cordon, and this one shot at the body of Noel Leo, unable to really extend the arms, but was still excuse me, still able to get it to the short backward square region and able to pick up an easy single. So 9 after 4 deliveries. So St. Lucia off to a good start.
Yes, and the typical response by a fast bowler after being driven over his head is to really dig that ball in short, and I think that he actually surprised Leo for pace.
So Colonel Cock will take strike for the first time, and his one is driven thickish outside edge, goes down to the man at the wide third man area, picks up his first run. So Colonel Cock has opened his account, and St. Lucia moves on to 10 without loss.
Yes, and in the previous game, Greg, it's worth noting that Can Elcock really played an uncharacteristic innings. He really tried to match Noel Leo stroke for stroke, and St. Lucia would be hoping that he would just settle down and to play his normal game, which is to just by this time at the wicket invest some time.
This one on the hip of Leo, and he's able to work this one down to the long leg region, picks up a run. So at the end of over number 1, very productive over for St. Lucia, some 11 runs coming off this first over. Leo himself, he has moved on to 10, and Colonel Cock on 1.
Yes, and St. Lucia would be very happy at the end of this first over, getting 11 on the board, and they would be hoping to see some more of Noel Leo.
Yes, Leo needs to hang around. If Leo could bat for 15, say 20 overs, Jamal, certainly he would get himself a good decent score and put St. Lucia in a very good position. But I mean, in a 50 over match, it's not a 10-10 been played. We want Leo to be out there for a lengthy period of time. We don't want to be back in the hut inside the first 10 overs.
Yes, and in the previous games, when he took the attack to the opposition bowlers, he would have earned the right to have just gotten some singles, but...
And this one is shot outside the off stump, and he has cut this one over the point boundary for 6. So good, positive shot there by Leo Franklin on this occasion. Short and wide and got the punishment that it deserved.
Really an exposition of the quality and talent of Noah Leo. A top shot there, this one shot and wide and giving the full treatment. Extending his arms on this one here, getting this one over the point fielder there for 6.
So let's see what the response of Franklin would be. And this one here straight on the leg side, and he's just clipped him into the grass bank. A few bounces right under the giant scoreboard area. So Noel Leo been severe on Franklin in this over the first 2 deliveries. First one was cut over the point region for 6, and next one just whipped off the hip for another 6. So exquisite shot there by Noel Leo at the commencement of this over.
And this is what we've been speaking about concerning this youngster. He's able to really hurt you on both sides of the wicket. It appeared to me that he really wanted to let the bowler know who he was. I thought he was trying to hit his name on that big scoreboard there, Greg.
Yes, really.
What a talent this young player is, Noel Leo.
Hitting into the wind, and that was not a factor for him. The ball landed right on the grass bank. So the ball has now been retrieved by one of the fielders from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So certainly Leo has put down a marker very early in this innings.
And would remember that Franklin would have been quite impressive against St. Lucia in the previous game. But no half measures from Leo. And we saw that from the very first ball of the innings. He's not allowed the bowlers to settle.
So much better delivery. Leo plays this one to the short cover region. So good sensible batting by Noel Leo.
And this is what we want to see, Greg. After punishing the bowler on 2 occasions, just settling back down into his work.
Shot again, and this one is cut. It might be out, and yes, it is. Fielder at the extra cover boundary. Leo on this occasion not looking towards the points or backward point region, choose to go to the extra cover region, and the ball did not travel the full distance, and he was caught right on the boundary. So one would say a very soft dismissal, anticlimax really, Jamal James.
Extremely disappointing there from Noel Leo. The previous one that he had hit for 6, it was much wider of the off stump and gave him that opportunity to have that full extension of the arms and get it over backward point. But this one on a much straighter line, it really cramped Leo. Didn't have the leverage to free those arms, and a well set field, a good captaincy by Luke Wilson, positioning that fielder there, and Leo really fell into that trap, and a disappointing end to an innings which looked quite entertaining and promising.
Yes, disappointing. Haven't gotten some 12 runs up the first 2 deliveries. This one could have easily be allowed to go through to the keeper, or perhaps he should have utilized the footman region, play the ram shot. But certainly crumbed for room, unable to really free his arms and really gifting Gibson a relatively easy catch.
But Greg, even more so, after having hit 2 6s of the over, the fielders were hanging back quite deep on the circle. He could have simply just dropped this one into the offside and taken the single and calmed himself down at the other end. But choosing to go all out with his aggressive intent and paying the price.
So with the dismissal of Noel Leo, brings the batter Theo Edward to the crease. And short one, Theo, on this occasion, looking to play the pull shot into the wide mid-wicket region. And it goes all the way for 4. So the last game, first delivery was served a short ball to Theo Edward. Was unable to control, was out caught, and this time around, Jamal, much better execution by Theo Edwards, resulting in 4 runs.
Yes, he really did not get into a good position in the previous game, and St. Vincent would have done their homework and remember the answers for the test, digging in one at Theo Edward quite early. But on this occasion here, Theo would have been expecting this one sort of. He got himself into a good position and really pummeled this one over the offside. And we see if in the very next delivery, Franklin persisting with that shorter length to Theo Edward.
So this may be the ploy to Theo Edward, attack him with the short deliveries. This one much foolish length. A bit of movement in the air.
Yes. And although the clear plan was to get that ball up by the neck of Theo Edward, prompting the pull shot, Captain Wilson still has 2 slip fielders waiting for the fuller delivery. Theo Edward tends to stay to the leg side of the ball as opposed to coming across to cover his stumps.
And this one is cut. It might be out caught or poor bit of field in there by the fielder coming off the third man boundary, moving a little too early, and the ball went over his head. So Theo Edward, one could safely say, was given a life there, Jamal James.
He definitely was, and we were just discussing that Theo tends to stay a leg side of the ball. This one was dug in. The fielder opting to run in for the catch. Had he just maintained his position, this one would have been straight down his throat. So the short ball tactics almost paying rich dividends with the wicket of Theo Edward, but being allowed to escape. And Greg, remember from the dress rehearsal, as you coined it, this would have been an area of concern for St. Vincent. The fielding really was not up to standard.
Yes, the St. Lucia batsmen looking to be very aggressive, but with the fielder placed at third man and the ball really wide of the wicket, considering they had already gotten some 16 runs off the over. Was there a need to really go after that bowling?
Yes, and this may have just told of the inexperience of Theo Edward at this level. Definitely a huge talent, but the more that he plays, the more he will understand these battles within the actual battle.
Khan is driving loosely and is out caught. So St. Lucia really poor batting effort there by Khan Elcock again. Having lost the wicket of Noel Leo in the previous over, and we were just into the third over. St. Lucia already is 32, so there's no need for the St. Lucia team to be playing those overly attacking shots, and really paid the price. Very soft dismissal there, being caught in the cover region. So St. Lucia losing their second wicket, 42 for 2.
And just looking at the replay, you see that this ball was not in an area for the shot that Khan Elcock was attempting. this one was basically back of a length, and he never got his foot across to the ball to negotiate the outward movement, and this one really peeling off the outer half of the bat, presenting a simple opportunity to the fielder. We had discussed that he was trying to match Noel Leo stroke for stroke in the previous game, and realizing that the wicket of Leo was lost in the previous over, St. Lucia would have needed for him to have really played a more mature innings, but perishing due to some ill-advised aggressive stroke play at this point in the innings.
Yeah, so St. Lucia, top order again, really wobbling. They've lost both openers, moving Noel Leo and now Can Elcock. So Jonathan Daniel, who has batted sensibly so far in the tournament, he has gotten a few starts but unable to really carry on for a long period. And this first one by McDowell, angle across the batsman.
Yes, and we remember that Jonathan Daniel would have got into the 30s on 2 occasions in his 3 previous innings. So St. Lucia would really look to him to inject some stability.
This one getting the outer edge past the second slip fielder down to the footman region, 1 run resulting. So definitely, Jamal, these 2 batsmen, they need to sort of calm the aggression, because there's no need to go helter-skelter. We're just into the foot over.
Yes, and these 2 extremely talented and promising batters would have just represented the Windward Islands under 15 team. Theo would have been the captain of that team. So, however, this is the first time at this level, the Windward Islands under 19 level. So, although they have played all the games thus far, they're still basically in new territory, and St. Lucia would require a lot from them. They would really have to dig deep to bat St. Lucia to a score of respectability. Yes, but we have not really seen the best of Theo Edward thus far, and today represents a proper opportunity to see that. And just as I was saying that, Theo Edward unfurls a wonderful stroke for the offside here.
Yes, cutting this one between the points and point fielder on the to his left, and this one raced to the boundary for 4. So beautifully executed shot there by Theo, and this seems to be his area of strength, Jamal, outside the off stump between the extra cover and point region.
Yes, we saw 4 centuries from Theo on this very ground. So many of those runs really came through that region. So just as we were saying that we had not seen the best of Theo Edwards thus far, he is looking quite competent. As he has thrived on 2 short deliveries thus far. He knows that this would be the plan to him for the next 4 or 5 overs, and he has shown that he is ready to take it on.
Again, Jamal, one of the things that the batsmen should be mindful of is the fact that the fast bowlers, they are only able to bowl 4 overs in a spell. So if they could just survive those overs, then they know that the other bowlers to follow may not be as challenging as the likes of McDowell, who is the leading wicket taker so far in the tournament.
Yes, and Franklin has positioned himself right at the top of the wicket-taking tally as well. But Greg, for some reason, the approach from the St. Lucian batters, I'm not sure if it has been an individual approach or if one really planned by management, they've really come out to attack these quality bowlers.
Well, like they always say, sometimes you do have to fight fire with fire, but not when the trap is set. In the case of Noel Leo, clearly he had already gotten 2 sixes of the over, and the fielder was placed on extra cover region, so he could have just allowed the ball to go through to the keeper. There was no need to really play a shot at that delivery. And we saw Theo Edward again playing at one that went past over the fielder coming from the Foodman region. So again, with better fielding, Theo Edward could have very well been back in the players' pavilion already.
Yes, and in those 2 deliveries from Franklin at the start of this over there, we've seen some excellent fast bowling. The first one was really dug in at the neck of Daniel, and he really looked discomfited there. The fast bowler just saying good morning to Daniel, and the next delivery was pitched up, and his feet were caught in no man's land. I had to see another short delivery there. This is excellent bowling here by Franklin, just getting that ball to climb on the batter. So again, we spoke about this quality, but somehow the St. Lucians wanted to just present them with opportunities by being overly aggressive.
Certainly, St. Lucia batters would not have faced the likes of those 2 quality bowlers, so they really need to dig deep and give themselves some time. And again, you see Daniel, his feet really not moving.
Yes, and Greg, sometimes this is the effect of quality fast bowling. Just flaying at this one with his hands, and with 2 fielders awaiting in the slip cordon, Daniel just showing some inexperience there, I would say. He could have just easily let this ball go.
And this one much too wide of the batsman, and Daniel easily allowed this one to go through to the keeper. So one would say this is the only delivery in the over where Daniel did not have to play a shot. Jamal.
Yes, and well done to Daniel on this occasion, just allowing this one to go through. And sometimes, Greg, early on in your innings, this is what you need to do to give yourself a chance. But just look at the quality of Daniel on this one here. This one here, after allowing the previous one to go through, gave himself a chance to assess the pace and bounce. And on this occasion here, wonderful from Daniel. Up on the toes and just placing this one, carving it through the offside for 4.
Yes, playing this one through the back of the point region, really using the pace of the ball. And the ball just raced across the Darren Sammy cricket ground for 4 runs. So Daniel moves on to 5, and St. Lucia, they have moved on to 42 for the loss of 2 in just over number 4.
Yes, and we had discussed that in the 3 innings prior to this one that Daniel has played, every time he's walked out to the crease, he has not looked out of place. This being his debut season at the under-19 level, he's looked an accomplished player.
Yeah, certainly he looks right at home. So he certainly needs to continue fighting. And you have the leading wicket taker in the tournament, McDowell, is in. And this one is short, looking to pull through the square leg region. Perhaps beaten for pace there.
Yes, and McDowell would see this as a good sign, because although he may have leaked a few boundaries, but the willingness of Theo Edward to take on every short delivery, eventually this could lead to his downfall. This is what we see many times, even at the international level.
So in the back of the lane delivery, Theo Edwards really on top of this one on this occasion.
Yes, with just 4 overs being bowled, 4.1 and the score already at 41, the batsman could afford to just invest a bit of time at the crease just to, as you said, Greg, see off these 2 opening bowlers and give themselves a chance. And with Theo Edward just wafting at this one outside the off stump there, he doesn't seem to be thinking along those lines.
Yeah, Theo Edwards just a little overly aggressive. Perhaps with all the chatting and the chirping out there, he perhaps believes he needs to prove a point. But he has proven his point at the under 15 level. This is the under 19 level. And a quick single there by Edward. Just split this one down to the mid-on region and they off for a quick single. So this is what these two really need at this point. The rotation of the strike and wait for the occasional bad ball when it comes around to ensure that they put it away, but not going out there deliberately looking to play forcing shots.
Yes, these two really need to understand and play their roles and to understand the position that Team St. Lucia is currently in. Having lost 2 quick wickets, they need to construct a partnership. And one of the ways of doing that, if you just notice, Greg, the majority of the fielders in the circle are actually hanging quite deep on the circle, so the opportunity is there to pinch a few quick singles.
And this one is driven straight and goes straight into the stump, so perhaps driven too straight on that occasion, Jamal, presenting the real full face of the bat. So the end of another good over there by McDowell. He has bowled 3 overs. He has considered some 17 runs, but importantly, he has picked up a wicket.
Yes, so good going by St. Vincent, having picked up those 2 wickets within the first 5 overs. And they have begun pulling back the scoring rate of the St. Lucians. St. Lucia would have gotten off to a flyer due to the innings of Noel Leo. And Theo Edward and Jonathan Daniel have thus far negotiated the bowling well. They have gotten boundaries, but a few of those strokes have been risky. They need to rein it in. Yes. And they just bat sensibly.
So some 7 boundaries have been struck so far. 4 fours and 3 sixes. And Edward on top of this one. Really good sensible batting. One would hope that he would realize that there are plenty overs left in the day's play. And only in over number 6, so with some 44 overs remaining after this one, more than enough time if he plays sensibly to at least get himself a half century. And this one cuts back sharply, making a bit of height. Theo Edwards on his toes looking to work this one through the onside, but was beaten for pace again.
Yes, there is something special about this bowler from St. Vincent. Franklin, he's been quite impressive. I think that he recognizes that Theo Edward is staying a leg side of the majority of the deliveries that he's facing. It's quite unusual for a top order batsman to be exposing that off stump and that middle stump, not really coming across to cover it. And Franklin showing that he has the skill set to both take the ball away from Edward and to adapt the occasional one back in.
So Theo hitting this one straight back past the bowler, but the man at the mid-on, it looks like the captain Wilson, comes across on the fields, preventing any chance of a run.
Yeah, Yes, and just every once in a while, Franklin testing out the middle of the deck to Theo Edward.
So we just saw Luis coming from the slip area. He had a word with the bowler Franklin, certainly. A bit of advice being passed on. And this one, short ball outside the off stump. He tries to get on top of this one, but this one got big on him. And then when the ball goes past the gully region, down to the white footman for one. So the ploy certainly, Jamal, appears to be that they are going to be serving those short pitch deliveries at Theo Edwards.
Yes, with him staying leg side of the ball, Franklin following him on this occasion, and he could only really just raise up his hands to protect his body. But on this occasion here, this one going upishly through that gully region, and thankfully for Theo Edward, there was no fielder placed there. But very good bowling from Franklin.
Yes, Franklin working up a fair bit of steam out in the middle. And both Daniel and Edwards needs to tell themselves that after 4 days, guys are going to be off the attack. And wide down the leg side.
Yeah, so even Daniel being tested out with the short ones, and Daniel showing that he is inclined to play at those short deliveries as well. But this time he got inside the line of this one. So Daniel would more often than not, based on that, get himself into a better position than would Theo Edward.
So hide outside the off stump. No need to play at. Batsman Daniel allow the ball to go through to the keeper. So 45 for 2.
Yes, and you can just hear the chirping from the Vincentian fielders out there. They know that they are on top at this point in the game. What a beautiful delivery there by Franklin. Very, very impressed with this youngster, Greg. Very impressed.
Yes, very good delivery indeed. Really drawing Daniel into the shot, and the ball just leaves the bat at the last moment. So very testing time there for these two youngsters, two Windward Island under 15 players, Jonathan Daniel and Tariq Edward. Really a baptism by fire for them. First season, as you indicated, for them in the under 19 lineup for St. Lucia. So very testing time, but with Franklin having bowled 3 overs, McDowell has been bowled 3 overs. They are only able to bowl 1 additional over, and they will be off the attack. So this one into the body of Edward, and it's played to the short square region where they're able to go through for 1 run.
Yes, so we've really heard a lot about these two youngsters, and with having a possible 43.5 overs to face, it gives them a wonderful chance to show us what they're really made of. They have the luxury of time, and they can consolidate. They can just soak up a few dots, and they can really go at their own pace. This is due to the foundation laid by Noel Leo, getting 22 runs off just 9 balls.
This one is clipped off the pad towards the mid-wicket region. They've gone for one, coming back for a second. And that's all it's going to be. It's a good shot off the pads there by Daniel.
Yes, we've seen that from him throughout the tournament. A very good player of the pads. He has excellent balance at the crease. And unlike most of the batters we've seen, he doesn't fall over to the offside when he's playing balls on the onside. He keeps that head in a very good position.
So this one is hit over the point region and the ball races into the boundary. It's a bit aerial, but safe, one would say.
Yes, it looked deliberately played by Jonathan Daniel. This one was pitched up to him outside the line of the off stump, and you just see that in the last minute he's opening the face of the bat and deliberately taking that one over the head of the fielder. So intelligent batting here from Daniel, putting McDowell under some pressure. And in response, we're seeing that Daniel is opting to change his line, and that McDowell is changing his line and opting to attack the batter from a left arm around the wicket.
And really missed out on a full delivery. Really, this one getting a bit of bat, but certainly missed out on an opportunity there, Jamal.
Yes, it sounded to me like he may have gotten some glove on this one, but with no fielder really posted deep on the leg side, barring that fine leg fielder, it definitely missed out on a certain boundary.
So this one wide down the leg side. Jamal with the 4 St. Lucia. Daniel struck the last 4. St. Lucia brought up their 50, and neither one of us realized that St. Lucia had brought up their half century.
Yes, so good going by the team thus far. And again, credit to Noel Leo, just facing 9 deliveries, but getting a score of 22.
So, end of the over by McDowell, and one would say the end of the spell by McDowell, because he's only allowed to bowl 4 overs, and in his 4 overs he's picked up 1 for 26. So the 2 batsmen needs to tell themselves that they need to survive that over Franklin, and they would have done the job to a certain extent, in the sense that they would have seen the 2 fast bowlers off.
Yes, and with that wicket that McDowell got in his first spell, it represents that he is still number 1 on the tally, and he has 10 wickets in the tournament thus far. So he has been the standout bowler for St. Vincent, and St. Lucia would be happy to see the back of him, albeit for just a little while. But they still need to contend with the final 5 deliveries of the first spell from Franklin, who has also picked up 1 wicket and has been looking quite threatening.
And this one going down the leg side. See if there's any signal. Actually, it came off the glove.
Yes, and this one was dug in short again, but not making the type of height that we saw Franklin being able to extract in his previous over. But it brings Theo Edward on strike, and we know what the plan will be to him. Another short delivery This one is in the air, and Theo Edward falls to the trap. We've been discussing it for the previous 3 overs. This was Franklin's last over in his first spell, and we mentioned Theo Edward staying leg side of those short deliveries, and the pace of this one here, he was really discomfited, and this one just going straight up in the air. A disappointing end to the innings from St. Lucia's number 3, Theo Edward.
Jamal James, honestly, sort of lost for words because, quite honestly, this is brainless cricket. Having given the chance in the second over ball wide outside the off, I'm really looking to repeat a shot that he got away with previously, and the ball fell comfortably into the hands of the fielder coming off the footman boundary. So Theo Edward really gifting St. Vincent and the Grenadines a 3rd wicket.
Greg, it's honestly fair to say that all 3 wickets which have fallen thus far, they have been gifted to St. Vincent. None of these batters can say that a really good delivery got them out.
Yes, as much as we would want to say Theo Edward is an under 15 player, but he's playing at the under 19 level, and one would expect him to step up to that level.
Especially given the fact that a Windward Islands reserve player in the likes of Amari Venner is sitting out of the team. And one would have even expected that with St. Lucia's batting not doing the business for them in the tournament thus far, that today for this grand final that they would have reinforced the batting with his inclusion. But St. Lucia has made the decision, and the batters have not made good on the faith shown in them. They once again find themselves losing 3 wickets within the first 10 overs. So with that, Bolton Sayers, the leading run scorer for the St. Lucian team thus far, walks in and is greeted with the short delivery right away.
Yes, so all 4 matches so far, Bolton Sayers have had to come and do a rescue job for St. Lucia.
Yes, and even with that leave, we could see that he held the bat on the body line and opting to just let that one go. So he has played a sensible cricket. He has played intelligent cricket, and St. Lucia would really need him to come good like they have needed him in all the games thus far, with the top order constantly being exposed.
So good delivery there to end the over, really drawing Bolton into the shot. So the end of a good spell there by Franklin, able to bowl just 4 overs, 29 runs, and he has picked up 2 wickets. So St. Lucia 55 for the loss of 3. So after more from Jamal James, we're going to be hearing Dwight Thomas for the first time.
Yes. St. Vincent and the Grenadines are really on top at the moment, driving home the advantage. They've succeeded in getting rid of the top order of St. Lucia, and they stand at St. Lucia stands at 55 for 3 after 8 overs, and we're about to see the introduction of the spinner, and you're about to hear from Dwight Thomas. Dwight Thomas, good morning.
Yes, good morning to our listeners and viewers out there. And it's going to be Luke Wilson, change of bowling from the pavilion end. The off spin of Luke Wilson is going to be bowling to Jonathan Daniel. And it's fair to say the first 8 overs has been a very entertaining first 8 overs of this final between St. Lucia and the St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Lucia got off to a flying start, again from the bat of Noel Leo, who got 22 of 9. But St. Vincent just continues to take wickets despite the aggression being shown by the St. Lucian batsmen. Jamal, are you surprised of how aggressive the St. Lucian team came out?
Well, I know that this is the way that Noel Leo plays. And wow! Just wow, Dwight Thomas. Just look at that shot. The first signs of spin. And again, the competence of Jonathan Daniel on display.
Yes, speaking of aggression, Jonathan Daniel, this time Wilson, foolish delivery on the leg side, and Daniel decides to deposit that over wide mid wicket for 6. So again, the St. Lucians continue to be very aggressive, ultra aggressive. Maybe some of these players are auditioning for the Dream 11 next month. This time Wilson shot and he's bowled.
Goodness gracious, Dwight.
And despite the aggression continuing, St. Lucians continue to show. St. Vincent continue to take wickets at crucial intervals, and Jonathan Daniel has to go 19, bowled Luke Wilson.
Yes, Dwight, just as you mentioned in the audition just ending here from Jonathan Daniel. Basically, after that wonderful shot, taking Wilson wide over cow corner, Wilson followed it up with the quick delivery, and Daniel beaten for pace on this occasion. I'm not sure if this one had a bit of turn on it, but Daniel coming back into his stump, really exposing all 3, and Wilson getting one through that gate, and St. Lucia slide into further trouble. They are now 61 for 4.
Yes, and with the loss of Jonathan Daniel, the new batsman is Tariq Edward, Captain Tariq Edward. So far, he's had a very disappointing time with the bat. Only the 35 runs in the first 3 innings. So yes, there was a bit of turn on that, but Daniel would have been better playing that one off the front foot.
Dwight, he also played this one across the line. I mean, with just 2 balls of the spinner, he would not have known whether there would have been a grip and spin. So it was worth it to just play him safe, as we would say in cricket. The first one was really tossed up in the slot and didn't give it much of an opportunity to turn, getting under this one and lofting him over the middle wicket region. But with this one fired into the pitch, he came back, opened his guard and played across the line of a straight ball, this one clipping the middle stump.
And Wilson, this time a lot fuller. Edward, Tariq Edward, lots of responsibility. He's the skipper. And like I was saying earlier, he's not gotten many runs so far in the competition. A lot is expected of him. And in the big moments, the big games, you need your big players to step up. And there's none bigger on the St. Lucian team than Captain Tariq Edward. So they desperately need an inning from him. St. Lucia, this again, 61 for 4 of only the 8.4 overs, scoring rate well over 7.
Yes, Dwight, and as you were just building him up, the stage is indeed set for a big performance from Captain Tariq, who we have been mentioning that he has not done justice to the amount of talent that he possesses. He has performed well for the Windward Islands in regional cricket, even regional under-19 cricket, and had been scouted by the West Indies team, the West Indies youth team. He was part of that provisional squad. So he has everything that it takes to really rescue St. Lucia from this dire situation.
Yes, and with that, we've come to the end of Luke Wilson's first over. Could come back after going for 6 of the very first delivery. Thereafter, he picked up the wicket of Jonathan Daniel. And at the end of the 9th over, St. Lucia 61 for 4. Again, the scoring rate is not the issue. They're still scoring at 6.78 runs and over. But the fact that they've lost 4 wickets in the first 10 overs is going to be a bit of a cause for concern for the St. Lucian team and management.
Yes, and if you're looking at it from the Vincentian point of view, you really need to commend the captain, Luke Wilson. From the previous game, he made some master strokes. Every decision that he made really bore fruit, especially when he entrusted his spinners and employed them in the attack. They responded with immediate success against the St. Lucian batting lineup. And quite early on this time, we really saw a very early introduction of spin, and he brought on himself this time and was able to get that wicket. He reminds us of why he is the spinner on the Windward Islands under 19 team. And the double change here, Dwight, with the left arm spinner Watson Seaton being introduced.
Yeah, Watson Seaton from the media center end. That one is full and very good looking shot there by Bolton Sayers, who is St. Lucia's leading run scorer so far in the competition. So a lot would be dependent on him getting St. Lucia to some sort of a total. But Watson Seaton, the left arm orthodox spinner, will continue from the media center end. He has a man out at long off and a man out at deep mid wicket. These are the two fielders out on the boundary. Again, full Sayers drives. Bit of an outside outer edge. Goes to the man at backward point. And there's no run. Sayers has so far, he's proven to be one of the more patient batters in that lineup. So patience is definitely something that is required right now. And Seaton one on about the leg stump, and Sayers on the front foot pushes it out to short mid wicket. So very solid in defense so far. Sayers, he's been in for the 6 deliveries. He's not gotten off the mark as yet.
Yes, Dwight, and in as much as we are St. Lucian, we are really lovers of this game, and I'm really not happy that with Sayers just facing up to 6 deliveries and not having scored a run yet, that Captain Wilson has posted a man at a long off instead of being in the circle to really tighten the noose around the neck of the St. Lucian batting.
It's going to be Seaton going short wide. Sayers looking to cut that through the offside. Doesn't get as much bat on it as you would have liked, and there's no run. Speaking of Sayers and how well he's batted so far in this competition, he's actually faced the most deliveries, 208 deliveries so far in the competition. So again, he's shown that he's a very patient batsman, likes to spend time in the middle. That one is wider, flatter. Sayers lets it go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper. So very good start from Watson Seaton. His first over is actually a maiden over. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines bringing things back nicely after St. Lucia got off to a flying start.
It's a good over there by Seaton. Bowls the first maiden of the day, even continuing really from where he left off in the previous game, in the game that yourself, Dwight, and Greg Wilson would have coined the dress rehearsal for today. And we had discussed that the dress of St. Lucia was really missing some material towards the top. The top order really did not do the business in the previous game. And we see that they have not done so on this occasion, requiring Tariq Edward now and Bolton Sayers to really come good.
Okay, and Luke Wilson is going to continue from the pavilion end for his delivery, a full one. Edward drives safely and nicely down to the man at long off, and it brings Bolton Sayers in strike.
But a good move here by the captain. Although giving Tariq the single down to long off, he has brought in that fielder to mid off for Bolton Sayers.
Bolton Sayers is actually third in terms of the leading run scorers so far in this competition. And Luke Wilson full, very well played again. Bolton Sayers right on the front foot, just pushes it back to him, and there is no run. Sayers has been in for the 10 deliveries. Still not off the mark as yet, but he's doing what is required. There's a bit of a repair job needed by Team St. Lucia. That one is a bit flatter and beating the outside edge. There's an appeal for caught behind. There's also an appeal for stump. But both umpires says not out. Umpire Johan Williams and umpire John Maffrey. They're the ones doing the game for today. So Bolton says in for the 11 deliveries. St. Lucia 62 for 4. So far the partnership between himself and Tariq Edward is just one. They're going to be hoping for a lot more. But Luke Wilson very tidy so far in his second over. Now on full again. Sayers right on the front foot. Pushes it out to the man at square leg who fields. Again, very tight delivery, tight line, tight length from Luke Wilson. Not much turn on offer, but he's doing exactly what is required right now, pegging things back for Team St. Vincent.
A really good bowling here by the Vincentian captain. Sayers yet to get off the mark. He has faced 12 deliveries now, and you would recall, Dwight, there was a period in one of the games where 15 dot deliveries, 15 consecutive dot deliveries brought some extreme pressure on Sayers, and he tried to break the shackles and played an uncharacteristic stroke.
Again, full delivery
across the line, and led to his first dismissal of the tournament.
And with that dot ball, comes to the end of Luke Wilson's second over. He's been very tidy, like we've said. He's taken the wicket, that of Jonathan Daniel. In the previous over, he's only considered the 2 runs of his first 2 overs. So doing the business, taking the responsibility for his team, and so far he's delivering. But we're going to have Watson Seaton, the left arm orthodox, to continue from the media center end. It's going to be bowling to Captain Tariq Edward.
Yes, Dwight, and if memory serves me right, Watson Seaton was the man who removed the captain of the St. Lucia team in the previous game. So the Captain Wilson really remembering what works and employing it in the grand final.
And that's full delivery, full toss. Tariq Edward drives it back to the bowler who fields off his own bowling. So very full delivery. I think Tariq would feel like he missed out with a long off out on the boundary. Tariq would feel like he missed out the opportunity to maybe get a single there. That one is a bit flatter. Pushes it out to the man at mid-on.
Yes, right. And although he may feel that way, but there was some. He played that one quite casually, if he's honest. And St. Lucia would really need for him to play his normal game. He is by nature a positive player, but he does have the cricketing intelligence to temper that aggression and to bring it out at the right time. So they would still need for him to play his normal game.
Short wide, and Edward lets it go by. So sitting again, not much turn on offer for any of the spinners so far. But what they've been able to do is very tight in the lines and the lengths that they've bowled so far. That one a lot straighter. Edward just comes onto the front foot and pushes it back to Sitton, who fields off his own bowling. He's now into his second over, and he's not considered a run as yet. So very tight. Let's see if he could end well. And that one is again very full, very straight. Edward long forward just pushes it back to him, and we've come to this end of Watson Seaton's second over. So far he's bowled the 2 overs, and both of these overs are actually maidens, so bringing things back nicely for his team here. St. Lucia are now 62 for 4 at the end of the 12th over, in desperate need of a partnership between Edward and Sayers.
Yes, but the St. Lucians would need to be very careful here, because we have been seeing this trend all throughout the tournament, that whenever you've had a few maidens being strung together, it has yielded, that pressure has yielded a wicket. So in as much as the St. Lucians are really trying to get themselves back into the game to recover from those 4 quick wickets. They can't afford to really bat themselves into a hole. They need to rotate the strike if the boundaries aren't on offer.
And that's full, driven down the ground nicely by Sayers. And with that single, he now gets off the mark. So he gets off the mark in his 16th delivery phase. So Luke Wilson is now in his 3rd over. And I think what has been really impressive about the St. Vincent bowling unit so far is the fact that they've only considered the 4 extras so far. And if we recall in the previous game, the extras column was well over 60. So much better bowling effort in terms of the extras. But Luke Wilson will continue. Tariq Edward now moves on to 2 with that single. So far in this over, they've looked to rotate the strike. That one is very full outside the off stump, and Sayers again right on the front foot. There's a misfield at backward point. They've gone for a single. So great communication there by Tariq Edward, calling Sayers through for a single, but the man at backward point would be very disappointed with that piece of fielding.
Yes, right. So a few things from the dress rehearsal, that previous game, are still showing themselves today. The failure of the top order of the St. Lucian batting and the subpar fielding of the Vincentian team. With them having St. Lucia really on the ropes at this point in time, they can ill afford to let those easy singles go by.
Wilson this time shorter, and Edward off the back foot just pushes it to the man at mid-wicket, shortish mid-wicket, and there is no run. So we've come to the end of another very tidy over from Captain Luke Wilson, who's now bowled the 3 overs and only considered the 10 runs. And just to remind our viewers, he was the one who got Jonathan Daniel bowled in his 1st over. And in terms of the batsmen out so far for St. Lucia, it's Noel Leo. He has gone out for 22. Khan Elcock out for 1. Theo Edward gone for 15. And Jonathan Daniel 19. These are the batsmen out so far. Not out batsmen are Bolton Sayers and Tariq Edward.
Yes, and these 2 spinners really putting the bricks on the St. Lucian scoring effort. They've bowled 5 overs between them and have only gone for 10 runs. So at this phase of the innings, St. Vincent really and truly on top.
Again, very full by Sitton. Sayers good looking on drive, but he finds the man at mid-on. And Sitton has been very tight. He's been, as a matter of fact, they've now brought the long off into the mid-off position, trying to force Sayers to do something different. And again, very tight in his line. Sayers right on the front foot. And this is the 14th dot delivery that Sitton has bowled in his spell so far. So 14 consecutive dot deliveries, yet to consider run in his 3rd over. So very tight stuff from the left-arm spinner.
Yes, good captaincy there, but that fielder at mid-off is still quite deep.
This time he's short outside the off stump, and Sayers just lets that run off the bat down to the 3rd man area. They've gone for 1, they've completed the 2nd, and Tariq Edward is putting pressure for the 3rd. Fantastic running by Edward, calling Sayers through for the 3rd run. So fantastic Edward, and fantastic from Edward. The score now moves on by 3 to 68. So very positive running there from Captain Tariq Edward.
Yes, this is one of the ways to return that pressure being exerted on St. Lucia back onto St. Vincent. So run scoring really not happening at the pace that St. Lucia would want, but it's good to see Captain Tariq Edward really alive to the opportunity for a 3rd.
And Sitton will continue that shot, and Edward lets it go by. And just to let our viewers know, we've lost the sun for a moment. Getting a bit cloudy here at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Hopefully the rain stays away. So we have a very good game on our hands here. The final of the Windward Islands Under 19 WINLOTT Championship. That one is full and straight, and Edward just pushes it, and it's misfielded by the man at cover. So he's going to come through for an easy single.
Yes, a very gripping contest here in the Battle of the Saints for championship honors, and St. Vincent well and truly on top. St. Lucia in need of a rebuild to the innings. The spinners have really kept things tight for St. Vincent and have made run scoring quite difficult.
Distant balls. That one is shorter, but a lot straighter. Sears looks very compact so far. He's gotten the 5 of 21 deliveries, and we've come to the end of the 14th over. St. Lucia now 69 for 4. Tariq Edward and Bolton Sears, so far they've put on 8 for the 5th wicket partnership. And Team St. Lucia would be hoping for a lot more if they are to put up a respectable total.
Yes, so Watson Seaton, in that previous over, he leaked his first run, having bowled 2 maiden overs to start his spell. And Captain Luke Wilson continues from the players' pavilion end.
That one is full, and Tariq drives through the offside. Elegant looking drive there from the tall right-hander. It's going to go close to the boundary, but it's fielded by the man at long off. No, it's gone for 4. Poor fielding there by the young opening bowler. What should have been a comfortable 2 has now turned into 4. And Luke Wilson looks very disappointed in that effort there by the man at long off.
Yes, and even in the previous game, Dwight, we saw that when St. Vincent had exerted significant pressure on the St. Lucian batting lineup, the fielders always found a way to let St. Lucia back into the game. What should have really been a routine stop resulted in a boundary.
That one is shorter and straighter, and Edward turns it into the onside. They've gone for 1. It's going to be comfortable 2. So Tariq Edward, he's now looking a bit more comfortable out there. For previous ball 2 on that occasion. So the captain has now moved on to 9 of 18 deliveries.
Yes, Dwight, but even on that occasion there, this ball was quite close to the fielder, but opting not to put in the dive and deciding to chase down this one, giving Tariq the chance to return for a second run.
And Wilson will continue. This one is a lot fuller, a lot straighter on that occasion, and Edward just pushes it back to him, and there is no run. So Wilson in his 4th over. The score is now 75 for 4. This time a bit shorter. Edward on the back foot on that occasion. Again, Wilson fields off his own bowling.
That's right, but the St. Lucians would take heart with what happened with that previous misfield. There was a lot of shouting and quarreling, and there was that disunity.
A bit of an outside edge, and Sayers calls Tariq through for the single, comfortable single in the end. So good communication so far between this pair.
Yes, and that disunity, Dwight, sometimes as a batting lineup when you're under pressure, it's a sign to you that you're really affecting the opposition and you're finding your way back into the game.
Yes, this pair is trying to get St. Lucia back into the game. Lost 4 wickets quite early. Sayers is the man for crisis, I would say. So far, he's proven to be very instrumental in the wins that St. Lucia got in the first couple of games. So far, he's only been dismissed on this one occasion. So a lot will be dependent on the young man. That one is shorter down the leg side, and he works that through the fine leg area. It's going to run close to the boundary. They've gone through for the second, but good fielding there. They're coming back for the third again. Tariq Edward putting pressure on the fielder, and 3 comfortable runs in the end. So Tariq Edward doing the right thing there, looking to get as many runs as possible.
Very impressive running there by the captain of the team, Tariq. He knows that his team really needs all the runs that they can get at the moment to arrest the initiative from the Vincentians. And we're about to see our first break in the play. 15 overs have gone, and St. Lucia find themselves 79 for 4.
Yes, and so far, Bolton Sayers and Tariq Edward, they've put on 18 for the 5th wicket. So it's now 79 for 4 at the end of 15. Batsmen out. Noel Leo was caught. Ethan Gibson bowled Franklin for 22 of only the 9 deliveries. So again, very aggressive Noel Leo. Can Elcock was caught. Franklin bowled McDowell for 1. Theo Edward caught McDowell, bowled Franklin for 15. And Jonathan Daniel, the last batsman out, bowled Luke Wilson for 19. Bolton Sayers not out on 8, and Captain Tariq Edward not out on 10. In terms of the bowling for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Devontae McDowell has bowled his first spell, 4 overs, 1 for 26. Courtney Franklin, 4 overs, 2 for 29. And Luke Wilson, 4 overs, 1 for 20. Watson Seaton, he's bowled the 3 overs so far, which has included 2 maidens, and only conceded 4 runs. So Team St. Lucia trying to do a bit of a rebuilding job. Coming into this game, Captain Tariq Edward, his top score was 19. So he would need a lot more if he has to bring his team to some sort of a respectable total. In the previous game against St. Vincent, St. Lucia got to 240 batting first. So we'd be hoping for something similar, but in order for them to get to 240, they would have to bat extremely well from here on in to get to such a total.
Yes, Dwight. It's good to have a recap of the previous encounter, which has been labeled the dress rehearsal. But we remember that St. Lucia got to that 240 mark. They were really assisted by the Vincentian effort. The Vincentians presenting St. Lucia with 60 extras. But thus far, in the total of 79 for 4, they've only given away 4 extra runs. So St. Vincent have improved in the discipline of the bowling effort, and they have put the batters under the same amount of pressure, really, because they have taken wickets in the power play every time that they have come against opposition teams.
And as we're about to resume from the drinks break, we have some rain, slight drizzle, I would say. Hopefully it does not interrupt the game, because like we said, we've got a very interesting final on our hands here today. And so far we've been blessed with good weather throughout the tournament, and we're hoping that continues today. But we're going to have Watson Seaton to continue from the media center end. So far, there hasn't been much turn on offer for the 2 spinners that we've seen so far, but they've been very tight in terms of the line and length that they've bowled, and they've been able to keep, for the most part, they've been able to keep the St. Lucian batsmen quiet. Sayers, who've been in for the 22 deliveries, has only gotten 8, and Tariq Edward, been in for 21 deliveries, has only gotten the 10 so far.
Yes, and we've discussed it time and time again that something exciting tends to happen after a break in play. So it remains to be seen how St. Lucia will look to combat the Vincentian attack.
Sitting full outside the off stump, and Sayers allows this one to go by.
Sayers just answering us that he's not willing to bat out of his comfort zone. He has done the business for St. Lucia in all games that he has played thus far, and the approach that he's employing right now is the one which has worked.
So Sayers again allowing the previous delivery to go by. Now when he's shot wide and he forces it off the back foot, but he finds the man at extra cover, and there is no run. So Sayers been very patient. Again, he's shown that he's a very patient batter. Coming into this game, he's so far faced the most deliveries in the competition. And again, good length outside the off stump. Sayers on the front foot, pushes it out to the man at backward point. And that's Franklin, who comes in quickly, and there is no run. Lots of energy out there from the St. Vincent boys. They sense an opportunity here.
Yes, Franklin making it his duty to really encourage his bowler. And with 4 deliveries being bowled, we see Captain Wilson employing a change in the field, just dropping the man at cover to a sweeper on the offside.
One is wide and Sayers just runs it down to third man. They've gone for 4-1. They're definitely coming back for the second. So well played there from Bolton Sayers. Watson Seaton wide outside the off stump. And Sayers just letting that one run off the bat face down to third man. And with that, he now moves on to 10. And the score now moves on to 81 for 4. 1 delivery away from the end of the 16th over. And that one is straight off. Gets the inside edge, and that's going to run away down to the fine leg boundary. They've gone for 1. They come back for the second. And they were going to settle for 2. But Bolton Sayers beaten their inside edge. That would have been close had he not gotten some bat on that. But we've come to the end of Watson Seaton's 4th over. Again, very economical in the way that he's bowled, only conceding the 8 runs. And St. Lucia has now moved on to 83 for 4. And Tariq Edward and Bolton Sayers, they've now put on 22 for that 5th wicket.
Yes, the stage is definitely set for a big performance from Captain Tariq Edward. We had discussed that he had not given himself much time at the crease in the tournament thus far, so it's really good to see him getting some time out there in the middle. And St. Lucia would be hoping that as he's making this, as we've called it, this early investment, that it will reap significant rewards for them.
And Wilson, that one is short, and Tariq off the back foot plays it to the man at short mid wicket, and there is no run. He moves across to his left very quickly. Tariq entertained the thought of a single, but there is no single. And Wilson this time a lot straighter again. Edward finds the man at short mid wicket, and there is no run. Of the off spinner, that fielder at short mid wicket is a very important fielder. Is going to be tasked with cutting off the single down to long on. Again, that's Fuller outside the off stump this time. And Edward on the front foot just pushes it back to Wilson. So far, Edward has been showing his ability to play off the front foot and off the back foot. He's quite prepared to go back when needed. That one is full outside the off stump, and he goes for a full-blooded cover drive, not making contact.
The opportunity was there to go over the offside with this over-pitch delivery there from Wilson, but Captain Tariq possibly still in a defensive frame of mind, Dwight, and unable to really capitalize on a loose one.
So far, Wilson, he's bowled 5 dot deliveries in this over. So 1 delivery away from completing a maiden. And that one is shorter, faster. And Edward pushes it back to him. And with that dot, we've come to the end of the 17th over, which is actually a maiden over. So Luke Wilson has now bowled the 5 overs, considered 20 runs, and has taken 1 wicket. So again, Jamal, despite the very good start that Team St. Lucia got up to, St. Vincent pulling things back nicely.
Yes, and we had been speaking about how well the St. Lucian spinners have been doing. Royce Paul and current batter Tariq Edward himself. But a very impressive showing here by all the Vincentian bowlers. But the spinners have really done the job and have been very economical. And as I had suspected, Dwight, Captain Wilson makes another master stroke. He would have been just trying to get in some overs quickly from his spinners and has brought back his strike bowler, Franklin. Remember the rule that dictates that a fast bowler is only allowed to have a 4-over spell, and I believe thereafter he must wait a mandatory 8 overs. So Captain Wilson wanting his strike bowler not out of the action for too long, and immediately as he was available, brings him back in right away. They sense the opportunity to expose the underbelly of the St. Lucian batters. A good move there by the skipper, Dwight.
Yes, and it's going to be Franklin for his second spell. And again, that one is short, very short. As a matter of fact, the umpire has now signaled wide, way too short from Franklin. But with this first delivery, he's already showing his aggression. His previous spell, he bowled the 4 overs, did pick up 2 wickets and considered 30 runs. I've been very impressed with Franklin for the most part. He's a very aggressive fast bowler. He likes to test out the middle of the Darren Sammy cricket ground pitch. And Captain Luke Wilson has actually brought him back to take a wicket. And that one is wide outside the off stump. Sayers continues to show patience by allowing this one to go by, to be taken by the wicketkeeper.
Yes, Dwight, and it's not just Franklin who has enjoyed his time at the Darren Sammy cricket ground. All the fast bowlers in the tournament have really basked in the ambience here and in the amount. Just look at that. Just look at that, Dwight Thomas.
Yeah, very good delivery there from Franklin.
All the fast bowlers really enjoying their time. There is no better place to bowl and ply your trade as a fast bowler than here in St. Lucia on this Darren Sammy cricket ground wicket.
Yeah, Franklin again, good aggression, very good delivery. The last delivery, short of a length, but Sayers again did very well. Just allowed this one to go by, but good aggression. He's really running in hard, Franklin. That one is a lot fuller, a lot straighter, but Sayers right in behind it, solid in defense. And so far, Courtney Franklin, he's picked up the 9 wickets so far in the competition. He's 1 away from his fellow opening bowler, who's the leading wicket taker with 10. So the 2 opening bowlers from the St. Vincent team, they've been amongst the wickets so far in the competition.
Right, and historically, St. Vincent would have produced quality fast bowlers, even to have graced the international scene. So yes, it's good to see that the production line is still efficient.
Yes, and there's been some very impressive fast bowlers on show so far in this competition. And the St. Lucian team would tell you they have their very own paces as well in Shawnil Edward and Kevin Gassi. That one is full straight and very well played again from Bolton. Sayers looks rather solid. That's a sign of a young man in form, full confidence. So far he's got the 12 coming into this game. He was St. Lucia's leading run scorer.
Yes, Bolton Sayers technically sound and looks quite composed in defense, and he has what it takes to see out Franklin.
And Franklin outside the off stump. Again, Sayers runs this down to third man. Gone for a single. And with that single, we've come to the end of the 18th over. St. Lucia has moved on to 85 for 4. With Bolton Sayers not out on 13 and Captain Tariq Edward not out on 10. We're going to have some more comments from Jamal James, and there's going to be a change in the commentary seat. Greg Wilson will now be joining us.
So St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they continue to do well. At one point in time, the St. Lucia, they were actually 32 runs at the end of 2 overs. So they have pulled the rate back, and it now stands at 4.72 from the 16 that it was at the end of 2 overs. The captain of the Vincentian team really making some good changes, and After a change in the com box, welcome back, Greg Wilson.
So the captain continues. First delivery to Sayers, who again for the fourth consecutive time have to come into the middle to do a rescue job for St. Lucia. Sayers have been out there for some 45 deliveries. And this one is driven to the short cover. No run resulting.
Yes, Greg, and it's been a while since the captain, Tariq Edward, has, we can call it, been starved of the strike. So Sayers, as well as he has been batting, has not really succeeded enough where strike rotation is concerned at this crucial stage of the innings.
Yes, it's important that the two batters bat for as long as possible, but at the same time they need to look to rotate the strike, not really dig themselves into a hole. And good fielding there from the fielder at the square leg region. Tumbling save towards his left, preventing a single in the process. So the St. Vincent and Grenadines, they are really on top at this point in time, and they are really making their presence felt out there.
Yes, we've complained about the Vincentian effort in the field, but on this occasion here, an agile attempt to his left and preventing the speed of Tariq Edward from coming to the fore.
So the captain Wilson into his sixth over. He has bowled 5.51 maiden, 20 runs, and he has picked up the wicket of Jonathan Daniel. Sayers again in defense.
Yes, Greg, so we see there another maiden over being bowled by Captain Wilson. Sayers unable to rotate the strike. In this over, he has faced some 40 deliveries now and has contributed 13 runs to the St. Lucian batting effort.
Well, some 19 overs bowled so far. Still some 31 overs to be bowled. And St. Lucia having lost 5 wickets. So these two, Jamal, to be fair to them, they can afford to soak up a few deliveries, but as I did indicate, it's also important that they look to pick up the ones and twos and do not look to bog themselves down too much.
Yes, Greg, don't get me wrong. I've really enjoyed the effort out there from Sayers. He has really prevented the lineup from being further exposed.
So Franklin shot into the body of Tariq Edwards. He works this one down to the long leg region and able to pick up one. So today's the day where the captain really needs to come good. He has not done any significant contribution with the bat so far for St. Lucia.
Yes, would have had a highest score of 19 before this game. He has settled nicely at the wicket and has moved on to 11. A perfect opportunity for him today to make things right.
Well played there by Sayers, getting on top of this one. Works it towards the backward square region and able to scamper through for an easy run. So good sensible batting by these two, some 26-run partnership. So they definitely need to bat for as long as possible.
There's a beautiful delivery there once more by Franklin. Captain Tariq was really tempted to play at this one and withdrawing his bat from the line of that delivery just at the last moment.
Yes, good probing line and length by Franklin. Continuing to bowl in the right areas. Continue to ask questions of the St. Lucia batters.
This one is dug in, the short ball, the opportunity for the catch. And Franklin answers the call of his captain. He has been aggressive. This one dug in. Captain Tariq lured into the trap, just as we saw from Theo Edward. Another Edward perishes to the short delivery and the aggression of Franklin.
Yes, certainly the St. Vincent and the Grenadine fast bowlers, they have come out with a plan to really pepper the St. Lucia batsmen, and this one about shoulder height. Tariq not able to get into position quickly enough and was beaten for pace as well, and only resulting in giving Richardson a relatively easy catch. So St. Lucia continues to struggle. They have lost their 5th wicket, 87 for the loss of 5. So certainly St. Lucia digging themselves into a hole, Jamal.
This has been really exceptional captaincy from Luke Wilson. They would have had this dress rehearsal, as you coined it, Greg. And in that previous game, they only brought back the Pacers to the back end of the innings, and they were not able to complete the full quota of the 10. But immediately as they were available after the mandatory rest period, he has reintroduced his strike bowler, the aggressive Franklin, and has done the business, luring the batsman into that 4-stroke error. I think the ego of Tariq really got the better of him on that occasion, Greg.
Well, perhaps not Tariq alone, if one could say. We have seen Can Elcock, Noel Leo, Theo Edwards, and now Tariq Edward all falling to the short pitch delivery. So certainly the bowlers are executing the whatever plan Coach Dighton Butler would have set out prior to this game. And also of note, Jamal, in the extras, they have only considered 5 so far. And good first delivery there to Royce Paul. Fit going absolutely nowhere. Paul just hanging on the back foot, perhaps anticipating a short delivery at him.
Yes, wary of the threat of the short delivery from Franklin. And just look at the chirping and the excitement of the Vincentian fielders. They're on top at this point, and they're reminding Royce Paul of that, who has just walked into the crease.
Yes, certainly. They are letting their presence known out in the middle.
Another short and quick one there at Royce Paul, but this time the direction not really on the body line of the batter as it was for Tariq. So Royce Paul just choosing the option to sway out of the way of this one. Another successful over from Franklin.
Yes, Franklin has completed his 6th over, 3 for 33. So he's certainly posing a threat to the St. Lucia batting. He has had Noel Leo caught Gibson. He has had Theo Edward caught McDonald. And Tariq Edward caught Richardson. All perishing to the short pitch delivery by Franklin. So he certainly, Jamal James, has used the short deliveries to good effect today.
at the Darren Sammy cricket ground, Greg, the short delivery for the fast bowler is always an option. The wicket tends to be responsive to your effort, and it remains that way for the entirety of the game.
So Wilson continues.
And it's good captaincy from him, Greg, because he has brought up his mid-on and his mid-off. So no easy singles on offer for Bolton Sayers.
Yes, Sayers have not been too aggressive to date.
Yes, he's just been content to defend and just keep out the good deliveries. And he would have been the perfect foil for a batter like Noel Leo or Tariq Edward, but these batters failing to impact the game positively on St. Lucia's behalf. So it is up to Royce Paul now, Greg, to do the business for St. Lucia and play that role.
Yes, the likes of Royce Paul and Shonil Edward most likely will come in next. We'll have to put the heads down and bat as long as possible. And this one is driven through the covers, and it certainly is going to go all the way. The two fielders are given chase, and they're only going to retrieve in front of the WINLOTT Inc. advertising board. So 4 delightful runs there for Royce Paul.
Yeah, that looked like it was Bolton Sayers. We've noted his elegance when driving through the offside, and this one against the turn of the off spinner. So Bolton Sayers has shown us that he does have all the shots. It's just that he doesn't pull them out regularly, Greg.
Yes, my apology. It was Sayers. So, having faced some 44 deliveries before this last one to bring up his first boundary of his inning. And this one is driven again, and it's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4, bisecting the man at short cover and the mid-off fielder. Elegantly driven there by Sayers for 4.
Yes, Greg. One of the famous sayings is that if it's nice, do it twice, and if it's sweet, repeat. So Sayers onto that front foot and driving elegantly through the offside. It has been a feature of his play, and the Vincentian bowlers would be advised not to bowl too full to Sayers. This is where he has shown that he can be dangerous.
Yeah, so Sayers getting 2 consecutive boundaries there in the last over. And certainly he has moved on to 22 of 46. So with just a strike rate of 47.83, this is not really too significant at this point in time. It's a question of St. Lucia looking to bat for as long as possible. They've only batted 20 overs, but they have lost half of the inning, their wickets so far. So this one dug shot into Royce Paul, and this occasion, Jamal, the ball really did not carry through.
Yes, and Greg, you would have remembered someone like a Courtney Walsh, who, when he dug in his first short delivery at you, it was off pace, and the next one would have been about 10 miles faster. So could it be that this is what may happen with Franklin?
This one full. Royce Paul fit really not moving, just straight down the track, and he's looking to play away from his body. So certainly we're not seeing the fit going in the direction of the delivery, Jamal.
And as batters, we know, Greg, that this is what fast bowling can do to you. When a bowler is bowling really quickly, batters tend not to move the feet and get in line of the ball.
So this one is pushed down to the mid-off fielder.
But this is where we see the intelligence of Franklin. He dug that first one in short, and Royce Paul, possibly expecting another one in that region, and didn't want to get out onto that front foot and was beaten outside the off stump, and skipper Wilson places a slip there.
And this one inside edge, and it has gone past the keeper down to the boundary for 4. So a fortuitous boundary there for Royce Paul to open up his account. This one getting the inside edge and passing very close to the leg stump, Jamal, and heading to the boundary for 4.
Luckily for Royce Paul, this one did not cannon into a leg stump. Franklin really looking charged up for this big occasion, playing for championship honors for his Vincentian team. And Royce Paul, we did mention the feet going absolutely nowhere. The effect of fast bowling. Just had a swing at this one. Franklin beating him for pace. And it's really impressive from Franklin. I believe that he has joined his fellow opening bowler, and they now lead the tally together for the most wickets. He goes past the bat again of Royce Paul. Feet going absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, so Royce Paul really not having the best of time out in the middle. Be rattled a bit by the pace of Franklin, and the close-in fielders, they are certainly reminding him that it's not a day at the beach really out in the middle.
Yes, he has sustained his quality and maintained his pace. This one is dug in again, but this time here not on the line of Royce Paul's body, and just allows it to go through to the wicketkeeper. So it's worth noting, Greg, that Franklin has completed 7 overs. He has taken 3 for 47, and he would have 1 over left in the spell should the captain decide to keep up his employment at the media center end.
Yes, certainly something the batsmen need to keep in mind all the time, that the fast bowlers could only bowl 4 overs at a time, and they have to come up the attack. So with Franklin coming back for his second spell, he has already bowled 3 overs. So one possible over left before he has to come off the attack again and possibly be replaced by McDowell.
Yes, it would be a really good move to bring back McDowell into the attack to look for some more wickets. But at the moment, Captain Luke Wilson continuing to bowl from the players' pavilion, and he has bowled his 7 overs quite tidily, has gone for 28, but has picked up the wicket of Jonathan Daniel.
Yes, had Jonathan Daniel comprehensively bowled after being struck for 6 of the very first delivery he bowled, and the next delivery he had Jonathan Daniel castled.
He starts off his 8th over with a dot delivery to Sayers. Sayers, who had driven him exquisitely through the offside for 2 boundaries.
So St. Lucia now, they have moved on to 100, Jamal. A good psychological landmark for them. 100 for 5.
Yes, and St. Lucia would remember that they had bowled out St. Vincent for 177 in the previous game. So, albeit that they would have lost the 5 wickets, remember we had touted them for having a team full of all-rounders. So, they do have the ability to get up to a score of respectability.
Yes, and Lucia certainly would need to get to perhaps 180, 200 to fill the in with a really realistic chance of pulling out a victory, because remember, Lewis is back in the attack and he has got a century, so St. Vincent Grenadines certainly have strengthened their batting.
Yes, and St. Lucia would have been advised to have done the same today, given the failures of the top order in 3 consecutive games before this one. As Royce Paul is driving elegantly through the offside, and this is some really good fielding by the bowler who's actually at mid-off. It looked to be McDowell.
Yeah, this one was exquisitely driven there by Royce Paul. Perhaps a shot deserving 4, but good bit of fielding there to have saved what was certainly going to go for 4. So he saved 3 runs for his team, one would say.
Yes, Royce Paul, he has looked good in the previous games. He has impressed us with his stroke play, and he would definitely be more comfortable against the spin of Wilson as opposed to the fast bowling of Franklin. Franklin, who skipper Wilson has decided that he will continue and he will bowl the final over of his spell from the media center end.
Yes, the ruling in this competition, the fast bowlers, they only allow to bowl 4 consecutive overs. So Franklin into his 2nd spell. So once he has completed this over, he has to come off the attack. So we could head the grunt out there by Franklin really putting in the effort, Jamal.
Yes, and our scorer, Roland Cox, is just reminding us that Franklin actually sounds like a Kima Roach with that grunt as he lets go of his quick deliveries.
Again, this one outside the off stump. Royce Paul really not interested. Again, those balls are too wide, so Paul really doing the right thing, Jamal, just allowing those deliveries to go through to the keeper.
Yes, intelligent and sensible batting is what is needed from St. Lucia at this point. But it must be noted, Greg, that he's getting closer and closer to Royce Paul.
And this one is driven through the covers, but no run result. And Bolton Sayers going for a quick run was almost halfway. Not the best of communications out there between these two. A non-existent single, one would say, Jamal.
Yes, we had mentioned a few overs ago that St. Vincent had really raised the standard of their fielding, and they've sensed that they are on top. A good-looking shot there by Royce Paul, though.
So this one short going down the leg side. Umpire John Maffra signals wide.
Okay, but this is the kind of bowling that we want to see from Windward Island's bowlers. And after he let go that short one at Royce Paul, you could see him running all the way to the batsman's end, possibly to greet Royce Paul verbally.
Yes, as you did indicate, over the years, St. Vincent and the Grenadines have produced quite a few fast bowlers. Winston Davis, Ian Allen, Casper Davis, Cameron Coffey. And this one is driven uppishly to the point region. Is going to risk to the boundary. So good shot there by Royce Paul on this occasion. Franklin over pitching this one outside the off stump, half volley, and Paul did not need that second invitation, really threw the bat at this one. So good valuable runs therefore for St. Lucia and for Royce Paul.
Yes, we had mentioned Royce Paul's all-around ability. On that occasion there, he showed us a glimpse of what it is that he can do. He drove previously, but he found the field. On this occasion here, he found the ropes.
And this one almost identical delivery, but this time fit going nowhere. And the ball gone agonizingly past the outside edge. So good bowling again by Franklin.
I'm really impressed with this youngster, Greg. He was driven in the previous delivery, but showing that he's not afraid to come up in the batsman's half, looking for that edge to the keeper or to the first slip fielder there, bowling to his field, bowling to the plan.
And this one is on the leg side and it's clipped into the backward square region and has raced into the boundary for 4. So a bit of loose bowling there towards the end by Franklin, and he was made to pay dearly there by Royce Paul, just clipping this one off the pad. So a good productive over there for Royce Paul and for St. Lucia, Jamal.
Royce Paul really showing good batsmanship here. You could see that he had the balance, didn't fall over to the offside, clipping this one neatly off the toes into that vacant area. Royce Paul showing that he has what it takes to handle the pace of Franklin, and saw the end of his spell, and the score moves on to 110 for 5 as we see the introduction of a new bowler from the Players Pavilion end. It looks to be the off spin of Joe Williams.
Yes, so Williams is coming in to replace his captain Luke Wilson, who bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, 30 runs, and he picked up the wicket of Jonathan Daniel. He had him comprehensively bowled.
You remember that when Joe Wilson was introduced in the previous game, he got immediate success. So St. Vincent would be hoping that this would repeat itself if they are to tighten the grip on the St. Lucian batting.
So first delivery right on the money. This one pushed to the short mid-on region where the bowler himself is.
Yes, but this has been a good partnership thus far from Royce Paul and Bolton Sayers.
Yes, certainly some 23 runs, so a good partnership in the making. 23 of 29 deliveries, they've been out there for some 21 minutes.
That's great. And earlier on, as this one is just played defensively and the field that point picks up, I had lamented that it was disappointing that the quality of Bolton Sayers didn't have the opportunity to raise his bat and score at least a half century.
A quick single taken there and quick run in by Bolton Sayers. Ball struck into the short mid wicket region and immediately they took off for the single. So good communication between Royce Paul and Bolton Sayers.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Well, yes, Greg, today Bolton Sayers has ample time to bat. He has moved on to 24 of 50. It is very possible that he can bring up that half century today.
Yes, certainly with St. Lucia batting first. The 2 previous occasions where he got into the 40s, St. Lucia's they were chasing. So they had already gotten to the victory target. So it was not possible for him to go on to get a half century. And this one is pushed into the short mid-on region. No run resulting. So the end of the first over for Joe Williams, conceding just 1 run, Jamal.
Yes, and each spinner that St. Vincent has employed has really bowled economically, and they've each enjoyed a good starts to the bowling. And on this occasion here, Joe Williams proving to be no different, just conceding that solitary, that single. So good bowling again by the Vincentian spinners, and good application being shown by the St. Lucian batters. Bolton Sayers has moved on to 24 of 53 And Royce Paul has moved on to 13 of 19 deliveries. As we see the reintroduction of the left arm spinner, Watson Seaton.
Yes, Seaton is coming back from the media center end. He's coming to replace Franklin.
Yes, Greg, we thought that we would have seen the reintroduction of McDowell, but the skipper seeing it differently and going with spin.
Yes, with the way McDowell bowled his first spell, he bowled 4 overs for 26 runs and did pick up a wicket.
Yes, so Bolton Sayers continuing to play defensively whenever the ball is on the line of the stumps. Seems to be more proficient when the ball is outside the line of the off stump, Greg.
Yes, very much inclined to defend those that are on the wicket. Remember in the last match, he was out LBW looking for a slog sweep. Very uncharacteristic of him.
Yes, there was the opportunity on this occasion for the quick single with that fielder being stationed deep on the circle at mid-off. Possibly had that been Tariq Edward at the other end, this would have been a certain single.
I think if we watch Royce Paul really not walking whilst the bowler is coming into bowl, so hence the reason why he's unable to take off for the single immediately.
Yes, but we saw a beautiful delivery there from Watson Seaton, almost getting through that tight defense of Bolton Sayers. Another dot delivery there from Watson Seaton. Remember, he would have started his spell with 2 maiden overs, and he has just added another maiden. So he has bowled 5 overs. He's bowled 3 maidens, only conceded 8 runs.
So it has proven why the Captain Wilson has opted for his spinner and not the fast bowler McDowell to replace Franklin after the spell.
Yes, and Royce Paul on strike to the off spin of Joe Williams, who had bowled tidily in his previous over, just conceding the single. But Royce Paul definitely more of an aggressive batsman than Sayers. And speaking of aggression, Royce Paul picking that length quite quickly, able to swivel on the back foot then, picking up this one over the fielder at backward square. Boundary to Royce Paul.
Yes, good shot indeed, picking up the length of that shot delivery from William very quickly, as you did indicate, getting into position and hitting it towards the backward square region, and the ball, Jamal has climbed over the fence and it has gone into what most persons will know the area as the Pakistan.
It's a really good batting here from Royce Paul. We were just mentioning that he is the more aggressive of the two, and he has shown good productivity when facing off-spin bowling locally.
And this one is struck between the mid-on and short mid-wicket. The fielder having to put in the dive, and certainly he has saved 2 runs, Jamal James.
Definitely Royce Paul favoring the right-arm off-spinner. We've been discussing matchups all tournament, and with the ball spinning into Royce Paul, he has the opportunity to access the acreage of space on the leg side. Just one fielder posted deep on the onside. A good smart bowling there by Williams, taking Royce Paul outside the line of the off stump.
So good batting so far between Paul and Sayers. These two have already contributed a 30-run partnership, Jamal.
Yes, and Royce Paul getting 19 of those. So good batting there from Royce Paul, allowing that last delivery to go outside the line of the off stump, bringing the over to an end from Joe Williams.
Yes, so some 6 runs coming off the second over of Williams. St. Lucia 117 for 5. So these two would really need to bat as long as possible with the current rate of 4.33. St. Lucia, if they could bat out their 50 overs, certainly would get past a score of 200. It would be a total that they could fight with, knowing that they were able to bowl out St. Vincent on the ground for 177 in their last meeting. But this time around, St. Vincent, they have strengthened the batting with Lewis coming back into the team.
Yes, we have not had the opportunity to really observe and assess Rashawn Lewis at the Darren Sammy cricket ground thus far. So I'm hoping to really see this youngster in action, the only centurion of the tournament. But St. Lucia would definitely need to put something up in the region of 250 to make this an exciting final. This is what you want to see in a final, Greg. You want to see a good score, and you want to see that fight between bat and ball.
Well, Jamal, you see 250, but I reckon St. Lucia need to at least get to 200, and whatever they get past 200, I think would be bonus, considering half of the batting they are back in the pavilion.
Yes.
You're talking about perhaps your free all-rounders and then your bowlers to follow. So a lot. It's going to be a big ask if you were looking at an additional 123 more runs. Well, actually 143 more runs. This one was firmly driven there by Bolton Sayers to the left of the man at mid-on, and the ball has gone to the boundary for 4. So exquisitely driven there by Bolton Sayers.
Yes, and on this occasion here, the captain bringing up that fielder at mid-off. If you notice, Greg, every time that fielder has been brought up, Sayers has been able to get that gap. And they have bowled well to him, but they have not really blocked off his scoring areas.
So Sayers, he has moved on to 28 now.
Yes, Watson Seaton getting back on a much straighter line to Sayers. This is where they have shown that they can keep him quiet. But when you pitch up outside the line of the off stump, it's really a thing of beauty to watch Sayers caressing those balls for the offside.
So Seaton, 6 overs, 3 maiden, and he has gone for 12. So a economy rate of 2. So very good bowling there by Watson Seaton.
Yes, and as Joe Williams continues, we just see this partnership continuing to grow. It has now moved on to 34. They did bat well in the previous game, Greg.
Yes, the middle to lower order of the St. Lucia batting, they have really stood up in this tournament.
You see Royce Paul just muscling this one down the ground for the single. Yes, St. Lucia has been heavily reliant on the services of the middle order, especially the man Bolton Sayers, who has held things together for them, and Royce Paul has made valuable contributions. It's good to see him out there. He has moved on to 20 of 27, really showing his all-round ability.
Yes, with a strike rate of 74.07, Royce Paul.
Yes, and you remember, Greg, Royce Paul is also number 4, where on the tally where wickets are concerned, he does have 7 wickets in the tournament coming into today's game.
Yes, so certainly Paul has shown his all-round ability. He has picked up wickets, and he's in the process of playing a valuable knock for St. Lucia. So a no ball is signaled by the umpire.
Yes, so a free hit here being given to Bolton Sayers.
One shot outside the off stump, and Sayers unable to dispatch this one into the boundary. He needed to go through the inner ring, and he certainly would have gotten 4 valuable runs.
Yes, but we see that Sayers really good when the ball is pitched up to him, and good bowling here by Williams, not to get the ball into his zone for that free hit.
Again, Bolton strong in defense. So this brings about the end of the over for Williams. He's bowled 3 overs for 9 runs. So both of these spinners, Jamal, they have bowled very economical spell. Watson with the rate of 2 and over, now Williams just going at 3 and over. So these two certainly can put a stronger hold on the scoring of the St. Lucia batting.
Yes, all spinners doing well at the Darren Sammy. Like we said, this wicket here in St. Lucia, it really has something on offer for everyone.
So Seaton to continue.
Yes, he starts off with another dot delivery. Has bowled excellently thus far, but has yet to register himself amongst the wickets.
This one is powerfully, and they're going for a second. Good quick run in there between Royce Paul and Bolton Sayers for a split second. Jamal, we thought perhaps a run out was on the card, but they completed 2 easy singles.
Yes, really chancing the arm of the fielder out there in the deep, proving to be a comfortable 2 in the end.
This one is firmly struck off the back foot to the man of the long off region, 1 run resulting.
I really like the look of Royce Paul today, Greg. He seems more assured of himself than in previous games, and he's doing exactly what St. Lucia requires of him at the moment. He scored 23 of 30 deliveries, the perfect batter to accompany the ever-watchful, ever-present Bolton Sayers.
That's good batting. So the partnership now has moved on to 40 runs. So 40 valuable runs been put on by these two.
It's Royce Paul driving powerfully and down the ground. But still, good bowling here from Watson Seaton, keeping things quiet for his Vincentian team. And ends with a dot.
Yes, good end to the over there by Seaton. So 7 overs now, 3 maidens, 16 runs, still continuing to bowl admirably for his team. Economy rate of less than 3, 2.29. So still good stuff there by Seaton.
Excellent. And with the conclusion of his over, 30 overs have gone, Greg, and St. Lucia just 20 overs left. But they have the main man at the wicket, Bolton Sayers, the leading run scorer, and Royce Paul, who has moved along quite nicely onto 23.
Yes, this one is driven down to the mid-on region. So these two, Jamal would need to bat perhaps another 10 overs for St. Lucia. And if they could continue doing so at the rate of 4.24, simply means that St. Lucia would get in excess of, it would be at least 170, 175, thereabout. And with the last 10 overs, and with wickets in hand, they perhaps could push a little more towards the 250 mark. You require that, you reckon that would get them very competitive total in the finals.
Yes, I can definitely see it happen, especially with Sean Edward, St. Lucia's batter, who has yet to be dismissed in the tournament. He is still to come, and he has shown the ability to clear the ropes, as we see there another single from Royce Paul down the ground.
So this one is played past the slip fielder. It's traveling towards the Footman region. Fielder comes around, and only 2 runs resulting. So good sensible batting there by Royce Paul and Bolton Sayers. 44 run partnership.
Sayers really doing well, and as we had mentioned, Greg, he can catch up in terms of his strike rate, as this one is pushed down the ground for another single.
Yes, importantly, they are able to keep up with the rate of at least 4 runs and over, which is good.
Yes, and the longer they bat, the easier it will become, and there definitely will be more opportunities for boundaries. So after 31 overs, the score has moved on to 132 for 5, and as we had suspected, skipper Wilson has re-employed McDowell, the leading wicket taker in the tournament, from the media center end.
Our statistician, Mr. Roland Cox, has just indicated this is the first time he would be bowling from the media center end. So let's see how well he bowls from this end. Jamal, you know, sometimes bowlers are more comfortable bowling at certain ends.
Yes, and a good move by his captain to bring him back on. St. Vincent clearly in search of another wicket.
And this was delivery. We see some movement there. Ball really tilting back into towards the leg stump.
Yes, Greg, and possibly that is the reason why he was being given his chance from this end with the big breeze taking that ball into the batter. You would be looking to bring the stumps into play.
Again, this one angling, starting from just outside the off stump, and it really finishes on the leg stump. So, good Yorker length delivery there by McDowell.
Yes, he has shown that he has all the skills. And when you bring back your opening bowler to the back end, this is what you need from him.
This one really Crompton Sayers for room. They have gone for one. He's played it down to the White Footman region. Just 1 run resulting. It's a good sensible batting still by Sayers and Paul. 34 and 24.
This has been an impressive partnership.
Let me let some water there.
Royce Paul doing well for his country. This one is drifting onto the pads. It's a full toss. Royce Paul just tickles it to the fielder at fine leg. Moves his tally up to 25. Sayers on 33. McDowell, we can see a clear plan from him to go full and at the stump.
In this over Jamal, we've not really seen too many short balls attempted. The bowler McDowell looking more for swing on this occasion.
Yes, he is definitely in a different mold to his opening partner, Franklin. He doesn't really have the pace to really trouble the batters. I think he tried on this occasion, Greg.
Yes, and this one is worked off the hips there by Sayers down to the long leg region. Just 1 run resulting, and it looks like the end of the over. So at the end of 32 overs, 135 for 5. So some 48 run partnership between Sayers and Paul. All the chopping we heard out in the middle when Paul came to bat. Jamal, this has quieted down quite a bit. The longer Royce Paul has been able to stay out in the middle.
Yes, Greg, and this is one of the ways that indicates how well Royce Paul has negotiated the bowling. So he was under extreme pressure. When he came in, he was given a barrage of bouncers by the fast bowler, the impressive Franklin. He handled it quite well, and he bided his time, and things look to be getting quite easier for Royce Paul at the moment. He's looked an accomplished all-rounder in this innings.
Yes, so a quick look at the scorecard. Noel Leo, he was caught. Gibson bowled Franklin for 23. He only faced 9 deliveries. Can Elcock caught Franklin, bowled McDowell for 1. Faced 2 deliveries. Theo Edward caught McDowell, bowled Franklin for 15 of 17 deliveries. Jonathan Daniel was comprehensively bowled. Captain Luke Wilson for 19 of 20 deliveries, and he had 2 fours in there. Bolton Sayers was faced some 80 deliveries. He's 35 not out. The captain, Tariq Edward, he was Scott Richardson, bowled Franklin for 11, faced 30 deliveries. And Royce Paul, who was not out on 25, he has faced 36 deliveries for the In the bowling department for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, McDowell is bowled 5 overs, no maiden, 29 runs, 1 wicket. Franklin, 8 overs, no maidens, 46 runs, 3 wickets. Wilson, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 30 runs, 1 wicket. Watson, Sitton, he has bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, 16 runs, no wickets. And Joe Williams, 4 overs, no maidens, 14 runs, no wickets. So the spinners, Jamal in particular, they have bowled really well for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, with the spinners Wilson going at an economy rate of 3.74, Sitton an economy rate of 2.29, and Joe Williams economy rate of 3.5. So certainly good tight stuff there by the bowlers, especially the spinners for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
And Captain Wilson would be well pleased, as well as the Vincentian management. But they have been combated well by Royce Paul and Bolton Sayers, who have enjoyed a very productive partnership. And that partnership now stands at 48. So this is what the doctor ordered for St. Lucia. As we see, they're in a huddle right now with the coach and the former West Indies player, Gary Mathre. So it will be interesting to see how St. Lucia approaches the next phase of the game.
Yes, so Sayers certainly the glue that has held the middle to low order, and our statistician Roland Cox has just indicated so far Bolton Sayers has faced 288 balls in the tournament for his 144 runs. So more from Jamal James, and he's going to be the voice of Dwight Thomas.
Yes, so we've all been impressed with Bolton Sayers. He has shown all-round ability, but really the main man for St. Lucia in their batting effort. And in partnership with Royce Paul, St. Lucia would be hoping that the two of them can really bat out for the entirety of the remaining 18 overs. Welcome back, Dwight Thomas.
Yes, good afternoon good morning to our viewers. A few minutes away from lunch. And it's going to be Joe Williams. He continues from the pavilion end. And Sayers just drives that one down to long off for an easy single. That single now takes him up to 36. So again, showing his worth with the bat. Good all-round ability. He's showing the ability with the ball as well. So definitely not only putting his hand up for St. Lucia, but maybe up for Windward selection as well. That one a lot wider by Williams. This time it is called wide by the umpire. I must mention the improvement in terms of the St. Vincent bowlers in terms of extras. Previous game they considered well over 60. So far they've only bowled the 7 extras, so much better. That one a lot straighter, and Paul turns it into the onside for an easy single. So good rebuilding partnership. As a matter of fact, with that single, it's now 50. So Royce Paul and Bolton Sayers, they've now put on 50 for the 6th wicket.
Truly an exceptional effort by these two for St. Lucia. We see Bolton Sayers just driving elegantly once more for the offside, and the fielder at long off really had no chance. The real strength of Bolton Sayers, classical driving for the offside.
Yeah, we've seen it numerous times so far in this competition. Williams over pitching, then Sayers full-blooded drive through the covers all along the ground. Fantastic shot there from the young man, and with that he moves up to 40. So far he's been in for the 82 deliveries, which has included 4 boundaries. That I would say was the best of the lot. Seems very comfortable playing off the front foot. So very impressive stuff from Bolton Sayers.
Yes, it's the 3rd time in the competition that Sayers would have entered the region of the 40s, and the St. Lucian management would be really hoping that he can get past that and bring up his first half century.
Yes. No St. Lucian batsman has recorded a half century so far. Looks like it was a drop chance. Bolton Sayers presenting an opportunity there to Joe Williams, caught and bowled. Unfortunately, he grasped it, and Sayers gets a life.
Yes, and this is just what St. Vincent would have wanted at the resumption of play after a break. Bolton Sayers almost gifting his wicket to Joe Williams, who has bowled well up until this point.
And Williams this time, Bolton Sayers on the front foot, pushes it back to Williams, who fields off his own bowling. So we've come to the end of the first over after the drinks break. St. Lucia has now moved on to 141 for 5. So good rebuilding from Sayers and Edward. Sorry, it's Sayers and Royce Paul. They've now put on 54 for the 6th wicket. And yes, from the media center end, we're going to have the opening bowler, Devontae McDowell. He's going to continue from the media center end.
Yes, and while we're not sure of the state of play at the venue, the Grizzly playing field, it would mean here, based on the stats in front of us, that Bolton Sayers has now jumped one place and is now second on the tally for the leading run scorers in the tournament.
McDowell bowled and good looking drive there from Paul. They've gone for a single, and it's going to be a comfortable single in the end, but very good looking shot there from Royce Paul. Good fielding at mid-off as well. The mid-off is in the circle, but he had to move to his left, so it was an easy single in the end. Royce Paul looking very positive, as well as Bolton Sayers. Royce Paul is showing his all-round ability. He's bowled really well so far in this competition, and he's had a few starts with the bat without carrying on. But Team St. Lucia will be hoping that both these batsmen go on to get a big score. McDowell again, full and good looking drive there from Sayers, but straight to the man at mid-off. Good fielding, but good looking shot again from Sayers. He seems very comfortable playing off the front foot.
Yes, we've mentioned it time and time again, Dwight. When Sayers gets onto that front foot, he just looks a class apart. And thankfully for St. Lucia, he has entered the 40s for a third time, and he has almost 17 overs to really show us what he can do.
It's a wide, and that's driven for the offside, and it's going to only be one. There is a sweeper out on the offside, but again, a gorgeous looking shot there from Bolton Sayers. Square drive. McDowell bowling a bit too full so far in this over.
Yes, Dwight, and you had mentioned that it is possible that he's in just catching the eyes of the Windward Island selectors with the performances and effort that he has put in thus far.
That shot outside the off stump. Royce Paul looking to find the gap in the backward point region, not making contact. So McDowell now in his 6th over. He's bowled he has 1 for 31 so far. Bowled an impressive opening spell. He's back for his 2nd spell. That one is full outside the off-stump, and again driven out to the sweeper out on the offside. Again, a very good looking shot there from Royce Paul, but it's only the single.
Yes, and with the driving that we're seeing here from Royce Paul, ominous signs here for the Vincentian team.
But Luke Wilson has placed his field exactly. Well, he's got good field placing, I would say, considering McDowell bowling full. That one is short and wide, and it's actually going to be signal wide. Fumbled by the wicketkeeper, so they've gone through for an extra. St. Lucia score now. They've now moved on to 147. One delivery shy of the 34th over. So after being in some trouble, the last wicket fell at 87. Royce Paul and Bolton Sayers, they've now put on 60 for that 6th wicket. That's wide outside the stump, and that's edged. Caught behind McDowell. A bit of extra bounce there. Royce Paul looking to play the cut shot. He's only able to edge it through to the wicket keeper, who takes a comfortable catch. And that partnership has now been broken. Royce Paul has to go on 28.
It was really a golden opportunity here for Royce Paul. He had gotten set, he had gotten in, but this time here, making an error, didn't get his foot out to this one here, didn't get across enough to this one, as we see on replay. McDowell being re-employed this time from a different end. Yes, didn't get across enough to this one having some extra bounce on it and taking the edge of Royce Paul, who walks off in disappointment. A valuable contribution of 28 runs to the St. Lucian batting effort.
And the new batsman is Shawnil Edward. And we must remind our viewers that Shawnil Edward is yet to get out so far in this competition. He's been one of the leading batsmen for Team St. Lucia. Shawnil Edwards, so far, he's amassed the 77 runs. Highest score of 40, not out. So in his fourth, this is going to be his fourth inning. St. Lucia will be hoping for another really good score from Shawnil Edward.
Yes, and Dwight, you recall that Shawnil Edward and Bolton Sayers, they are actually the leading run scorers for St. Lucia. They were coming into this tournament. Noel Leo would have added 22 runs today to have taken his tally to 92. And Bolton Sayers, with his effort, he has moved on to number 2 on the charts for the entire tournament. So Joe Williams to continue.
Yes, and Vincent has gotten that much needed breakthrough. And again, full. Sayers drives down to long off. And the long off fielder does the fielding cleanly. They've gone through for another single. So Bolton Sayers now moves on to 42. It's going to be hoping that Shawnil Edward continues his good form and they're able to put up some sort of a partnership for St. Lucia, because right now St. Vincent firmly in control of this game. That's short. And Shawnil off the back foot just pushes it back to Wilson, who skips across to his left, does the fielding of his own bowling. That one is again short. Edward off the back foot. Very tight line from Joe Williams, not giving much room.
Yes, but it is good to see early on in the seeing as Shawnil Edward has just come into the crease. He's looking to be watchful. When he's playing back, he's looking to play with a straight bat.
Williams faster, and that one is worked through the onside. That's going to go close to the boundary. And as a matter of fact, it goes over. Valiant effort there from the man at deep mid-wicket. But he's not able to prevent the boundary. So Williams getting a bit too straight, and Edward playing a very good-looking shot down to the square leg area for his first scoring shot. The score now moves on to 152 for 6.
A valiant effort there by the fielder on the boundary. Shawnil Edward looked to me to have taken this one off the line of middle stump. This one looked quite risky there to me, but the form that Shawnil Edward has shown in this tournament, he's seeing this ball like a football here.
Yes, definitely. And again, up to the bat, and Edward continues to be impressive. Just drives that down to the long on fielder for another easy single. And with that single, we've come to the end of the 35th over. St. Lucia 153 for 6. And Shawnil Edward will also keep strike. He's now on 5. And the other not out batsman is Bolton Sayers, who's on 42. Bolton Sayers coming into this game, his top score was 45 not out. So he's going to definitely be looking to surpass that. He's only 3 away from, and he's 8 away from what would be the first half century by a St. Lucian batsman.
And Dwight, it would be the first half century by a St. Lucian batsman in 2 tournaments. So for a long while now, St. Lucia has really relied on the all-round effort of the members of their teams. The batsmen not really being that much required to post big totals because they've always seemed to rely on the bowlers, and the bowlers have put up their hands and have done the business for St. Lucia.
Yes, I think the St. Lucians are going to be disappointed, especially with the top order and the way that they've gone about things. It has been the lower to middle order that has gotten the bulk of the runs for Team St. Lucia, but McDowell continues on a tight length, shortish delivery. Edward right in behind it. Again, despite the fact that Edward, he's yet to be out so far in this competition, he still has to give himself an opportunity to get set. St. Lucia in desperate need of a partnership between these two. And that one is full down the leg side, and Edward works it down to the fine leg, who misfilled. They've gone for 4-1. They're coming back for the second. So a bit of poor fielding there for the man at fine leg allows Sean Hill to get an extra run.
Yes, right. And we did see this from Sean Hill Edward in the previous game. He is an aggressive runner between the wickets, always looks to convert those singles into twos. And the fielder fumbled this one here on the fine leg boundary, allowing for the chance to get back for 2.
Good delivery. Just on about the off stump. Much better line on that occasion from McDowell. But Sean Hill Edward is up to it. McDowell in his 7th over so far, he's gotten 2 for 36. And with those 2 wickets, it's now takes his tally to 11 so far for the competition. And as of right now, he's still the leading wicket taker in this competition. Ball's full. There's an appeal for caught behind, but not a convincing one. The umpire says not out. McDowell has been very impressive so far in the 2 games he's played here at the DSCG. Good pace, and earlier he was able to get a few deliveries to move. But bowling if the older ball is a different challenge altogether. And this time again, full on about the off stump. Sean Hill just pushes it to the man at shortish mid wicket, and he remains on 7 of the 10 deliveries. Right now, St. Lucia is scoring at a run rate of 4.33. So healthy run rate, I would say. Just the fact that they've lost 6 wickets would be a bit worrying.
Yes, but McDowell really keeping things quiet here. He's bowled this over and he would have just conceded 2 runs. So really good bowling by opening bowler McDowell. As you mentioned, White, the leading wicket taker in the tournament to date.
Yes, he continues to be impressive, not giving much away. In his 7 overs, he's only considered the 36, and he did pick up 2 wickets, that of Khan Elcock and Royce Paul, the last man out. A lot would be dependent on Sean Hill Edward and Bolton Sayers in terms of what sort of total Team St. Lucia will be able to get up to. As we saw in the previous game, Kevin Gassi went without scoring. Sky Laffey only got the free. So the lower order, they've not gotten that many opportunities. So a lot would be dependent on what these two out there get.
Yes, right, but you'd recall that Aaron Joseph was given his opportunity in the last game, and he made full use of it. And himself and Sean Hill Edward would have contributed a 53-run partnership, or a bit more than that, as we see the introduction of a new bowler into the attack.
Yes, it's going to be Rashawn Lewis, the century maker, only century maker, and he bowls a full tossed first delivery. Sayers looking to hit that over the onside. He's not able to get as much bat as he would be hoping for. He's only able to find the man at long on for a single.
It looks to be an off spinner, Dwight, but the action there, you really couldn't describe it as a classical one.
And he's gone straight for him. There's a huge appeal, and the umpire has given him out. I think Shawnil Edward has to go LBW to Rashawn Lewis. So Lewis doing the business. A bit surprised that he came on to the attack, but Luke Wilson, another master stroke from the St. Vincent captain here.
Yes, we've been saying it time and time again. Every time that he has introduced a new bowler into the attack, it seems to pay rich dividends for him and the Vincentian team. Shawnil Edward doesn't look happy walking off the wicket. He's trying to motion as if he got some bat onto this delivery. Let's see if we can get a replay of this one. The replay not really showing us that this was Sayers, but here we go. Ooh, a tight one there, Dwight. There may have been some extra turn on this one here. Interestingly enough, Dwight, we see that Rashawn Lewis is, if we look at the score sheet, it says that he's a wicket keeper, but being thrown the ball and doing the business immediately for St. Vincent, dismissing the undismissible man, is Shawnil Edward.
Yes, Rashawn Lewis doing what no one has been able to do so far in the competition. See the back of Shawnil Edward, who went for 7. LBW to Rashawn Lewis, and with the fall of that wicket, we now have Kevin Gassi. He's the new batsman for St. Lucia. Like I said earlier, he was not able to get off the mark in the previous game. So his first goal here is to try and get off the mark, and St. Lucia now 156 for 7, in some serious trouble of maybe being bowled out. That one is wide, and Gassi offers a cut shot, not able to make contact. The umpire does signal wide.
Yeah, a bit of a strange action here from Lewis, but he seems to be extracting some turn from the surface.
That one came back in, and Gassi forces it off the back foot, straight to the man at the short backward point, and there's no run.
But there's plenty of time left in this game for Kevin Gassi to get in. He is an all-rounder of note. He would have represented the Windward Islands quite well at the under-17 level.
He's definitely a better player than what he's shown so far in the competition. Again, that one, Kevin Gassi trying to force it off the back foot. Again, he finds the man at backward point, who's in quite closely, trying to cut off that single. Rashawn Lewis seems to get that ball to that back into the left-hander. Not much turn on offer.
And just as we speak, Dwight, we see a field change. Fielder being removed from the leg side and being stationed in a short third man position.
This time full, and Gassi on the front foot pushes it to the man at short mid-wicket. So very tight stuff from Rashawn Lewis in his first over. A bit of a surprise package, I would say. That one is full outside the off stump, and he forces it off the back foot. Goes past the man at cover. They've gone for a single. The man on the sweeper does the cleaning up, and it's only going to be 1. So we've come to the end of Rashawn Lewis's first over. He considered the 3 runs, but importantly, he did take the wicket of Shawnil Edward to put St. Lucia in further trouble at 158 for 7 in only the 37th over.
Yes, but it's really good to see Kevin Gassi getting off the mark. It's his first run in the tournament, and he would have been low on confidence being dismissed of his second delivery in the previous game, but he has plenty of time. 13 overs still to go. He's batting with Bolton Sayers, and we're about to see the introduction of a new bowler into the attack.
Yes, the new bowler from the media center end is Cody Grant, medium pacer. He's replacing Devontae McDowell, who bowled 7 overs, and he's got 2 for 36.
So it's going to be our first look at a new bowler here at the DSCG. And keeper standing back, so it's going to be a fast bowler. And we know that fast bowlers have really enjoyed themselves on this surface.
Yes, 5 of the 7 wickets that has fallen today has been that from the fast bowlers. 3 to Franklin and 2 to McDowell.
But Dwight, surprisingly, with Kevin Garcia being under pressure, especially where his batting is concerned, we see that the fielders are being posted on the boundary for him, giving him the opportunity to pick up some easy singles.
Grant shot delivery outside the off stump, very wide. Gassi for a moment thought of playing that one. Made a late decision to leave.
Yes, he seems to be a bit low on confidence there. But Dwight, the first delivery of this bowler here, he's getting some significant lift and carry.
Yes, this is something that we've seen all the way through this competition. Carry, the DSCG, lots on offer for if you bend your back. And that one is wide outside the off stump this side. This time Gassi lets it go by. Signal wide by umpire John Maffrey. Very wide. So Cody Grant would have to maybe bowl a lot closer to Gassi if he wants to force him to play.
Yes, and with this action from him, he would look to be taking this ball away from Kevin Gassi, looking to induce the outside edge.
I want to get a shot, but a lot straighter on that occasion. And Gassi pushes it to backward point where Rashawn Lewis misfield, and they've gone through for a single. So some poor fielding there from Lewis allows Gassi to get off strike. And he's now put Bolton Sayers, the man in form, back on strike, who's on 43, 7 away from what would be a well-deserved half-century, considering how well he's batted throughout this tournament.
Yes, Dwight, you did mention that the main goal would be for St. Lucia to win the tournament where Bolton Sayers is concerned. But this is a tournament where at this level you want to achieve personal milestones to get on the radar of the selectors.
Yes, as much as it's about winning for your country, every single one of those players would want to move to the next level. And Cody Grant outside the off stump, and Sayers just opens the face down to third man for an easy single. He's been very comfortable playing those shots. Anytime he's looked to rotate the strike, this seems to be his favored area down to the third man boundary. That he moves on to 44. The score now 161 for 7. So far they've put on 5, himself and Gassi. Partnership needed here. It's a lot fuller, but very well played by Kevin Gassi, but even better fielding by Rashawn Lewis, making up for his error in the previous delivery. So excellent fielding there by Rashawn Lewis.
Yes, well, we are told that he is a wicketkeeper and definitely looked like one on that occasion, just diving away to his left to make a very valiant stop.
Grant this time wide outside the off stump. That was very wide.
Yes, but the umpire is in the best position. This one may have just been within the lines.
Umpire John Maffrey deciding that's not a wide. So Cody Grant, final delivery of his first over. A lot closer this time, and outside edge taken down to the third man boundary. They've gone through for 1. Kevin Gassi is coming back for the second. Good communication, good running, and it's 2 comfortable in the end. So very good communication between Sayers and Gassi looking to get as many runs as possible for Team St. Lucia, and we've come to the end of the 38th over, 163 for 7.
It's just what is needed from Kevin Gassi. Sprinting for 2. This one to the right of the field at third man, and good aggressive running. You said why the score moved on to 163 for 7, 12 overs to go, and Kevin Gassi just finding his feet. He is a good all-rounder, has not really demonstrated that thus far in this tournament, but in other tournaments he has definitely done so. Spin being employed from the players' pavilion end in the form of Rashawn Lewis.
Lewis is full. There's a big appeal for LBW. That's going to go down to the final leg area. They've gone for 1. Sayers slipped, so they're only going to be 1. It's going to be interesting to see what the umpire signals. Yes, so Bolton Sayers got some bat on that. That bite might just have saved him. Big appeal from Lewis, but umpire says not out.
Almost getting through the defense of Sayers on this occasion.
That one is shorter. A bit straighter as well, and Gassi just pushes it back down the ground where it's picked up by Lewis. But Sayers getting an inside edge on that one. That one is full, and Gassi drives, and Lewis misfields off his own bowling, and they've gone through for a single. Lewis giving that one generous flight. Seems to be mixing up his pace. Not much turn on offer for any of the spinners that we've seen so far. But what we've seen is the variation of pace, variation of line and length. And for the most part, the spinners have been very tidy. The free spinners that we've seen so far in free spinners in Watson, Seaton, Joe Williams, Rashawn Lewis, and Luke Wilson. So we've seen 4 spinners so far. And Lewis bowling to Sayers. Full. And Sayers gets an outside edge down to the man at short third man. There's no run.
Yes, Dwight, but Lewis here, not your traditional off spinner. Just looking at the way that he's releasing those deliveries, there seems to be a lot of variation about his bowling.
That one is full, and Sayers drives down to the man at long off, long on. Valiant effort from the man at mid wicket, but he's only able to parry it to the long on fielder. And Sayers moves through for another single. Now takes him to 46. He's 1 shot away from a well-deserved half century. Straight on that occasion, and Gassi just pushes it to the man at short mid-wicket for no run. So at the end of the 49th over, St. Lucia 166 for 7. This partnership is now worth 10.
So with St. Lucia having a further 11 overs to go, we have not really seen that much positive intent since the entrance of Kevin Gassi, but they may view it as an investment stage, just getting acclimated to the conditions there. Kevin Gassi has faced 12 deliveries, he has scored 5, but Bolton Sayers has been around for 92 deliveries, and I suspect, Dwight, if you're able to bring up this well-deserved half century, that thereafter we may even see him stepping up his strike rate.
Yes, and it's going to be Grant to continue from the media center. It was a straight delivery, and Sayers just pushes it to the mid-on fielder. Sayers continues to look very impressive in everything that he's done so far in this competition, whether it be bat or ball. He's been very impressive. And There's a change in the field, so the extra cover has now gone onto a sweeper. They've now employed a sweeper on the offside. That one is full, and Sayers just pushes it back to Grant, who fields of his own bowling. Grant in his second over. He's only considered the 5 runs so far. He's not been causing much problems, but very tight in the line and length that he's bowled so far. Sayers looks very comfortable out there. Again, straight delivery, just runs that down to Ferdman. They've gone for one. They were thinking about the second. As a matter of fact, they go for the second. So great running by Bolton Sayers. Very good running there from Sayers.
Yes, the fielder at third man there just basically caught napping. And Sayers playing this one with soft hands and coming back for the second run. And then this takes him to 48, just 2 away from a half century.
That one is full, and Sayers drives gorgeously to the man at sweeper. He's gone through for one. They're coming back for the second. Excellent run in there, and he's made it through comfortably. And with that, Bolton Sayers brings up his half century. This is the first half century recorded by a St. Lucian batsman in the competition so far. So Bolton Sayers, well deserved. He's batted really well so far for the entire tournament, and he definitely deserves that.
Excellent batting here from Bolton Sayers. Well deserved. Has driven exquisitely through the offside all day, and quite fitting that he brings up his first half century with another drive through the offside. St. Lucia would be hoping that Sayers can continue for the remainder of the innings.
Yes. Again, gorgeous looking drive and good running, good communication. Bolton Sayers on top of his game, a man on top of his game right now. Whether it be bat, ball, running between the wickets, he looks the business, and he's doing it for Team St. Lucia. But a lot is still needed. They're only 171 for 7. So despite the fact that he's gotten to his half century, there's still a big job to do. And he's going to be hoping he turns that into a century. Maybe we could see the first century recorded by a St. Lucian and the second of this competition. Who knows? Grant this time wide outside the off stump. Again, Gassi looking to force that one for the offside. The umpire signals wide. And the total moves up by 1 to 172.
Yes, St. Lucia would need now for Kevin Gassi to possibly play a more enterprising innings. More aggression would be needed from him. This one is excellently played down the ground. But only the single. And with that, the score moves on to 173 for 7, and 40 overs have gone by.
Yes, this partnership, these two, they've put on 17 for the 8th wicket. So exactly what is required at this time. We have 10 overs left, with St. Lucia being 173 for 7. James, what do you think would be the sort of score that they would be hoping to get with 10 overs left and 3 wickets in the dugout?
Well, if Bolton Sayers continues to build up his strike rate, and if Kevin Gassi can come into his own and play the way that we know that he can play, they could possibly get 60 in the next 10 overs, and that would possibly take them into that 230, maybe even 240 range.
It's going to be Lewis to continue. Full. This time Gassi drives. Back to Lewis. Fumbles a bit, but there is no chance of a single there. This time much better length. And Gassi is only able to push that back up to him. So it's going to be Lewis to continue to Kevin Gassi. And he forces that off the park foot down to long off for an easy single. And that brings the man Bolton Sayers back on strike. And so far, Sayers has faced the 306 deliveries in the competition so far. And that's the most. And he's gotten 157 runs so far in this competition. So with that, he's definitely among the leading run scorers in the competition. So Bolton Sayers putting his hand up for country and also maybe Windward Island selection. We wait to see. That one is down the leg side. It's going to be signaled wide by umpire Johan Williams. Lewis in his third over. So far he's gotten 1 for 8. That one is full outside the Osterman. Sayers drives to the man at on sweeping on the boundary. They've gone through for 1, and it's only going to be 1. Good fielding there by Joe Williams to keep them to 1. But again, a very good-looking drive from Sayers.
Yes, and Captain Wilson succeeding there in blocking off the main scoring areas for Bolton Sayers.
And this time Gassi turns it into the onside for an easy single. The man off the square leg boundary comes in. You're only able to get 1 there. Kevin Gassi looks to be growing in confidence. So far he's got the 8 of the 17 deliveries. So definitely growing in confidence. This is going to be the last ball of Lewis's third over. And he's full outside the off stump. And was that a drop chance? By the reaction of Lewis and that of the wicket keeper, I think that was a chance. So Bolton Sayers being put down off the bowling of Lewis.
St. Vincent would have loved to have seen the back of Bolton Sayers here. And we saw that the bowler Russian Lewis really jumping up in agony that the catch was not taken. But Bolton Sayers lives to fight again. The score moves on to 177 for 7. St. Lucia have a further 9 overs there to really put up a formidable total. The opportunity was indeed there to take that catch, Dwight.
Yes, Lewis very disappointed with his wicket keeper who grasped this one. I think this is the second life Bolton Sayers has actually gotten today. And we're going to have a change of bowling. A change of bowling from the media center end. It's number 28. So that's the return of Watson Seaton, the left arm spinner. So far his previous spell, he bowled the 7 overs, only considered the 16 runs. Went wicketless. Based on the way that he bowled, he probably deserved 1 or 2. Only considering 16 runs in 7 overs. So very tight bowling from the left arm spinner. He gave nothing away to the St. Lucian batsman. Now he's coming in a phase where I expect the St. Lucian batsman to be a bit more aggressive with only 9 overs left. And sitting again right where he left off, and with the introduction of Seaton, there's a slight drizzle. Again, hopefully that does not last. Seaton bowled shorter and Gassi pushes it to backward point. Thinks of a single, but Lewis in sharply, and there's no opportunity for a single there.
Yes, and with Gassi facing up to the left arm spinner, surely as a left-handed batter, he should be looking to muscle a few with just 8.3 overs to go.
Yes, the left arm spinner, with maybe turning the ball into Gassi, would favor this matchup. And this time it's full. Gassi looking to drive, beats the bat.
But Watson Seaton has maintained his quality and has also maintained his economy. A really good bowling here from Watson Seaton.
Yes, Seaton continues to be very tight, bowling lots of dots. He's already bowled 38 of them so far. So very tight stuff from the left arm spinner. Again, that one is full, and Gassi looking to play a sweep shot. Is that a top edge? There's an appeal. And the umpire gives him out, so Gassi has to go looking to play some sort of a sweep shot. Got the top edge, and Seaton gets his first wicket. Well deserved.
But I'm really not sure you could call that a sweep shot. I'm lost for words as to a description of this one. It was really played with no conviction, no confidence. Just looking at it of the replay again, Dwight, usually when batters go for the sweep, you get down on one knee. But he's trying to play this one upright, somewhat of a paddle. And we see in celebration, the bowler is taking off his shoe as if to indicate that he is really calling the new batsman in or phoning home. Good bowling here by Watson Seaton, and he finally gets rewarded for his economy.
Yes, and Kevin Gassi has to go. He's gone for 8 of the 22 deliveries, and St. Lucia now 177 for 8, with just one delivery away from the 42nd over. St. Lucia may find themselves not being able to bat out the 50 overs, but the incoming batsman is that of Sky Laffey, and he's going to be facing up to Seaton.
Yes, so I would have discussed that Sky Laffey does have the all-round ability. He has not represented this ability thus far, but he has a further 8.1 overs to do just that.
And in the previous game, Aaron Joseph showed his ability with the bat. He did get 16 in a partnership of 66 with Sean Neil Edward. So the St. Lucian team, they do bat deep. They're going to be hoping for something similar to the in terms of partnership. That one is full, and Laffey gets it. There's a chance of a run out here at the bowler's end, and Watson Seaton is not able to collect that one. So Bolton Sayers gets back. Bit of a suicidal run there, I would say. So Sayers lucky to get away with that poor communication between the pair.
Yes, and this could have spelled disaster there for St. Lucia, but fortunately for them, Bolton Sayers would remain at the crease for a little while longer, and Dwight Sky Laffey would be a bit low on confidence where batting is concerned. He did have a wonderful spell bowling his 4 overs in the previous encounter for only 7 runs, but he would need to deliver the goods today with bat in hand.
Yes, Laffey does have all-round ability. He's shown that locally, but he's yet to do this so far in this competition. And Lewis bowls to Sayers, and once again Sayers just works that down to the man at long on. They're pushing for 2, but it's only going to be 1. Good fielding by the man at long on. Sayers now moves on to 53. 53 of the 101 deliveries so far. Has included 4 boundaries. Lewis in his 4th over. A bit of a surprise package in terms of bowling, because like you said, he's listed here as a wicket keeper, but he's doing the business right now with the ball. That one is flatter, faster down the leg side. Good take by wicket keeper, and the umpire signals wide. This is the 14th wide so far in this inning.
We had discussed, right, not really your traditional off-spinners action. But you can see based on his release that he's looking to do different things.
This time, much better communication. Laffey pushed that one to the man at short curve, and they've gone through for easy single. So much better communication this time from the pair.
St. Lucia would want Bolton Sayers on strike for the majority of the overs remaining.
And Rashawn Lewis, he's getting through his overs quickly, quite quickly. Doesn't have much of a run up. We're already into the 45th 43rd over. That one says making room. Looking to get that one through the offside, but a bit too close. A bit too close for that shot.
Yes, but the innings just meandering at the moment.
That one is full, and that's driven and has gone through the man at cover down to long off for another easy single. And Sayers now moves on to 54. With only 2 wickets left in the hut and 1 delivery shy of the 43rd over, so Lucia would have to get a move on. That one is shorter and Lafay in behind it, looking for a non-existent run. And we've come to the end of Lewis's 4th over. He's got the 1 for 14. And at the end of the 43rd over, St. Lucia 181 for 8.
Yes, Dwight, and with those 7 overs to go, Luke Wilson does have 4 overs from his fast bowlers remaining. He has 2 remaining for the aggressive and impressive Courtney Franklin, and he actually has 3 overs from McDowell, so he has 5 overs that he can call upon his 2 main strike bowlers.
Yes, lots of options for Captain Luke Wilson.
But choosing to go with Watson Seaton once more, who was bowled quite well.
That one is full in the block hole, as they would say. But Sayers up to it. Again, we've got some rain with us, unfortunately. Again, we're hoping that it's a passing shower, as they would say. Groundsmen don't seem to be worried about it. Short, wide. Sayers looking to run that down to the vacant third man boundary. Not able to make contact. He's been playing that shot very well so far in this inning. One of his preferred shots. Again, pretty similar, but that one a lot closer, and he's able to get back on that one. Down to the man at short third man for an easy single. Luke Wilson comes around to his left. That's the fielding. So Sayers showing a lot of faith in Sky Lafay. You would think at this time he would maybe try and get face as many as possible, but he's quite comfortable giving Lafay the single. And that one is shorter, and Lafay pushes it to square leg, and they're going for a quick single. Very good running. Rashawn Lewis maybe a bit late in setting off. Probably should not have been a single, but great communication nonetheless by the 2 batsmen out there. They've now put on 6 so far for the 9th wicket. Again, that one shot outside the off stump. Sayers looking to run that one down to third man. 3rd time in the over so far.
Yes, right. But with just a few overs to go, one would have thought that Sayers would have taken some more aggressive.
A very good looking drive there on that occasion. Down to long off. Again, it's only going to be a single, but very good looking drive. One thing I've been most impressed with so far is the way Bolton Sayers has gone about his inning. He's been very patient, but like you just alluded to, with only the 6 overs left, maybe it's time to get a move on and try and maximize those 36 deliveries that he has.
Definitely would have been around for a long time. Came in quite early in the piece with St. Lucia losing those 3 wickets in a bit of a hurry. And they would need for him to get them somewhere around that 220, 230 mark.
Yes, and with 6 overs left, Luke Wilson has decided to bring back his strike bowler, that in Devontae McDowell. So McDowell replaces Royshawn Lewis from the pavilion end. Is going to be bowling to Bolton Sayers, who's now on 56 of the 109 deliveries. So he's been in for a very long time. It's now maybe for him to push on.
But with that drizzle, we see that the groundsmen are on standby.
Shot, and a fantastic looking shot there from Sayers again. He's only going to get one to the sweeper. But again, textbook cover drive there from Sayers.
Yes, and I really love the intent that we saw there from him. Just stroking this one quite elegantly for the offside, but he set off and he was motioning that he wanted to. But Sky Laffey now has his opportunity to really get things going for St. Lucia.
Yes, Laffey getting his second opportunity with the bat. He's currently on 2. And good delivery, extra bounce from McDowell. But very good running, very good communication. That one seemed to have come off the glove of Laffey into the offside, and they've gone through for a comfortable single. In the previous game, Laffey only made 3. He's now moved on to 3. So St. Lucia will be hoping for quite a few more from him as the rains get a bit heavier. That's full, and Bolton plays that through the backward point region, and that's going to go for 4. Full delivery outside the off stump, and he just guided that past the man at backward point to the boundary for 4. So 4 runs, and that is the intent that we were asking for of the previous over.
It's right, and although we've been calling for some more aggression from Sayers, he's basically telling us that he can get those boundaries without the need of that aggression. Just skillfully played, opening the face of the bat and just staring it past the fielder at the backward point, and the third man fielder really had no chance. So good batting there from Bolton Sayers.
Yes, Sayers clearly looking to push the scoring rate up in that over. And again, that shot, he works that into the onside. They've gone through for 1. There's a possibility for a second, and yes, he's going to come back for the second. Again, excellent running from Bolton Sayers, showing some intent, showing some positivity in that over. And he moves on to 63. St. Lucia now 190 for 8. 10 runs away from what would be from getting 200 at one point. It looked like they would have struggled to get to 200, but they're in a good position to do so right now.
Yes, Bolton Sayers has played a crucial knock here towards that effort.
And again, that's full, that's down the leg side, and that's flicked away down to fine leg for 4. So the runs flowing off the bat of Bolton Sayers so far in that over.
This is lovely batting indeed, Dwight Thomas. Bolton Sayers really looking the part, showing that he has what it takes to find the ropes when needed, just by manipulating the field. Almost reminds me of a Kane Williamson there, Dwight. He never looks overawed at the occasion, and he will just find a way to hit you quietly.
Again, he works that into the onside, and that's going to go close to the fine leg boundary. And as a matter of fact, he's gone over the rope right now. Valiant effort from the man at fine leg, but that has gone into the boundary for 4. So Bolton Sayers definitely improving his strike rate. Fantastic over for Team St. Lucia. They've gotten 20. Is it 20 of that over? It's 16. As a matter of fact, it's 16 from that over. So Bolton Sayers, and with that, the umpire has decided now it's time for the ground staff to come in. So we will have a short break in play, but Bolton Sayers was a man on a mission in the last over.
It's not quite when St. Lucia would have wanted that break. With the momentum that Bolton Sayers had injected into the innings, he has found a way strictly by manipulating the field to get those boundaries, and has raced on to 71. It is actually possible, Dwight, that Sayers could bring up even a century. St. Lucia's score now stands on 200 for 8.
Yes, as the rains has come, St. Lucia on 200 for 8. 5 overs left. Hopefully it's a brief shower, and we're able to get back there as quickly as possible. But just to give our viewers as to keep updated as to what happened earlier, against St. Lucia 200 for 8. Noel Leo, he went, caught Gibson, bowled Franklin for 22. Khan Elcock caught Franklin, bowled McDowell for 1. Theo Edward caught McDowell, bowled Franklin for 15. Jonathan Daniel was bowled off Luke Wilson for 19. Bolton Sayers 71 not out. Tariq Edward caught Richardson, bowled Franklin 11. Royce Paul caught Gonzalez, bowled McDowell for 28. Shawnil Edward, LBW, of Lewis for 7. Kevin Gassi caught Gonzalez, bowled William Sitton for 8. And Sky Laffey not out on 3. So St. Lucia 200 for 8 in the 45th over. And in terms of bowling, Devontae McDowell has bowled 8 overs, 2 for 52. Courtney Franklin, 8 overs, 3 for 46. Luke Wilson, 8 overs, 1 for 30. Watson Seaton, 9 overs, 1 for 19. Joe Williams, 6 overs, considered the 27 runs, wicketless. Royshawn Lewis, 4 overs, 1 for 14. And Cody Grant only bowled 2 overs and considered 12 runs.
Well, the rains have really interrupted a quite entertaining display from the St. Lucian batting effort, with Bolton Sayers really motoring on now to 71, and St. Lucia have gotten to 200 for 8. So we will get back to you with more action once the rains have abated. So we'll see you back after the break.
And welcome back to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in match number 7, the grand finals between St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Lucia. We just had a rain interruption, which lasted for some 50 minutes. So St. Lucia is going to resume their batting. And St. Lucia at this point 200 for 8. With Bolton Sears 71 not out and Sky Laffey 3 not out. Just going through the scorecard very quickly. Noel Leo was Scott Gibson, Bull Franklin for 22. Canel Cock, Scott Franklin, Bull McDowell for 1. Theo Edward, Cock McDowell, Bull Franklin for 15. Jonathan Daniel, Bull Wilson for 19. Bolton Sears, as I indicated, 71 not out. Tariq Edward, Cott Richardson, Bull Franklin for 11. Royce Paul, Cott Gonzalez, Bull McDowell for 28. Sean Edward, LBW Lewis for 7. Kevin Gassi, Cott Gonzalez, Bull Seaton for 8. And Sky Laffey not out on 3. For St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Devontae McDowell, 8 overs, no maidens, 52 runs, 2 wickets. Courtney Franklin, 8 overs, 46 runs, 3 wickets. Luke Wilson, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 30 runs, 1 wicket. Watson Seaton, 9 overs, 4 maidens, 19 runs, 1 wicket. Joe Williams, 6 overs, no maiden, 27 runs, no wickets. Rashon Lewis, 4 overs, no maiden, 14 runs, 1 wicket. And Cody Grant, 2 overs, no maiden, 12 runs, no wickets. So, Jamal, we had that rain interruption just when Bolton Sears and Sky Laffey was in the midst of another good partnership, some 23-run partnership, saw St. Lucia to the psychological mark of 200. So good inning so far by Bolton Sears.
Yes, definitely he has raced on to 71, and it was quite lamentable that we had to have gone off at that point in time where Bolton Sears really had the momentum going with him, and St. Vincent would be hoping in this remaining 5 that they would keep things quiet. They have brought on their strike bowler, Franklin.
So first delivery down the leg side. White signal by umpire John Maffrey. So yes, with some 5 overs remaining, Franklin would have, one would think, at least 2 out of those 5 overs remaining, Jamal.
Yes, certainly his captain Wilson has really made some master moves, as we've coined it. And there's some sloppy wicket keeping there. What should have been a simple take, the keeper spills the take and the batsmen go through for a single.
So well, it looks, well, it would be safe to say that it is a drop, it's a chance, gonna begin.
So 1 for laughing. Oh shit.
We're seeing by signal now by the umpire.
Yes, a bit of a late call there by the umpire.
And his ball played on. Playing very lazy there. Ball getting an inside edge and ricochet into the stump. So we see the dismissal of Bolton Sears. Very angry with himself at the manner in which he got out. But a good knock nevertheless. Soft dismissal, but a good knock. And the strike bowler Franklin really coming back to do the job for his captain.
Yes, it's been one of the recurring themes in this Our Great Game that after a break, something tends to happen with immediate effect. And on this occasion, Bolton Sayers, St. Lucia's leading batter, just playing a bit casually at one here from Franklin, and he dragged this one back onto his stump. Franklin, very impressive, has picked up his 4th wicket. But Greg, it's worth noting that with that innings of 71 from Sayers, although we're not sure of what has happened in Grizzly and the blissful batting conditions over there, but it would mean that Sayers would have now become the leading run scorer of the tournament.
Yes, Sayers really putting up his hand for St. Lucia in the tournament. I've had the 71, 2 scores of 40 and 45, and I think 20 odd in the last game. So certainly Sayers has played his part in the tournament with the bat for St. Lucia, and with the fall of Sayers' wicket comes in Aaron Joseph. This one, he pushes at this one, runs it down through the wide Foodman region, and we could hear the applause from his teammate.
Yes, and Aaron Joseph got his opportunity in the last game, and he really impressed with both bat and ball, and his efforts were enough to retain his place in today's team. And along with Sky Laffey, they would endeavor to see out Franklin and face the entire.
It looks like an appeal, and is caught behind. So the inning has come to an end with Franklin picking up his 5th wicket. So good returns there for Franklin. 8.4 overs, no maiden, 48 runs, and he has picked up 5 wickets. So good effort with the ball, and perhaps a disappointing end to the St. Lucia's inning. They lost their last 2 wickets for the additional of just 3 runs. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines would be very much pleased with their effort, and more so that of Franklin.
Yes, Greg, I confess, because I am guilty of putting that commentator's curse on the number 11 batter, and young bowler Franklin really being rewarded for his effort. He bowled well from the previous game, picking up 3, and he walks off a standing ovation there, and well deserved. He gets to raise his ball, and whenever you see a bowler raising the ball, it signifies that he has taken either a 5-wicket haul or a 10. Just look at the enthusiasm there, and the management and the coach really happy with the effort of the fast bowler. And St. Vincent would have bowled out St. Lucia for 203 in 45.4 overs.
So for the first time, St. Lucia have been bowled out in the tournament. St. Vincent and the Grenadines now would require 204 runs to win the game and to win the championship as well. The last time these two met on Wednesday, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they were bowled out for 177, Jamal. But it is worth noting that Rashawn Lewis did not play in that game, and he's the leading run scorer. So St. Lucia really would have their work cut out for them, and they would need to make very early inroads into the St. Vincent and Grenadines batting.
Yes, Rashawn Lewis coming into this game, he was the leading run scorer, just overtaken by the effort of Bolton Sayers. Worth noting again that he is the only player thus far to have recorded a century. But Greg, it's a game of glorious uncertainties and shifting fortunes. As we have mentioned, he would be playing on a different surface here at the Darren Sammy. His innings of 137 was recorded at the Grizzly playing field, a very fast outfield over there and blissful batting conditions. So excellent batting conditions here today again, so he does have a chance to show us what exactly he can do. But this score of 203 from the St. Lucians, they would need to really fight hard to keep St. Vincent from getting up to that total. The batting of St. Vincent looked quite organized in the previous game.
Yes, so definitely St. Lucia will have their work cut out. So we will go to break and we will return when 5 minutes before the resumption of play. So until then, we
Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move, and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move.
9.58 seconds. This is the men's world record for the 100 meters sprint. A running speed of 44.7 kilometers per hour. But just how fast will they run in Budapest? The 2023 World Athletics Championships, live in Budapest, Hungary. Act fast and witness the wonder.
Welcome to Winners Sports Beat.
For the most comprehensive sports news broadcast, tune in to Winners Sports Beat, weeknights at 7:30 p.m. Sports Beat features the latest scores, news highlights, and interviews that keeps sports fans informed on what's happening in sports. Winners Sports Beat captures the pulse of the sports world. Watch Sports Beat for exclusive inside information and breaking news on what's really happening behind the scenes. Sports Beat covers the big games, the big plays, and the big wins. Watch Winners Sports Beat weeknights at 7:30 p.m. with daily repeats.
For the best cricket updates, analysis, and an in-depth look at the sport around the world, tune in live to Winners TV every Tuesday from 8:30 p.m. for Cricket Nation, the only show dedicated to cricket in St. Lucia. From the nations to the clubs, the leagues, and the players, Cricket Nation is your window to the world of cricket. So be a part of the nation every Tuesday live from 8:30 p.m. on Winners TV.
9.58 seconds. This is the men's world record for the 100 meters sprint. A running speed of 44.7 kilometers per hour. But just how fast will they run in Budapest? The 2023 World Athletics Championships, live in Budapest, Hungary. Act fast and witness the wonder.
Winners TV is proud to bring to you Strictly Football. 1 hour of exciting football action from around the globe, taking all the highlights from St. Lucia, the English Premier League, La Liga in Spain, Ligue 1 in France, the Bundesliga in Germany, and even the Jamaica Premier League. Follow your favorite teams. You don't ever have to miss a goal. Just tune in to Winners TV at 8:30 p.m. every Monday for all the weekend action and Thursdays for the week's updates. Winners TV brings all the action to you. It's Strictly Football, the action-packed highlight show keeping you abreast with what's happening in the world of football.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move!
9.58 seconds. This is the men's world record for the 100 meters sprint. A running speed of 44.7 kilometers per hour. But just how fast will they run in Budapest? The 2023 World Athletics Championships, live in Budapest, Hungary. Act fast and witness the wonder.
For the best cricket updates, analysis, and an in-depth look at the sport around the world, tune in live to Winners TV every Tuesday from 8:30 p.m. for Cricket Nation, the only show dedicated to cricket in St. Lucia. From the nations to the clubs, the leagues, and the players, Cricket Nation is your window to the world of cricket. So be a part of the nation every Tuesday, live from 8:30 p.m. on Winners TV.
Welcome to Winners Sports Beat.
For the most comprehensive sports news broadcast, tune in to Winners Sports Beat, weeknights at 7:30 p.m. Sports Beat features the latest scores, news highlights, and interviews that keeps sports fans informed on what's happening in sports. Winners Sports Beat captures the pulse of the sports world. Watch Sports Beat for exclusive inside information and breaking news on what's really happening behind the scenes. Sports Beat covers the big games, the big plays, and the big wins. Watch Winners Sports Beat, weeknights at 7:30 p.m. with daily repeats.
The Ministry of Health, Wellness and Elderly Affairs invites everyone to participate in the St. Lucia Moves video competition. To enter, create a 1-minute video doing exercise or any physical activity. Add the St. Lucia Moves jingle to your video. Upload the video to your social media pages on Instagram, Facebook and TikTok. Use the handle St. Lucia Moves to tag us along with 5 friends. You can also use the hashtags Ministry of Health SLU, St. Lucia Moves, Ready, Set, Move and Love Your Body. The competition rules: group and individual recordings are allowed. The jingle can be downloaded from our social media pages. Be creative, but content must be appropriate for all ages. Prizes will be awarded for the video with the most likes. Some videos will also be featured in the St. Lucia Moves compilation video. The deadline for submission, April 28, 2023. St. Lucia, let's see you move!
Winners TV is proud to bring to you Strictly Football. 1 hour of exciting football action from around the globe, taking all the highlights from St. Lucia, the English Premier League, La Liga in Spain, Ligue 1 in France, the Bundesliga in Germany, and even the Jamaica Premier League. Follow your favorite teams. You don't ever have to miss a goal. Just tune in to Winners TV at 8:30 p.m. every Monday for all the weekend action and Thursdays for the week's updates. Winners TV brings all the action to you. It's Strictly Football, the action-packed highlight show keeping you abreast with what's happening in the world of football.
9.58 seconds. This is the men's world record for the 100 meters sprint. A running speed of 44.7 kilometers per hour. But just how fast will they run in Budapest? The 2023 World Athletics Championships, live in Budapest, Hungary. Act fast and witness the wonder.
Okay, good afternoon to our viewers and our listeners. We're about to have the commencement of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines inning. Remember, they're chasing 204 for victory. So St. Lucia would have to bowl extremely well, Jamal, if they are to win this game.
Welcome back to our viewers. And sometimes, Dwight, we have seen it time and time again. Small totals make for exciting games. And St. Lucia definitely did not make the full use of their 50 over allocation and were only able to get 203.
Yes, I think the St. Lucians would be disappointed with the overall batting. The standout batter once again, Bolton Sayers, getting a half century. And it looks like it's going to be Kevin Gassi who's going to be opening bowling for Team St. Lucia from the Pavilion end, and the batsmen for St. Vincent, that's Ian Gonzalez and Ethan Gibson. These are the opening batsmen.
Yes, you mentioned again the effort of Bolton Sayers, really the only shining light of an otherwise dismal batting performance. Once again, the top order of the St. Lucian batting really failing to bring home the bacon, so to speak. But it will now be up to the bowling effort to take St. Lucia home.
Yes, you would say so. It's going to be Gonzalez. It's going to be facing up to Kevin Gassi.
But thankfully for Team St. Lucia, their opening bowlers have done the business for them. But you would remember in that previous game, these Vincentian batters really came out with all-out attack. So this may just be the way to go.
Yes, and Gassi, who coming into this game, have the 6 wickets. And yes, Jamal, the opening batters from St. Vincent came out very aggressive in the previous game against St. Lucia, so let's see how they get on. And speaking of aggression, Gonzalez looking to hit that one over the top, not making contact, but Kevin Gassi guilty of overstepping. So not starting on a good note, so it's going to be a free hit to Gonzalez.
Yes, Dwight, we had just called it. Gonzalez once again coming out with aggressive intent. His feet was really, they were really in no position to play that shot. Who knows, Dwight, he must have heard that no ball call quite early from the umpire.
Maybe based on the way that he swung, considering it's the first delivery, maybe I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. We've got a long off and a long on for that free hit. And that shot and that swung over. One bounce. No, it's gone for 6. The umpire signaled 6. So Gonzalez starting off by swinging Kevin Gassi over the midweek square leg boundary, and the umpire has now changed his decision, so it's a boundary.
Yes, this one clearly bounced inside the roof for me. Gassi trying to escape there, trying to go short at the batter. This time was on the line of the body. He had no protection out there at the backward square, so not choosing the right option there, Dwight.
Yes, his two deep fielders had long off and long on, so that would suggest that he's better off bowling fuller length. And again, Gonzalez looking to heave him over deep mid wicket. By the sign of this, it looks like Gonzalez is looking to finish this game within 20 overs. Maybe he's thinking about auditioning for the VBL next season.
Yes, Dwight, this is certainly his assigned role. He came out just like this in the previous game, and if he's able to get a quick fire 30, this would spell disaster for St. Lucia. So the intent is clear.
Yes, and Tariq Edward is having a change of feel. He's now brought the long off in to a mid off, and he's now put the mid wicket out all the way on the boundaries to deep mid wicket. Having seen Gonzalez approach, this time much better. Good delivery from Kevin Gassi. That one a hint of movement away from the right-handed Gonzalez, who's coming into this game having only scored the 54 in his previous 3 innings, so he's been short of runs.
Yes, a lot of chirping there by the St. Lucians after that good delivery from Gassi. But St. Vincent clearly the ones in the ascendancy at this point.
Yeah, the St. Lucians know the importance of getting a couple of early wickets. And this time, Gonzalez looks to heave, only finding the outer portion of the bat through the offside. They've gone for 1. They're coming back for a second. Looking to go a lot straighter than this, but it took the outer portion of the bat down to the cover area where Tariq Edward fields. And they've gone through for 2. With that 2, the score now moves on to 7 in the first over.
Yes, although Gonzalez didn't really execute as well as he intended, I admire the approach, Edward. When facing up to a small target, statistically, it has been proven that this is the best way to go. Someone needs to take the bull by the horns quite early.
I think he's taken a page from Noel Leo in terms of being very aggressive at the top. Maybe that's his role within the team, to put pressure back on the St. Lucian opening bowlers. Kevin Gassi pulls out. Maybe they run up not quite right. Umpire signals dead ball. Like you said, there's lots of chirping out there. Noel Leo, the wicketkeeper, is right in the face of Gonzalez, maybe trying to put some pressure on him. The umpire is having a word with the wicketkeeper in the first sleep.
Yes, but St. Lucia would be hoping to do more chirping with the ball as opposed to verbally. They need to get some early wickets very quickly.
And speaking of wickets, there's an opportunity there that's gone in the air. Khan Elcock has called for it, and he's taken it. So St. Lucia has gotten the first wicket. Kevin Gassi gets the breakthrough, and Gonzalez has to go for 6. Maybe 1 shot too many.
He may have just been affected by the chirping, by the sledging. Someone must have said something to him there, Dwight, that must have rattled him a bit. Could have possibly felt that he had a point to prove, sorting across the line of this one, as we see from the replay. This one had some outward movement. He just planted the front foot down the wicket and had a wild swing, possibly undone by the extra bounce there. Could have spelled danger for St. Lucia with 2 fielders converging under this one. But in the end, catch taken there by, it looks to be Khan Elcock.
Yes, very good catch there. He called quite early, but Sky Laffey had made off. Maybe did not hear that call. Almost got in his way, but all's well ends well. St. Lucia has picked up the first wicket. And we now have the number 7. That is Newton Brown, the incoming batsman. Score now 7 for 1. Just what St. Lucia would have wanted. A few early wickets to get themselves back into this game. Kevin Gassi has delivered the first one.
Yes, Kevin Gassi has been impressive with his new ball bowling in this tournament and just injecting a bit of excitement into this grand final. A wicket very early on. The experiment from St. Vincent did not pay off on that occasion there with Gonzalez and his aggression.
Yes, Kevin Gassi picking up his 7th wicket in this competition. Very attacking field. Tariq Edward has now employed 2 slips. He now has 2 slips in, looking to get the edge. And that's short outside the off stump, and very good start from Newton Brown. Again, the aggression continues. He crushed that one through the offside and for a boundary. And we've come to the end of the first over. Very expensive one. St. Lucia did get a wicket in that over, but it has considered 11 runs of the first over. So good start by the St. Vincent team.
Thus far, this innings from St. Vincent, Dwight, almost a mirror image of that of St. Lucia. We saw the aggression of Leo being matched with the aggression of Gonzalez. then an early wicket, and immediately when the number 3 batter comes in, he gets a short delivery and is equal to the task. The same happened with Theo Edward. So the two teams in this battle of the Saints just exchanging blows here.
Yes, a very aggressive start from the St. Vincent team. They may be trying to get these runs as quickly as possible. Maybe someone mentioned there may be some rain coming, so they're trying to get it done with as quickly as possible. And from the media center end, it's going to be the ever impressive Shawneel Edward, who's going to open the bowling. And so far, Shawneel has the 6 wickets so far in the competition, so he's definitely among the wickets and amongst the runs as well.
Yes, but his part with the bat is done, and if St. Lucia are to lift this trophy, they would require a big effort from the opening bowler, left-arm seamer Shawneel. We've seen some good movement from him away from the left-handers. Let's see what happens today.
And now it's good delivery. There's a loud appeal for a leg before, and he's gone. Umpire John Maffrey has given him out, and Shawneel Edward, first delivery, taking the wicket, getting the breakthrough, and Ethan Gibson has to go without scoring. So St. Vincent now 11 for 2. St. Lucia doing the business.
Yes, Dwight, it seems that I have made amends, having placed the commentator's curse on the number 11 batter in the St. Lucian innings. I had just spoken about the movement that Shawneel Edward has gotten, and this time there he's shaping this one into the left-handed batter. He shows poor technique on this occasion, falling over towards the offside and playing across a straight one. And well done to Shawneel, seeing the back of the opening batter, Gibson.
Yes, and as we mentioned earlier, the St. Lucian team would be quite happy to see the back of these two batsmen who in the previous game got off to a really good start. So very good start there by the St. Lucian opening bowlers. Both Shawneel and Kevin Gassi has picked up a wicket each. And St. Vincent now find themselves 11 for 2 in all sorts of trouble. And the new batsman is the century maker, the only century we've seen so far, and that's Rashawn Lewis. So St. Vincent will be hoping that he will be able to repeat that century that he got in his second game, I believe. Remember, he sat out the last game and he's only in for this game. So a lot will be dependent on Lewis.
Yes, he did sit out of that previous game, what you called a dress rehearsal. So possibly being used today as somewhat of a secret weapon, with St. Lucia not having seen him, not having the opportunity to strategize against him.
And first ball, he just deposits it over mid-on for 4. This must be a T10. Maybe I'm mistaken, but the approach of the St. Vincent batsman has really been very aggressive. And Rashawn Lewis just continues where he left off, where he got 147 in the previous game. He's just continued from where he left off.
Dwight, it may not be a T10, but the ball is white, and this is how you play white ball cricket. This is the new way of playing. This one was dug into the pitch, the batter clearing that front leg and getting some good elevation over the mid-wicket region.
And Shawneel this time short, and Lewis goes, and there's a big appeal for caught behind, and Lewis has to go. He's not happy with the decision, but the St. Lucian players are ecstatic, and St. Vincent in all sorts of trouble. They're now for free, 15 for free.
I'm just not understanding what's going on here, Dwight. This one was short and wide, feet in no position to play that shot. I'd really love to see this one on replay. It seemed that the St. Lucian slip cordon, they knew that he had found the edge. Let's just look at this one here. May have been just that slight deviation, just right away. Noel Leo tossing that ball up in the air. Seems he knew that he had touched it there. And the big player for St. Vincent goes. Rashawn Lewis heads back into the dugout. St. Vincent and the Grenadines under some real pressure here at the DSCG.
Rashawn Lewis has to go for 4. And the new batsman is going to be Joe Williams, left-handed Joe Williams. with the yellow Australian pads. And St. Vincent chasing a meager total of 204, now 15 for free. And Shawnil Edward continues to impress. He's taken 2 wickets so far and he's only bowled the 3 deliveries. But I'm very surprised at the approach from the St. Vincent batsmen. Again, I know it's a 50-over game. Maybe they know something that we don't. But a very, very aggressive approach to that total of 203.
Although they do have the benefit of knowing the exact total that they need to chase. And they've clearly devised a strategy as to how best to go about it.
Well, the required rate is only 4. But they're going about it like they're chasing maybe 400. And the solutions are right on top. There's plenty of chat out there. St. Lucia sends the opportunity to run through the St. Vincent team. And maybe the umpire is going to have a word with the fielders. Yes, umpire Johan Williams just having a word with the fielders. It's going to be Edward. This time good delivery, good shape. With Williams right in behind us. I think this is the first defensive shot that we've seen so far.
Yes, Joe Williams there charged with the responsibility of restoring some sanity to the Vincentian batting effort.
So partnership is desperately needed there. They're currently going at 9 runs and over. But importantly, they've lost 3 wickets. Edward full, a bit of swing, but that's a wide. He started that one a bit too wide. Umpire signals wide, but good shape there for Edward, promising signs.
Yes, looking to just bring the slip cordon into play, searching for that fuller length. This is good bowling here from Shawnil. He has picked up 2 quick wickets and only into his first over, so immediate impact on this grand final.
And that one is a bit shorter outside the off stump. Williams just pushes it out to the man at backward point. That's Captain Tariq Edward. So Williams, different approach from what we've seen so far. A bit more circumspect. Maybe he's learned from having seen the three previous batsmen playing aggressive shots. He's decided that he's going to stay in and bat as long as possible. So that is exactly what is required at this point. And that one, Shawnil beats the outside edge. Not the best of keeping by Noel Leo. And that has gone over the boundary. Signal biased by the umpire. So Noel Leo being a bit sloppy there. But we've come to the end of an eventful second over. St. Vincent 16 for free.
Yes, Dwight, but in all fairness to Noel Leo, this one didn't have as much carry as the previous deliveries, and dropping just short of him, and could have made a better effort, could have put his body on the line here for Team St. Lucia, but just taking his eye off the ball literally, and this one getting past him and just gifting 4 runs to St. Vincent.
And I've just been informed by Mr. Roland Cox that Noel Leo has actually considered the most buys so far in the competition. So that's definitely not a record that he would want to be known for. So Noel Leo has to do a lot better with the glove. But we're going to have Gassi to continue. That's short. And again, the batsman looking to hit that one over the leg side boundary, not making contact. But Brown continues with his aggression. Only his second delivery. Remember the first delivery he faced, he deposited over the onside and is looking for that same shot again. So Brown will continue to be aggressive despite having lost 3 wickets.
As well, we all love to see exciting cricket, but Brown would need to restore some sensibility. He needs to take a sensible approach to the innings here and just calm things down for his Vincentian team.
Gassi ball this time. Brown solid in defense, much better this time, but good areas from Gassi. So far, Kevin Gassi in his second over did take a wicket in the first over, that of the aggressive Gonzalez.
Interestingly there, Dwight, he just defended this ball and 7 fielders converged as he just defended that ball on the wicket.
Yes, St. Lucia sends an opportunity to run through St. Vincent, so they're trying to put as much pressure as possible on the batsmen. Gassi bowls outside the off stump, firm drive down to mid-off. There's an opportunity for a run out. Direct hit from Aaron Joseph, but the umpire says not out. So good communication there.
It's a direct hit there from Aaron Joseph, and again 5 fielders run into Aaron Joseph to congratulate him. So the St. Lucians really believe that they are on top at the moment.
Yes, and they're very much so. Plenty of energy out there. I think one thing so far in the competition, St. Lucia would be disappointed with the way that they fielded. So hopefully that energy brings about some good fielding. It's outside the off stump, full delivery. Williams camped on the back foot. He would have been better off maybe coming forward looking to drive this one. But again, maybe waiting for a short delivery. He went nowhere, but he did keep his eyes on that one.
Yes, but with the quick start that they've had, they would just need Joe Williams to just hang around for a while. We saw the benefit of biding your time with the way that Bolton Sayers from the St. Lucian batting effort played.
Good delivery, good length, good line by Kevin Gassi. Williams allows this one to go by, to be taken by wicketkeeper Noel Leo. Coming into this game, Joe Williams was the 86. He had 86 runs coming into this game. Top score 33. Only Rashawn Lewis, in terms of the St. Vincent team, had more runs than him coming into this competition. So a lot is required and a lot is expected of him.
Yes, but just speaking of Rashawn Lewis, I was really excited when I saw that first shot from him. Would have loved to have seen a bit more.
And Gassi again tight on the off stump. Williams right up to it, pushes it back to Gassi, who fields off his own bowling. And Kevin Gassi has now come to the end of his second over. He's bowled 2 overs, 1 for 12. And at the end of the third over, St. Vincent 21 for 3. This over was not as eventful as the previous 2 overs. So maybe they've calmed down a bit.
Yes, but we've seen that calming effect of Joe Williams, but Brown at the other end he's still showing signs that he just wants to attack. It may not necessarily be the worst way to go. Sometimes, Dwight, you need to combat fire with fire, but he just needs to go about it in a sensible manner.
And Edward continues, this time full on the leg side. Brown only able to find the man at square leg, and there is no run. Excellent fielding there by Royce Paul. Shonil Edward very full on that occasion, looking for a hint of swing. So far he's gotten the ball to shape slightly away from the left-hander. He's going searching for that swing, that full swinging delivery. He's got 2 slips, encouraging that. And this time, good delivery from Sean Hill. Again, a hint of a way swing there. But Brown right in behind it. Very well played. He's now on 5 of the 5 deliveries.
Yes, St. Vincent would really require a big effort from Brown today. He did look quite good on that front foot, Dwight, getting out to really negate the movement on offer.
And Sean Hill again looking for that full searching delivery, but a bit too straight. Brown works that down to the man at fine leg. An excellent fielding by Aaron Joseph. Keeps it to 1. Score has now moved up by 1. They're now 22 for the loss of 3. Brings Joe Williams, the left-handed Joe Williams, into strike. Very attacking field being set there by Tariq Edward. He doesn't have the 2 slips. He's at backward point, cover, mid-off. There's a mid-on. Square leg, Two fielders out are Ferdman and Fine Leg. Again, full delivery, good delivery by Shawnil Edward, completely beating Joe Williams, all ends up. What is most impressive about that is the carry the young man is getting.
Yes, but on that delivery there, a very full one, but the feet of Joe Williams going nowhere, just rooted to the crease. And this is not how you combat swing bowling, right?
Yes, in the previous game, that was highlighted as well. He tends to play from the crease. Seems to be waiting for a short delivery. And this time, Shawnil straight to come, and there's a chance for a cut and bowl, but Shawnil puts it down. He turned Williams inside out on that occasion. Tough catch, but Shawnil would have backed himself to actually complete this.
Shawnil Edwards showing himself to be quite a good athlete. He made a valiant effort here. We'd love to see this one in a replay. And there we go. Joe Williams really turned around by the swing on offer here, closing the face of his bat. One of the cardinal errors here, and a very good attempt by Shawnil Edward, trying to grab this one on in his follow-through.
Edward bowls this time is short, and Williams looking to crash that one through the offside, not making contact. Umpire Marfred decides it's a bit too wide, so the score now moves up by 1. But again, Shawnil is getting the ball to move away from the left-handers, and Williams would be better served, looking to play a lot straighter.
Yes, the very skilled Shawnil Edward. But we must highlight it, Dwight, that after just turning the batsman around with that swing bowling, he's going short and wide outside the off stump instead of attacking the pegs.
And that one is full again, looking for swing. Williams this time is able to just push it into the onside to Royce Paul at the square leg, and there is no run. So we've come to the end of Shawnil's second over. Very impressive so far. He's gotten a 2 wickets and conceding only 7 runs. So St. Vincent now 23 for 3. So far this pair has put on 8 for the 4th wicket.
Yes, so the Vincentian batters would need to keep the rules of the tournament at the forefront of their minds. They need to remind themselves that this opening burst from Gassi and Edwards can only last 8 overs before they would be required to be taken off the attack.
Gassi will continue. Full outside the off stump, and again Brown looking to deposit it over mid-on. He's aiming for the Johnson Charles stand there. Again, not making contact. Again, he's maybe better off looking to hit that over mid-off. That ball was wide outside the off stump, but looking to tug it onto the onside.
But Dwight, in fairness to him, that fielder at mid-on was way inside the circle. And Gassi is getting appreciable movement back into him. So I just feel that the shot was on. It's just that the execution was not there.
It's again wide outside the off stump, and that one came back in. That might have just shaved the off stump. Gassi getting that one to jog back into Brown. Again, Brown looking for the similar shot, looking to hit that over Skylafi at mid-on, not making contact. So again, he continues to be very aggressive despite being 3 down in the 5th over.
Yes, right, but truthfully, again, I see no problem with the offer here. You need to fight fire with fire. It's just that he needs to get that right leg a bit closer to the line of the ball. He's leaving too much of a gap between bat and pad.
And this time, Bush bowled, dragged it on. Gassi wide outside the off stump. Again, Brown looking to maybe drive that one through the offside. He's only able to get an inside edge, and he has to go bold Kevin Gassi. So St. Lucia has St. Vincent in all sorts of trouble, 23 for 4.
A disappointing end head, while we were just calling for him to just get that front foot a bit closer to the line of that delivery, but on this occasion here, a much fuller one from Gassi, getting the inside edge of the bat and just ricocheting onto the stump. St. Vincent in some real problems here at the DSCG.
Yes, as we see that on replay. Again, very full outside the off stump. He managed to just drag that one back onto his stumps. And Brown has to go.
Just look at it there, Dwight. Got that foot straight down the wicket as opposed to across to the line of that delivery. And really one of the only possible results. He lost his wicket. And with that wicket, Richardson walks to the crease.
Yes, and we could hear the parents and spectators applauding the St. Lucian start so far.
It's Kevin Gassi and Sean Edward doing the business for St. Lucia once more. Gassi picking up his second wicket. So far, he has bowled 2.3 overs and has taken 2 for 12.
Yes, very good start by the opening bowlers. I do know down in Soufre, everyone will be tuned in watching Kevin Gassi. They're very proud of the achievements, what he's been able to achieve so far. And it's going to be Gassi to Richardson. And good delivery outside the off stump. There's an appeal, but a hopeful appeal, if anything else. That's more out of hope. But very good delivery. The St. Lucians putting some pressure on the umpires. But the umpire says not out. Kevin Gassi, very impressive opening spell so far.
Yes, but just looking at the replay here, the batter was nowhere close to this one. So all the appealing here is just to maintain the excitement that our grand final truly deserves.
Yeah, they've got to be careful there. Yeah, the batsman nowhere near this one. And Gassi bowled again. That beats the bat. Again, there's an appeal. That's not out. Umpire signals not out. Again, batsman nowhere near this one. But again, Gassi continues to improve with that hint of a way swing.
This one much closer there, and a very beautiful delivery from Kevin Gassi, really testing out the new batter Richardson on the line of his off stump here. Very good new ball bowling.
Yes, the St. Vincent batsmen really got to stay in. It's a tough period, but it usually gets easier. Again, Kevin Gassi is third over, so after this he only has one more. So that is something that they should keep in mind. And Gassi this time straighter, and Richardson right in behind it, but Gassi guilty again of overstepping on that occasion. So that is actually going to be a no ball, an opportunity for Richardson to get a free hit and free his arms.
Yes, he's been bogged down for the 3 deliveries that he has faced thus far. Would remember in Gassi's previous over, he was guilty of bowling a no ball, and the batter Gonzalez really punished him over the deep backward square region. So a chance here for Richardson to get off the mark and to just break the shackles.
And he hits that one to the cover fielder, but it's caught, and there's an opportunity for a run out. Noel Leo collects it and is out. And the umpire, there's an appeal, and the umpire has finally given him out. So despite it being a free hit, St. Vincent has lost a wicket to the run out route on the free hit. Absolutely poor communication there by Richardson. Just decided to run down the wicket. An excellent presence of mind by the man at cover to get the ball back in quickly, and Noel Leo did the rest.
There was really no chance of a single there at all. The batsman would have felt that he played a good shot, and his timing on this one deserved a single, but there was no response from his batting partner at the other end, Joe Williams. This is really poor from St. Vincent after being in so much trouble already, just gifting St. Lucia a wicket.
Excellent work by Noel Leo, diving to get the stumps out of the ground. All 3 stumps, as a matter of fact. And it's unfortunate that St. Vincent has lost a wicket via the run-out route of a free hit. It must be said it was a free hit. So poor communication there, and they're now 24 for 5 in all sorts of trouble. And new batsman is Captain Luke Wilson. If we ever needed a captain's knock, it is today.
Yes, and well said, Dwight. And thus far, Noel Leo's keeping has been underwhelming. And there he was with an opportunity to rectify things just a bit, and making that leap to his left and getting that run and forcing Lucia. Captain Luke Wilson would need to really dig deep to dig his team out of the hole that they're presently in. A bit anticlimactic there from Shawnil Edward. Just straying down the leg side, bowling that wide to Joe Williams, who has yet to get off the mark after facing 9 deliveries.
Yeah, Shawnil guilty of maybe starting a bit too straight. And he's going to be bowling to Joe Williams. That one is short outside the off stump. He flashes outside edge down to the man at third man. They've gone through for a single. Now puts his captain Luke Wilson on strike. St. Vincent now 26 for 5. They still require a further 178 for victory. And that looks a long way away at this point.
Yes, Dwight, but you did mention that it does get easier the more time you spend out there in the middle. And who better than the captain to walk in at this time to just bring a level head to proceedings.
Yes, and Captain Tariq Edward now has employed 2 slips, a gully. There's a third man, backward point, cover, mid-off. It's a very packed offside field. Just the 2 men on the leg side. And Shawnil bowls a full swinging delivery outside the off stump, but Wilson just pushes it to Royce Paul.
Yes, Dwight, and we saw this in the previous game where Shawnil Edward was asked to operate with a 7-2 field, with 7 fielders on the offside and just 2 on the leg side, and he actually did quite well in responding to his skipper's field.
Shawnil Edward, the man out of Maguia Valley. He bowls good delivery, and Luke Wilson is beating all ends up. Fantastic delivery, fantastic shape there again from Shawnil Edward. Luke Wilson had no clue. Again, there was an appeal, but again, the batsman is nowhere near this. But Shawnil Edward continues to impress. He's in his 3rd over. He's gone 2 for 9. Let's not forget, Shawnil Edward is son of Sean Edward, who's a former Windward Islands manager himself.
So I also believe that Sean Edward would have played at a decent level as well in his playing days.
Yes, Sean Edward, his father, Honorable Sean Edward, we must say, who's currently the Minister of Education, would be proud of what Shawnil is doing. So far, he's in his 3rd over. He's got 2 for 10. So excellent stuff from the young man. So far, he's been one of the standout performers in this competition in terms of his all-round ability. He's been amongst the runs, and now he's amongst the wickets as well.
Yes, we can even say that he's the leader of the pack with the bowling department of St. Lucia is concerned.
Again, 2 straight this time. Maybe he's looking for it to swing away, but that one just went straight. And another wide, signal wide by umpire John Maffrey. So Shawnil guilty of strain on the last 2 deliveries. Tariq Edward comes to have a word with him.
Yes, right. You could have seen if you looked at those replays that he didn't really complete his action and just spraying those deliveries down the leg side. Needs to just resettle into this productive line outside the off stump.
And a much better area. That's where Shawnil needs to be. This is the area just on about the off stump. A hint of movement, but Wilson up to the task. Doesn't play at this one. Allows this one to go by to be taken by wicketkeeper Noel Leo.
Yes, this area there is where we call the corridor of uncertainty, where the batsman is really unsure how to negotiate what's coming.
And again, Edward, 2 straight on that occasion, down the leg side. Good footwork by Noel Leo. And another wide from Sean Neal. This is his 4th wide so far in this over.
Yes, well, we were just mentioning about him completing his action. You see that left arm needs to come across to the right pocket, and once it finishes on his left hand side, this would assist in pushing the ball into the left hander, but once he doesn't get it right, it's going to go further down the leg side. So he needs to get that left arm going across his body.
Again, that one full wide outside the off stump, and this time he's gone too wide outside the off stump. The umpire signals wide. So Sean Neal may be guilty of trying to be too hard. St. Lucia well in control of this game. So he just needs to relax and continue what he's been doing throughout the tournament. There's no pressure on the team St. Lucia right now. They're firmly in control of this game.
Yes, good leadership being shown by Noel Leo. The wicketkeeper ran all the way from the stump to the bowler and had to run all the way back.
This is still 2 balls left in this over. This time he gets it right. Yes. Wide outside the off stump, but the umpire says that one is not wide enough. So it's a dot delivery. He's in his 3rd over. Only considered the 13 runs so far. Remember, after this, he only has that 1 over. The fast bowlers are only able to bowl 4 over spells. And that's full, squaring Wilson up. But he defends that to Royce Paul at backward point, and there is no run. So we've come to the end of the 6th over. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 30 for 5. Shonil Edward at the end of his 3rd over is considered the 13 runs and taking the 2 wickets so far. So just what St. Lucia required. Jamal James.
Kevin Gassi and Shonil Edward have really been impressive. It's been remarkable new ball bowling, and they've really injected the excitement that the grand final really needed. St. Lucia would have come out knowing that they did not represent their batting talent quite well, only posting 203.
I see balls, good delivery outside the off stump, but once again Williams off the back foot. Again, it seems to be he prefers playing off the back foot. That one was maybe full enough that he could have actually gotten onto the front foot, but he seems comfortable playing most of the deliveries on the back off the back foot so far. So if anything, Kevin Gassi could get it maybe a bit further up, asking him to come onto that front foot to drive. He does have the 2 slips waiting. And Williams pulls out on that occasion, pulls out. Kevin Gassi is not necessarily happy with that.
It's possibly a bit of gamesmanship being shown here by Joe Williams, just choosing to abort right when Kevin Gassi was steaming in.
Let's see how Gassi responds. That one again, good delivery, but Williams right in behind it. He's been in for the 11 deliveries. He's pretty much played most of those 11 deliveries off the back foot, but he's looked comfortable nonetheless.
Yes, we can say that in the previous encounter between these two teams, Joe Williams was one of the better batters for St. Vincent, and they would need for him to just hang around for at least 20 to 30 overs.
That one beaten. That one hits the bat again. Williams looking to force that one off the back foot, doesn't make contact. And Kevin Gassi continues to impress. He's in his 4th over. This is going to be his final over of this spell. And he's got 2 for 13 so far. His captain, Tariq Edward, will be hoping he maybe gets another wicket or 2 to put St. Vincent and the Grenadines in further trouble. They still require 174 at a required rate of 4. See balls, and there's a loud appeal for a leg before umpire Johan Williams says not out. May have just pitched outside leg from my vantage point, but good delivery nonetheless by Kevin Gassi. It's going to be interesting to watch this one on replay.
Yes, we see Kevin Gassi being able to shape this one back into the left-hander. And this one having a bit too much movement on it there. And I think that movement would have taken that delivery down the leg side. So a good call there by the umpire.
But very good delivery by Kevin Gassi. That one actually came back in and came back in very late into Joe Williams. So despite Kevin Gassi in his 4th over, he's still getting a hint of movement. And again, that one comes back in, and they've gone through for a single. There's a chance of a run now. No, very good communication. Good rotation of the strike there by Joe Williams. Noel Leo not necessarily happy with Laffey, who's at a very shortish mid-on. So he's there to cut off the single, but he was not able to do so on that occasion. And the score has moved up by 1 to 41 for 5. Now brings captain Luke Wilson, who yet to get off the mark on strike. He's faced the 5 deliveries so far.
So Luke Wilson really needs to steady the ship here for his Vincentian team.
Yes, Luke Wilson by nature is a very aggressive player. I did have the opportunity of watching him play a game or 2 in the Dream 11 VPL down in St. Vincent. And Gassi gets full delivery, gets down to come back in. They've gone for a quick single. There's a chance. No. Very good running. They've completed a single that came off the batter. They were thinking about coming through for a second. They have. Despite the fact that the ball ricocheted off Williams, he's decided to go for the second run. So the score now moves up to 33, and we've come to the end of the 7th over. So the end of Kevin Gassi's first spell. Excellent first spell, 4 overs, 2 for 16.
So we've said it time and time again, Dwight. An excellent spell from Kevin Gassi. On that last delivery there, the ball coming off the batter, and we saw keeper Noel Leo just making an inquiry, because typically, Dwight, once the ball comes off the batter, they tend not to go through for the second run.
Yes, and we do have a few people, supporters of the St. Lucian team. A few parents in there supporting the boys on this Friday afternoon. Maybe called in sick, who knows? But we're going to have a change of bowling from the media center end. It's going to be Sky Laffey. Sky Laffey, a proud son of Choiseul. Opposed to Joe Williams, and that's short, and that's hit him in the rib. That seemed to have hurt him. He's down.
Yeah, so Sky Laffey does possess deceptive pace, and he was able to extract remarkable bounce from the surface, and had Joe Williams in a spot of bother, and he is laying flat on the ground right now, and the umpires are signaling for the intervention of the physiotherapist.
Yes, and we see a physio coming out to him. That hit him quite hard in the rib area. Sky Laffey is not the quickest, but he did extract some bounce on that occasion, and Williams was not expecting that.
Yes, and he seems to be in some real pain here, and the physio from the St. Lucian team, you see there Donald Dave Albert lending a hand and giving some treatment.
Yes, while we have this breaking play, we just want to remind our viewers of what has transpired so far in this inning. St. Vincent and the Grenadines right now 33 for 5. Batsmen out. That's Ian Gonzalez. Caught Khan Elcock. Bowled Kevin Gassi for 6. Ethan Gibson LBW to Sean Neil Edward without scoring. Newton Brown was bowled by Kevin Gassi for 6. Roy Sean Lewis caught Noel Leo. Bowled Sean Neil Edward for 4. Not out batsman Joe Williams on 2. Luke Wilson on 2. And Javon Richardson was run out by Noel Leo without scoring. So far for St. Lucia, Kevin Gassi has bowled 4 overs, 2 for 16. Sean Neil Edward, 3 overs, 2 for 13. And Sky Laffey has just bowled 1 delivery in the 7th over so far. Sky bowled very impressively. Sky Laffey bowled very impressively previously in the previous game. I think he bowled very tight lines and lengths, and they're going to be hoping that he continues to do so in this final.
Sky Laffey really doing the business for St. Lucia in the previous game. He had bowled his 4 overs and he only conceded 7 runs. And this was a major improvement from his performance in the previous game. So definitely he is the type of bowler who has gotten better as the tournament has progressed, and he'd be hoping to add some more wickets to his tally.
So Williams is all ready to go. Let's see if Laffey tests him out again. And that's a similar area. Didn't bounce as much as the previous delivery, but that's right on the body line. Williams not able to make contact, but Sky Laffey, very good start. Just continuing where Sean Neil and Kevin Gassi left off.
And Dwight, in the previous game when we had done an assessment of Williams, we said that the way that he sets up, he is prone to be really challenged by some short deliveries. He does not really extend his arms when he's pulling the ball.
Laffey a bit too straight on that occasion. Umpire signals wide. So far he's been very straight in terms of the line that he's bowled. And with a packed offside field, he's better off maybe starting his deliveries a lot wider outside the off stump.
Yes, and in addition to not extending his arms when the ball is dug in shot at him, he gets himself into an uncomfortable position against the fast bowlers. He basically locks himself off. So the St. Lucians would have done their homework against Joe Williams, and that could have been the reason why Laffey is bowling this line around the leg stump to him.
Yes, but with your final leg being rather square, it's a bit risky. I think that's a much better area. That's more of where he needs to be, just outside the off stump. Williams plays it to Tariq Edward, who's at backward point. As lively as ever, Tariq Edward. As a matter of fact, he came into this game so far with 6 catches, leading the way in the field. He's been excellent in the field, very good all-rounder, whether it be bat, ball, or in the field. He's an excellent young cricketer. Must mention that he was just part of a West Indies under 19 training camp, so definitely one for the future. Laffey bowled again straight. There's an appeal, but there's no chance of that being given out leg before.
Yes, and this is what I'm talking about, Dwight. Whenever the ball is pitched on that line here, Joe Williams, he gets himself locked off and unable to really access the leg side and profit of those scoring opportunities. So Williams definitely has some work to do in this area. He has faced 20 deliveries for his 2 runs.
Laffey, full delivery. There's an appeal for leg before. The umpire says not out. Once again, Williams in a bit of discomfort. But good delivery, much better line, much better length from Laffey. A lot fuller on that occasion. There was a big appeal, but the umpire says not out. But that's where Laffey needs to be.
Yes, we see again his struggles continue to those deliveries on the leg stump or on the line of his body.
Hint of movement, but maybe that one pitched just outside the leg stump. Maybe just outside leg. So very good decision by the umpire. And Laffey is final delivery of his first over. And that one is outside the off stump. Williams opened the face of the bat, allows this one to go down to third man where Kevin Gassi fields. And they've crossed through, they've gone through for 1. The score now moves on to 35 for 1 at the end of the 8th over. We're going to have some comments from Jamal James, and there's going to be a change in the commentary sit with Greg Wilson joining us.
Sky Laffey bowling a very good over there for the St. Lucian team. And that over just went for 2 runs and posed some problems for Joe Williams. Joe Williams, who has moved on to 3 of 22 deliveries. And we see a change in the bowling from the pavilion end, and Aaron Joseph gets his opportunity and is into the action here in the com box. Once again, Greg Wilson.
Yes, good afternoon to all our viewers. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines really up against the rope. Jamal James, they need to continue the fight, and more so with Captain Wilson out in the middle. Good first delivery there by Aaron Joseph, who is into the attack. He is coming to replace Kevin Gassi, who had figures of 4 overs, 16 runs, and he picked up 2 wickets. So certainly the opening bowlers have done human service for St. Lucia, both Gassi and Edwards, picking up 2 wickets.
Yes, they could definitely be proud of their returns, and they would hope that Aaron Joseph can pick up where he left off in the previous game. He had immediate impact on the game, picking up a wicket on his second delivery into the attack.
So St. Vincent and the Grenadines really need a partnership from Williams and Wilson. This one, William just fans at this one wide outside the ensemble delivery. Should have allowed to go through to the keeper. Really flirting with danger there, Jamal.
Yes, but this one could have also been dispatched to the boundary, but not a real confident attempt. And he really just flayed the bat at this one without any real conviction.
And this one, from our vantage point, couldn't it look like, be honest, it's sort of hard to call. From our vantage point, it looked like a pickup, but I think the umpires would have been in the best position, and the batsman himself did not pose any hesitation. So we will see if we could pick it up on the replay screen. No, it's kind of difficult, but a good catch nevertheless by the captain, Tariq Edwards. He's very jubilant out there, and Aaron Joseph has really come to the party as well, picking up the wicket of Williams in the third delivery in his over.
Yes, we would have known of Tariq Edward and his exploits in the field. Definitely one of the sharper fielders going around Windward Islands cricket. We had just mentioned that Aaron Joseph had immediate impact as soon as he was brought into the attack in the previous game, and just continuing from where he left off. This time, his third delivery, he sees the back of the left-handed batter, William. So very good bowling there from Aaron Joseph, and good captaincy from Tariq Edward, who has just picked up his 7th catch of the tournament.
Yes, so the new batsman, Grant. Good first delivery there to Cody Grant by Aaron Joseph. So the St. Lucia team really looking to press home the advantage. 6 for 45. Jamal James. Is St. Vincent and the Grenadines in danger of being bowled out below the 48 that Dominicus was scuttled out for?
They're definitely in danger of that at the moment. The St. Lucian fast bowlers, they have their tails up, and they're causing all sorts of problems for these Vincentian batters.
This one angling down the leg side, signal wide by umpire.
Who knows, Greg? The bowling department may just be generous and give some more extras.
So extras so far, 15. So in the context of the game, Jamal, extras actually, they have top scored.
Greg, thus far, no Vincentian batter has entered into double figures.
And this one, full delivery, angling into the pads. The batsman Cody Grant really missed out on the scoring opportunity. So at the end of the first over of Aaron Joseph, 1 over 1 run, and he has picked up 1 wicket.
A good contribution there from Aaron Joseph. Ever since his inclusion into the team, he has done well for his country, and able to wrap the batsman on the pad there in that last delivery with a full toss. I actually felt that this one was quite close, Greg, but the umpire deciding that this one there was not out. Oh, Greg, this one was much closer than we thought. Batsman lucky to get away with that one.
And this one is wrapped on the pad there by Sky Lafayette, Captain Luke Wilson. So this one, Jamal, you reckon would have just clipped the leg stump?
Definitely that full toss from Aaron Joseph looked to be hitting middle, but umpire may have heard 2 sounds on that one, Greg.
This one, Captain Wilson looking to carve this one through the point region. So certainly a big rescue effort is required from Captain Wilson and Cody Grant if they are to dig St. Vincent and the Grenadines, out of this huge hole that they have found themselves in.
Yes, they need to just focus on clawing their way back, and just by being patient and biding their time, every once in a while, St. Lucia has been generous in terms of providing extras to them. The extras tally now moves up to 16.
Yes.
And importantly, Greg, we have not yet seen the introduction of the spinners.
I think with the sort of overcast condition that we are presently experiencing at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. And this one is wrapped on the pad and is given out.
This one
certainly looking to play across the line. Luke Wilson. And looks a bit dejected, but he certainly has to walk back to the players' pavilion, playing across the line, and umpire John Maffrey in the best position, and he is a judge LBW, so not the best of shot there by Wilson playing across the line.
This one was much fuller. Laffey kept begging and begging. He kept probing, looking for that leg before dismissal. But this one was much fuller than the previous ones. The batter opting to play across the line, looking to whip that one to mid-wicket. Missing this one here and being adjudged leg before wicket here by umpire Maffrey. Sky Laffey picking up his first wicket. Thankfully, Greg, we have the benefit of seeing this one again on replay.
Yes, certainly looks like it's pitching line and was hitting middle and leg. So the captain, Luke Wilson, has to depart, and in comes Devontae McDowell, who has done excellent with the ball in this tournament for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Leading wicket takers in the tournament, but he now has to make a contribution with the bat for his team. And this one just angling down the leg side. McDowell getting it off the pad. One run resulting. A leg by. So 38 for 7. Still 10 runs adrift of the lowest totals by Dominica in the tournament.
So we really saw some fight from the Vincentians at the start of the innings. They came out looking to punch their way, but they lost their way quite quickly. Sometimes, Greg, they say that if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. They were overly aggressive, and the first 3 wickets fell in likewise manner.
Yes, the first 2 overs, St. Vincent Grenadines had lost 3 wickets already. And Cody Grant on top of this, the back of a length delivery. So St. Lucia well on the way to capturing the 2023 Windward Island Under-19 Cricket Championship.
Well, Greg, it has been a very good year for St. Lucian cricket. They would have been champions of the Under-15 boys tournament. A good one there by Sky Laffey. And St. Lucia would have been champions of the 50 over leg of the senior women's tournament. They would have gone down to Grenada in the finals of the T20. And here in this Under-19 tournament, they would have won 3 matches out of 3 thus far. And look, certainly in charge at this point, and look like they will regain championship honors here.
Yes, just a short while ago, I was talking to Coach Alton Crafton, and I was saying this very same thing to him, that the pressure right now is on the senior men's team, because the Under-15 would have won, the ladies would have won, the Under-19 well on their way too. So the next team would be the senior men's, really, to see if they could pull off the victory. But it must be noted that all 3 teams won in St. Lucia, and I'm not sure that the senior men's tournament is going to be played in St. Lucia.
Yes, I'm not sure who will host the senior tournament. I suspect that it might be St. Vincent this year. You see a good one by Aaron Joseph. This one pitched up outside the line of the off stump, and the batter McDowell showing some good judgment with a leave. So pressure definitely on the senior team. Their returns in the previous tournament would not have been the best. I believe that they would have been fighting for the wooden spoon, playing for third place, and thankfully they did beat Dominica, and they came third in that last tournament.
So Aaron Joseph looking for his second wicket and looking for wicket number 8 for St. Lucia. St. Vincent and the Grenadines they are reeling at this point. 48 for the loss of 7.
It's good teasing line and length there from Aaron Joseph.
Yes, just outside the off stump. Really, these two should know the importance of spending some time at the crease, because St. Lucia, they're only in the 11th over. So they're pretty much some 49 overs left after this one. And this one plays to Canel Cock at short cover. Really a misfield from him, and batsman able to scamper through for a single.
There's a bit of complacency creeping into the fielding there from the St. Lucian fielder, Can Elcock. What was to be a simple stop, just allowing the Vincentians to get another run.
So St. Vincent and the Grenadines required another 165 of 236 balls.
Yes, Greg, but a very good delivery there from Aaron Joseph. But you did highlight that it has been a good year for St. Lucian cricket, and we would have seen a number of Windward Islands picks from the St. Lucian under 15 team. We got a few women on the team. We got Malaika. We got 5 picks, I believe it was.
And 2 reserves.
All right, so this is wonderful. So looking at this tournament here, Greg, if St. Lucia are to win, as they surely look on course to do so, you will let me know at the end of this over who you believe those players are who have raised their hands and warrant selection onto the Windward Islands under 19 team.
Certainly you're putting me on the spot, Jamal James. But Bolton Sayers for sure, the leading run scorer for St. Lucia. I mean, he has batted admirably in all 4 innings. Shonil Edwards has shown that he has good all-round ability with the bat, and in this game presently with the new ball. I think Captain Tariq Edwards, although he has not come to the party with the bat for me, but knowing that last tournament he was the MVP and we know what he's capable of doing, and he's bowled reasonably well and well in the field. You know, you're certain to get 110% from him. So at this point, I think that these are my 3 picks on the Windward Island, and perhaps Royce Paul would have made the reserves.
I think that's a good assessment, Greg, but I would just ask you, what do you think of the impressive Kevin Gassi, who has bowled the new ball quite well for St. Lucia?
Well, yes, he has bowled a new ball for St. Lucia, but when you look at the likes of Franklin in the tournament, and you look at some of the fast bowler from Dominica who has not come to mind.
The impressive Kyron Phillip.
Right, Phillip.
I could never forget that name. He
yes,
really terrorized the St. Lucian batters.
Yes, I think they are. If you have the likes of Shonil, you have the likes of Phillip, you have the likes of Franklin, and I understood there's another fast bowler from St. Vincent. Bascom, I think, they say, was not present in the team. So I think it would be Kevin Gassi would be hard pressed to really make the team as a fast bowler, to be quite honest.
Yes, he could have probably benefited from putting up a big score today to really show his all-round ability. But Greg, who knows? Possibly if he comes back here today and picks up the remaining 3 wickets, that might just change your mind. Yes, but I think that all of these players from the 4 countries, remember the ultimate goal is to win, yes, but all of these players are really vying for a spot on the Windward Islands under 19 team, and only 15 spots, correct me if I'm wrong, Greg, are available. So possible 13 players from each team. That's 52 players in the tournament just vying for 15 spots.
Well, like I indicate to you, Jamal, at least for now, I think this would have been my free picks from St. Lucia and the one reserve.
Yes, but the fast bowling has been impressive in this tournament, Greg, especially what we've seen here at the Darren Sammy. But I noticed, Greg, I know I'm putting you on the spot, I noticed that you had no room for the leading wicket taker, McDowell.
Well, again, that's all the reason why it will be difficult for Gassi to make the team. Imagine that I even overlook McDowell, who is the leading wicket taker. So there are so many good fast bowlers we've seen in the tournament. So hence the reason why I do not see Kevin Gassi making that team that easily.
Yes. So definitely an interesting point of conversation, which we will explore as we go throughout the day. St. Lucia needing a further 3 wickets for victory, and the Vincentian team needing 164 runs to go off 39 overs. They require the score, they need to go at 4.21 to the over, and currently they're going at a rate of 3.64.
I think the run rate is not an issue for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. I think the main concern would be the number of wickets in hand, and that's why Jamal, we have not had any batsman getting into double figures. The highest score for St. Vincent would be Gonzalez 6 and Newton Brown 6. So certainly the scorecard does not make for pleasant reading. 6-0-6-4-3-0-2-1. Sounds like an area code.
Yes, sir. We had been lamenting the failures of the St. Lucian top order, but on this occasion here, the Vincentian top order, in fact, the entire Vincentian batting lineup to this point, really not putting up their hand.
Yes, really, nobody has had any scores of note.
Yes, and the bowlers would be extremely disappointed with that, having bowled so well to bowl out St. Lucia for a meager 203. They would have expected that their batters would have gone in and sealed the deal and lifted the cup. But this looks almost a task in impossibility at this point.
Well, as much as you may say impossible, I don't know if you heard the news that there's a Sri Lanka number 11 who got a century. Coming in at 11, and he got 100 runs. So nothing is impossible.
Yes, certainly we've seen the tale of so many teams wag and take their teams over the line. Very good bowling there by Sky Laffey, getting this one to climb, and this one almost grazed the glove here. Very good bowling by Sky Laffey.
Yes, Laffey really with his still up, haven't gotten a wicket already. 2.4 overs, 3 runs, and he has picked up a wicket. So certainly had the captain Luke Wilson, LBW.
He's really settled into a good line and length a really good area here from Laffy. But yes, Greg, you were just highlighting that in this modern game, all bowlers really learn how to bat. In times past, you would have been expected to just skittle out the tail quite cheaply, but this doesn't really happen that much in the modern game.
Yes, quite a few of the bowlers do put a price on the wicket. Good tick there by Leo. This one going down the leg side, and really for a split second had 4 written all over it. So Leo, as the keeper for the Windward Island last year, really struggled with the gloves this year.
Yes, he has looked good in patches. There are times where he has really made some acrobatic stops.
Good delivery there by Sky Laffey, just beating the outside edge of Cody Grant.
Yes.
So good end to the over there by Laffey.
Yes, and we could have all seen the potential of Leo with a bat in the hand. And I also noted, Greg, that you did not really have a place for him in your team.
Well, like I said, with the gloves, he has been disappointing for my liking. We have seen one innings of note from Leo where he got some 49 runs.
Yes, so it remains to be seen if the selectors would retain faith in Leo, given his enterprising knocks. Even today, Leo would have scored 22 runs off 9 deliveries. He does look a world apart from other batters when he is on the go. It's just that he has not really put up a big score.
Yeah, well, Leo is always off to a blazing start, but his man of dismissal, Jamal, it shows that he's not really thinking hard and not working hard at the game. Having scored 2 consecutive 6, there was a clear change in feel, and we saw the next delivery end up hitting the ball straight into the extra cover region where the fielder was placed. So.
Yes, so definitely the skill and talent and ability of Noel Leo is not what is in question, but hopefully as he moves along in his career, he could just temper that aggression and add a bit more sensibility to his play. But it remains to be seen if he has done enough to really impress the selectors. I believe that the West Indies under-19 tournament would be a 50-over tournament, Greg. So the team could benefit from the stroke play of a Noel Leo. Most of the other top order batters, Greg, they don't do it quite like he does. So maybe the selectors may see that there is room for his skill set.
Well, like they say, only time will tell, Jamal. We could only speculate from our end.
Yes.
I think in a few hours' time, we'll get to know who exactly has been on the squad. So this one getting the outside edge. Captain Tariq moving smartly to his right, preventing a run. So good fielding again by Captain Edwards.
Yes, so some good speculation there. I would actually be tempted to have him around my team, Greg, given what I have seen from other opening batters. They are generally batters who really take a lot of time to get going, and I may just need someone like Leo to just do some counter punching for me when coming up against, let's say, a Jamaica or Trinidadian team. So I would be tempted.
But again, we have seen the exploit of Leo at the top against fast bowling. it would be a different proposition if he's up against the slower bowlers.
Yes, well, he did come in at number 6 in the first game and did not really trouble the scorers, just as he was looking for an aggressive stroke. Remember, he was caught of that exquisite effort from Gerald Jeremiah at first slip.
So at the end of another over from Joseph. So Joseph has bowled 3 overs, no maiden, 4 runs, 1 wicket. So both Joseph and Lafay, Jamal, they have identical figures.
Yes, they're really having a good day here on the biggest day of the tournament, really putting up their hand for the country. And this is what we've seen from this St. Lucian outfit, even in the previous tournament. The bowlers really answering the call of the captain.
And Cody Grant very much prepared to allow those deliveries to go by to the keeper. So Lafay perhaps need to bowl a little straighter, look to attack the stumps a little more, because Grant, so far, he has faced 14 deliveries and some 12 dots in there. So most of the deliveries are a bit wide outside the off stump, really not prepared to play any shot.
Yes, Greg, I totally agree. But right now, the captain has entrusted him to bowl to a 7-2 offside field. So if he attempts to bowl straighter, it would be basically a giveaway of runs. So possibly a change in the field might assist Lafay in attacking the stumps.
No, but with him bowling straight at the stumps, the batsman would be inclined to play across the line, if anything, because the balls are really shipping into the slip, going away from the batsman. So this brings the slip into play very much. You see exactly what we just spoke about. See, with this one a little closer, he has no choice but to play at it. These are the sort of areas that you would want him to bowl. As I said, down the corridor of uncertainty, he had to play at this one.
Much better bowling there from Sky Lafay. The batsman just prodding at this one outside the off stump. Yes, Greg, I totally agree with your assessment. Possibly Lafay looking to set up the batter with the big in-swinger, drawing him further and further outside the line of the off stump.
Again, you saw Cody started committing himself, and at the last minute really pulled the bat out. So this is a much better area for my liking, in that you're already having the batsman thinking of playing and not just allowing the ball to go through to the keeper. Because with some 7 wickets down already, St. Lucia really needs to press home the advantage and look to wrap up this game as quickly as possible.
Yes, and Lafay into his last over of his first spell. Remember, the rules of the competition dictate that a fast bowler must be given a mandatory period of rest after 4 overs. So he has 2 deliveries left.
So Jamal, would you bring back Shonil Edwards immediately at the end of Sky's Lafay's spell?
It would be a positive move, and experienced captains would know the importance of going for the kill and closing out the innings as quickly as possible. So that would be a good move, but it would also be a good move in my view to bring on the skipper himself.
No, I think with the overcast condition, we saw when St. Vincent and the Grenadines were bowling, as soon as the the first change bowled the 4 overs. Immediately Franklin was brought back into the attack. So I think the same thing should happen for St. Lucia. Bit of inward movement, and there's a hesitation there, chance of a run out. And the fielder, it looked like, was it Royce Paul? Jonathan
Daniel.
Jonathan Daniel.
Yes, Greg, but my only issue is that these two batters, McDowell and Grant, they have not really been challenged enough with the balls being bowled straight at the stump. And this is why I feel that it would be a proactive move for the captain, Tariq Edward, to introduce himself. He bowls at a much quicker pace than the other spinners in this competition, and he was able to even get a hat-trick by just bowling 3 full fast straight deliveries. So with the batters having yet to face this sort of challenge, that would also be a proactive move.
So it looks like Aaron Joseph will be continuing from the Players Pavilion in, and he would be into his 4th over. And much better delivery inside edge.
Yes, Greg. So Aaron Joseph seems to be listening in on this conversation. The batters have not been attacked on the line of the stumps enough. And when he attempted here, the batter Grant being saved by the inside edge.
And this one is whipped off the legs. One bounce to the fielder who goes across from the backward square region. Just 1 run resulting. So good shot there of the pads there by Grant.
Yes. And equally good fielding there by Jonathan Daniel, it looks like. Yes, and so far when Aaron Joseph has operated to the left-handed McDowell, he has been a bit too wide of the stump. What an excellent attempt there in the field. Can Elcock diving away to his left, preventing a certain boundary there.
Yes, good work done there by Elcock. Really full stretch dive there. Looked like he was between the uprights. Where soccer is concerned, Jamal.
Yes, very good fielding there. Elcock has definitely represented himself well as a fielder in this tournament. Sadly, his returns with the bat were disappointing. Didn't do justice to his talents.
Yes, certainly. Elcock this year have scored 2 centuries in the finals of the one in the finals of the school competition and one in the finals of the inter-district competition. So one was really was hoping in the finals of this tournament that he would have come good. Looks like a man for the big moment, but certainly did not shine on this occasion.
Yes, all the more reason why I was extremely impressed with the returns of Bolton Sayers. He would have been into his very first tournament. All other batters would have had their chance to shine in previous years. This is not the first year that Can Elcock, Tariq Edward, Royce Paul, Venner, these guys would have had their chance to shine in previous years, but Bolton Sayers really making his first appearance at this level and exceeding expectation. We may even see him with the ball pretty soon, Greg. He is definitely an option for the skipper.
Yeah, certainly another option, and he has bowled extremely well in the tournament, the few overs that we have seen of him.
Yes, sadly he has been given limited opportunities to express himself with a ball in hand, but when he has done so, he has honestly looked good. He has looked quite pacey. He has surprised a few batters here. Just a ginger run up to the crease, but surprises you with a whippy action. And as usual at the Darren Sammy ground, you get some extra bounce.
So this one, as you just made mention of extra bounce, this one really getting a fair bit of bounce and going across the body of the batsman, really looking to fun at this one. Luckily for him, did not get a touch. So at the end of Aaron Joseph's fourth over, 4 overs, 6 runs, and he has picked up 1 wicket.
Yes, and with that, we see the introduction of spin into the mix in the form of Royce Paul, who was very impressive today with a bat in hand and has been impressive in this tournament thus far with the ball. He would have taken some 7 wickets, and before today he found himself at number 4 on the wicket tally. So skipper entrusting Royce Paul where we thought it would have been prudent to have redeployed Sean Hill-Edward.
Yeah, with the sort of overcast conditions, Sean Hill-Edwards having bowled 3 overs, 13 runs, and he has picked up 2 wickets. One would have thought that he would have given the opportunity. But first delivery outside the off stump. Grant pushing at this one. An appeal there by Noel Leo, but not out.
Just look at that fielding effort there once more from Tariq Edward. Really a thing of beauty to watch this youngster operate in the field.
Good delivery there by Paul, really drawing Grant into a defensive shot, but the ball goes past the outside edge and Leo removed the bills in a flash, but not out, says umpire William.
Yes, a very good bowling there by Royce Paul. Personally, I would love to see Royce Paul clean up these last 3 wickets, Greg, just to see him put the cat amongst the pigeons.
This one a bit too wide on this occasion. Grant not interested in playing a shot.
And skipper Wolf Noting has given Royce Paul a fielder at slip and at gully.
So this one he had to defend, looking to run the ball down to the Footman region. And this one getting the outside edge, but playing with soft hands, the ball went down to ground immediately. And at the end of the first over from Paul, it is a maiden. So good start to the spell by Royce Paul.
Yes, Royce Paul has been impressive in this tournament. Saw maiden over there from him, and the skipper realizing how well Royce Paul has bowled and has brought himself on the attack. A left-hander at the wicket, and the skipper deciding to go with his 2 off-spinners under these overcast conditions, Greg.
Yes, Jamal, a bit surprising that at least one of the fast bowlers were not brought back into the attack. If anything, I think the captain could have operated spin from one end and pace from the other end.
Yes, and the captain starts off well there, so challenging the stumps. And this is what I have been calling for. I just don't believe that the batters will pose enough questions with the ball in the line of the stumps.
So this one driven to the fielder at the mid-off region. 1 run resulting. So Grant moves on, McDowell moves on to 3. Grant is already on 3. So Jamal is look like Dominica are going to finish the tournament with the lowest total. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they have the total unless Captain Tariq Edward can pick up a hat-trick.
This wouldn't be strange territory for him to pick up a hat-trick, having done so in one of the earlier matches in the tournament.
So this one is skipped off the pad into the mid-wicket region. They've gone for 1. So the highest 8-wicket partnership was that of Bolton Sayers and Shawnil Edwards, 53 not out. And the second best would be Kobe Butler and Erlan Glasgow, 27. And this one is wrapped on the pad, appealed by the captain Edwards, not out.
Yes, this one clearly had some bat on it. But he's challenging the stumps as required, Greg.
And this one is struck into the mid-wicket area. Shawnil Edwards at short mid-wicket, unable to prevent. Well, the ball actually ricochets off his leg and goes into the mid-wicket region where the fielder coming off the boundary, unable to prevent 2 runs. So the score now moves on to 51. St. Vincent and the Grenadines have just brought up their 50, Jamal James.
Yes, it's taken them a long time, but they've finally gotten there. So achieving this milestone when at one point in time they were in danger of being bowled out for the lowest score in the tournament. So well done to the Vincentian team.
Well, 50 coming off 117 deliveries. Some 93 minutes.
Yes, Greg, you did open my eyes that there was the number 11 who had gotten the century. And they are doing well, actually. The run rate required is at 4.64. And they're currently going at 3 runs to the over. So things are really not out of control where the required run rate is concerned.
Yeah, well, as I did indicate, the main area of concern for St. Vincent and the Grenadines would be the number of wickets in hand. In terms of the rates, the required rate and the current run rate, there's not that big a difference. A difference of 1.64. But the area of concern really would have been those 7 wickets that they have lost. And they've lost 7 wickets, and not one of their batsmen have gotten into double figures, with the highest total, individual total being 6. Like I said, if you just read the total so far for the batsmen, 6064302. That might very well be an area code Jamal James. So certainly a lot would be required of McDowell and Grant if they are to get St. Vincent and the Grenadines anywhere close to that 204 run required for victory.
Yes, Greg, but funnier things have happened in this glorious game. They're not out of the game as yet. Still mathematically possible. It could still happen. They've bided the time. Grant has faced the 29 deliveries for his 4 runs, and McDowell has been around for 18 deliveries. So it could be considered that these batters are just soaking up some pressure, Greg.
Yes, Cody Grant, prior to this game, he has played he has played 2 games here and he had not contributed at all with the bat. And McDowell, let me see if I can get his stats prior to this game as well.
This one is pushed into the offside. They take off for the single, and the fielding effort there in the covers, not quite what the captain required, and the batters go through for an easy single.
Yes, like I was saying, Devontae McDowell, prior to this game, he had played 3 games so far, and he had just amassed 14 runs. So far, they have not contributed that much with the bat for the team in the tournament, so it would take a Herculean task, the effort by them, if they are to get St. Vincent and the Grenadines anywhere close to that winning score.
Yes, and Royce Paul just conceding his first run, would have bowled a maiden over previously, so the bowlers doing their job and making this task that more difficult.
And this one is firmly struck past the fielder at the mid-off region and down to the boundary for 4. So it has been a while now since we've had a boundary struck. Actually, this is the 4th boundary in the inning.
Yes, Royce Paul just trying to get this one above the eye line of the batter to bring out that big stroke, but he finds the gap and goes away for 4.
And this one looking to heave it into the mid-wicket region, getting an inside edge. So Grant really looking to be a bit aggressive.
Yes, he clearly likes the look of what he's seeing from Royce Paul. It would definitely be in his favor, this matchup, the right-arm off-spinner to the right-hander. And he would be hitting towards the Johnson Charles stand, aided by that big breeze, as we call it.
Going for the quick single. Lafayette is slow to react. So the end of a productive over for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, but good bowling there by Royce Paul. We saw that every time that he had given that ball some air, the batters did attempt those big strokes. So this is one of the strategies that St. Lucia could use to prize out the remaining 3 wickets.
And this one goes past the outside edge of McDowell. So good tight stuff there by Captain Tariq Edwards. And this one he pushes it.
Yes, this is some good bowling here by pushing those deliveries through. But we've seen throughout this tournament that he has the ability to mix up his pace.
Goes for the big expansive drive. Bill's taken off in a flash there by wicketkeeper Noel. So St. Vincent and Grenadines continue to find scoring a bit difficult. And Jamal, it is worth noting that Kobe Grant has gotten into double figures. He's on 10.
Yes, the first Vincentian batter to accomplish this feat.
And this one is firmly driven into the cover region. Shonil Edwards unable to stop cleanly, and they've gone through for a single. So the St. Lucian fielders, Jamal, a bit too complacent in the outfield. We see a few deliberate balls that are struck to them that perhaps should have been stopped, are able to go through for singles.
Yes, they're definitely giving off that feeling. And St. Lucia really needs to close out this game.
And this one is firmly driven, bisecting the cover fielder and the man at mid-off down to the boundary for four. So this was exquisitely driven there by McDowell.
Yes, Tariq Edward trying to follow in the footsteps of Royce Paul, giving this one a bit of flight, but this one really landed in the slot, and an excellent shot there from McDowell to get that gap. But Tariq, he made it too easy, just landing this one right up to the batter.
Yes, and really giving him the leeway to free his arms in the process. And this was beautifully executed by McDowell. Yes, so he too now has moved into double figures. He's moved on to 10. So a partnership of 26 between McDowell and Grant.
Yeah, so for the Vincentians, this is the biggest partnership of the innings. So just like the St. Lucian effort, the majority of the runs coming from the lower half.
And this one is firmly driven to the fielder at the mid-off region, no run resulting. And as you did indicate a little earlier on, Jamal, every time Royce Paul has given the ball generous flight, we saw Grant very much inclined to play the big shots. And this one going for the big drive, getting the inner portion of the bat. The ball is going close to the fine leg region, and we see the fielders really relaying, and the ball is thrown to the keeper, so resulting in 2 runs. So clearly, Jamal, Grant is prepared to take on the bowling if the ball is given generous flight, or if it's bowled at a much slower pace.
I think that he needs to take this approach to return the pressure onto St. Lucia.
So very optimistic appeal there from Noel Leo. Not sure what exactly he was appealing for.
He's just trying to put some pressure on the batter. He seems quite comfortable there facing up to Royce Paul. The batter Grant would have been around for 43 deliveries and has not looked troubled by what St. Lucia has thrown at him.
And the reason why I did suggest that the approach, I think, should be spin from one end and piece from the other. And Jamal, with a few words from you, we're going to be rejoined by Dwight Thomas.
Yes, it was a bit surprising that skipper Tariq opted for spin at both ends, but it remains to be seen if his two spinners can get the job done. Welcome back, Dwight Thomas.
Yes, good afternoon, Jamal James. Good afternoon to our viewers and listeners. And Tariq Edward, Captain Tariq Edward, continues from the pavilion end. Just beating the bat there. I must say I'm a bit disappointed in some of the tactics being employed by Edward. Shawnil Edward only has only bowled 3 overs so far. He's picked up 2 wickets. He did not even bowl his full complement of 4 in the first spell. Tariq Edward hasn't reintroduced him as yet. But good delivery.
Dwight, you would remember that he did struggle in his 3rd over, and that could have been the reason why the skipper pulled him out of the attack.
Edward bowls good delivery on about the off stump, and McDowell just pushes it back to the short extra cover in Royce Paul. Tariq Edward in his 3rd over. That one is given a bit more flight, and McDowell drags that one down to the long on fielder. They've gone through for another single. Score now moves on to 66. And speaking of Shawnil Edward, during this over he's been doing some stretches, so maybe that's a sign that he may be coming on shortly. St. Lucia just letting things drag along, I would say. These two have now put on 29 for the 8th wicket. And that's flighted wide outside the off stump. There's an appeal, but umpire Johan Williams says wide, to the amazement of Tariq Edward.
Yes, it just looked like a coordinated effort to deceive the umpire on that occasion and to escape with that wide delivery. But umpire Williams not falling for that one.
Yeah, so far the umpires they've been very good so far in this game. Edward flatter, faster. And Grant just pushes it to backward point.
Yes, Edward needs to give the ball a bit more a loop for my liking.
That one is right up there, encouraging the drive. It takes the outer portion of the bat to the short mid wicket. So he's mixing up his length so far in this over. Has also mixed up his pace. And that one is again a lot faster, a lot fuller. But Grant up to it. And we've come to the end of the 21st over. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 67 for 7. So a bit of rebuilding being done by McDowell, who's on 11, and Cody Grant, who's on 13.
Yes, this has been good batting by this pair, as the partnership has now moved on to 30. Royce Paul has induced some big strokes.
Royce Paul will be continuing, and he's going to be bowling to Devontae McDowell, the opening bowler. Very impressive opening bowler, leading wicket taker as a matter of fact. But he has a job to do right now with the bat. And Royce Paul again, full delivery. McDowell maybe could have gotten his front foot out and driven that maybe too long on for a single. But he's content with just pushing it back to Edward, who's at short mid wicket. Okay, that one is shorter, turns into the leg side. There's an opportunity for an out, but good communication. They go through for an easy single. So St. Lucia guilty of just letting things go a bit. I think Tariq Edward may have to recall one of his pace bowlers to try and get this game over and done with as quickly as possible.
Yes, but there has not been any spin on offer for his spinners.
And that's short. Grant looking to pull.
But they have bowled economically, but not much purchase of the surface.
Yeah, I think having watched Tariq and Roy's ball, I think we're better off calling them slow bowlers than spinners. Did not try to turn many of those deliveries. And even again, that one pretty straight. If anything, Roy's ball is just mixing up his pace. There needs to be an effort to actually turn those deliveries, especially into the right-handers. That one was giving some generous flight. Much better delivery there from Paul, taking the inside edge. And quick work there by Noah Leo, cleaning things up.
Dwight, it is possible that with Royce Paul bowling from the media center end, and he's facing up to the right hand and facing up to that breeze, that he is a bit trepidatious to bowling that ball and trying to spin it back in.
A bit of an outside edge there. Grant gets another single. We've come to the end of the 22nd. Pretty quick over there from Royce Paul, getting through his overs quite quickly. He's bowled the 4 overs so far for 11 runs. So far he's wicketless. So it looks like it's going to be Tariq Edward to continue. He's having a long conversation with Shawneel Edward. So the Edwards having a conversation, maybe trying to figure out how they're going to get rid of one of those batsmen.
Yes, Dwight, you call them slow bowlers, but I would hasten to add that they've bowled a bit too quickly for my liking. They need to leave the fast bowling to the fast bowlers and just give the ball some more generous flight. Just slow down the bowling a touch.
Yeah, given the situation of the game, Sanusha would need to try and get wickets. And that one right on cue, giving a lot more flight on that occasion. And Grant just pushes it out to Edward.
But the pace on this one there is still a bit too quick. You want the batter to believe that he's in with a chance to loft you over the onside. But just look at the pace of this here, Dwight. I mean, with just 3 wickets to take. Surely, bowling at that pace and that line here, what mode of dismissal is he looking for?
Yeah, Edward, a bit too quick. I'll agree with you. He's bowling a lot quicker than the spinners that we've seen operate so far in this competition and earlier for St. Vincent. But he's pretty tidy in his line and length. Much better. On this occasion, he gets Grant to come on the front foot.
So that he seems to be a man trying to get through overs as opposed to picking up wickets.
Yes, and given the situation of the game, St. Lucia need to bowl out St. Vincent. This one is generous flight and it's caught and bowled. Tariq Edward continues to impress in the field. And that's a very good catch, very sharp catch. Grant looking to hit that back past Tariq Edward, is only able to hit it straight back to him, and he's taking a very good catch. And Cody Grant has to go for 14 of the 54 deliveries, and Edward picks up his first wicket in this game. St. Vincent now 69 for 8.
So Tariq Edward there clearly listening to what's being said. He made an effort to give this one a bit of loop, a bit of flight, and he ended up bowling a full toss, and this one was hit back at him, but the batter only managed to get the toe of the bat, and a sharp catch here. So he has maintained his fielding standards. I believe that would be his 8th catch of the tournament. So leading the way in terms of catches, Tariq Edward.
Yes, very good fielder. Again, I think he's locally known as Glenn Maxwell, and he's definitely living up to that name in the field, at least. So he picks up another wicket, and St. Vincent slide further into trouble. And the new batsman is going to be, looks like number 47, yes, Courtney Franklin. Just remind our viewers, earlier today, Courtney Franklin took a 5-wicket haul, and not too long ago he was presented the match ball by Honorable Kenson Kazime, the Minister of Sport. Presented him with the match ball for his 5-wicket haul, and that was the first of this competition. So excellent with the ball. He needs to do something special with the bat. And good delivery from Tariq, right on the money.
Yes, but he's really played this one well. coming forward. Textbook defense here. Well played by the player of the day, Franklin.
Yes, I think both Franklin and McDowell would be very disappointed in their batsmen, considering how well they bowled earlier today, restricting St. Lucia to just 203. They would have been hoping to get a longer rest, but here they are out there trying to win it for their country. They still require further 135 runs. That's going to be a tall order if you ask me. But Roy Spoil will continue. Again, pretty short, pretty straight. And McDowell not offering a shot on that occasion.
That's right, but the required run rate has now climbed up to 5 for the first time in the innings.
Roy Spoil again off the back foot. McDowell playing out of the back foot down to backward point where Kevin Gassy fields. I would love to see Roy Spoil just give that ball a little bit more air. Ask a bit more questions of McDowell. Again, McDowell right in behind this one. A lot flatter and a lot faster from Roy Spoil. And he's in his 5th over. And that one a bit more air, but again going pretty much straight on with the arm. McDowell right in behind it. Looks very comfortable in defense. He's been in so far for the 32 deliveries. He's gotten 12 so far.
And this is more the type of pace that Roy Spoil needs to operate with.
Well, this time full delivery. McDowell looking to drive the inner portion of the bat there. So able to get it back to the bowler Roy Spoil, who fields off his own bowling. So pretty tidy over so far, the 5-dot deliveries. And again, pretty tight, ends with a maiden. So we've come to the end of the 24th over. St. Vincent 69 for 8. Roy Spoil maiden over. He's bowled 5 overs, which has included 2 maidens, and only considered the 11 runs so far, despite being wicketless.
So Roy Spoil is doing well for St. Lucia, has not picked up the wicket as yet. He's been a bit too flat in his previous over for my liking. But Captain Tariq Edward in his previous over attempted to bowl a little bit slower and induced a false stroke and took a return catch.
Franklin is, good delivery from Edward on that occasion. Franklin looking to hit that over Sean Edward at mid-wicket. Is not able to make contact. There's an appeal for stamping, but the umpire says not out. Again, that one just came on with the arm. So Tariq Edward mixing up his pace nicely, asking questions of Courtney Franklin, the number 10 batter.
Yes, Dwight, and as you mentioned, Franklin and McDowell, they have been doing the business for St. Vincent with ball in hand, and they would be disappointed that they did not get support from the batsmen today. But nonetheless, water under the bridge, as they would say, and they can get the job done for the team.
Yes, Franklin has shown ability to bat so far in the competition. He did get a top score of 29 in one of the previous games. And again, this time driving nicely, but not able to beat Roy Spoil, who's at short cover. But he does have ability with the bat like he's shown so far. And this time Edward a lot fuller and straighter. And Franklin just pushes it back to Edward, who fields off his own bowling. So very tight stuff from Captain Tariq Edward. 4-dot deliveries so far in this over. And that one is shorter, wider, and Franklin allows this one to go by. So we've got 11-dot deliveries on the trot right now. One away from 2 maidens. And this time it's full. A very good looking sweep shot there from Franklin, but there's a man out at deep mid wicket. He does the fielding, Can Elcock. There's only going to be 1 run. So just the 1 run off that over. Pretty tight stuff again from Tariq Edward. The score has now moved on to 70 for 8.
Well played on that switch shot there from Franklin. Just looking at him out there, he seems to be enjoying his time out there in the middle. And why wouldn't he be happy, Dwight? Recording the first 5-wicket haul for the day. He really deserved it. Bowled with express pace, and he bowled his bouncers quite accurately.
Yes, even more reason why I'm asking for maybe a Shawneel Edward or Kevin Gassi, because Franklin did dish out some short deliveries, and maybe the Solutions should look to return the compliment. But they continue with Royce Paul. Again, full delivery. Franklin comfortable on the front foot. So far he's looked very solid in defense. The only time he's really looked troubled is when he's looked to be aggressive. So very competent in defense. Again, very good defensive shot there. Right on the front foot, pushes it out to short extra cover.
This is a good length from Royce Paul, but he just needs to slow it up just a bit more to really draw Franklin into the false stroke.
This time shorter, and Franklin pushes it off the back foot. Not able to find the gap. Finds the man Shawneel Edward, who's at the short cover. So Royce Paul continues to just string the dots along. That one a bit fuller, but again, just going on with the arm. Franklin's up for it. So again, the number 10 looks pretty comfortable out there. Maybe not rotating the strike, but he's looked very untroubled for the most part. And this time he goes for the sweep shot. There's a top edge. Tariq Edward, easy catch compared to some of the catches that he's taken. And Royce Paul has gotten the breakthrough. Franklin looking for a sweep shot. He got the top edge, and Tariq, running from slip, was able to take quite a comfortable catch. And St. Lucia are 1 wicket away from championship.
Yes, Royce Paul doing what we've been begging of him. He really gave this one a generous flight. So there was flight, there was guile. This one dipping on the batter. He attempted the sweep stroke, and this one got some extra bounce on it. And if we just look at this one here on replay, you see generous flight here by Royce Paul. This one landed in a good area. Batter not choosing the right option here, and a simple catch by the standards of Tariq Edwards. This would mean that he would have taken his 9th catch of the tournament. So an excellent tournament in the field for the captain of St. Lucia.
Yes, I think he would be disappointed with his results with the bat, to some extent with the ball as well. But he's been as good as anybody in the outfield. And with that, the incoming batsman is Watson Seaton, the number 11. So there is 70 for 9. They require further 134 runs for victory. That's looking like something impossible right now. Royce Paul just took his first wicket. He's got 1 for 11 and is 1 delivery away from completing his 6th over.
That's right. And while we had been calling for the reintroduction of the pacemen into proceedings, the spinners really showing here that they have the quality to make things happen. And Royce Paul getting his first wicket of the day. He brings his tally in this tournament to 8. So Royce Paul amongst the wickets for this tournament.
Yes, and pretty aggressive field there, attacking field employed by Tariq. And it's gone straight for him. There's a peel. But it's not out. So good delivery from Royce Paul, completely beaten in number 11 Seaton, and he's come to the end of a wicket maiden. So that's 2 maidens on the trot for Royce Paul. Continues to build pressure. So once again, at the end of the 26 overs, St. Vincent find themselves 70 for 9, and a long way away from getting that 204 that is required.
Yes, Dwight, but just as I had mentioned that the task was looking almost impossible. Greg Wilson reminded me of some chases where it has happened. So funnier things have happened in this game. We remember Tino Best getting a 95 from a number 11.
And Edward will continue. A full delivery. Good looking drive by McDowell. But again, he's going to be disappointed not to have found the gap in the cover region. Instead, he finds Royce Paul, who fields neatly.
Right, I could also remember Jerome Taylor, was it, who got a century, the opening bowler for West Indies.
Yes, we've seen it done in the past, but I don't think it's going to happen today. Tariq Edward would agree with me. That's short and wide. McDowell looking to force that one off the back foot. Not getting a run. So Edward in his 6th over, 1 for 12. Would love to see him slow it up a bit. That one again flatter, faster. McDowell just opens the face, and Jonathan Daniel at short foot man does the fielding.
I mean, Tariq would have just seen Royce Paul getting that wicket with some flight and some guile, but he's persisting with his quicker deliveries at the moment.
That one was a lot slower. I think Tariq Edward made a deliberate attempt on that occasion to slow things up, because he has taken his mid-wicket, and the mid-wicket has now gone out to the boundary at deep mid-wicket, so maybe he's set a trap and he's going to be looking to bowl a lot slower. As a matter of fact, he now brings that mid-wicket fielder back into the circle. The mid-off also comes, long off also comes into a mid-off position, so I'm guessing it's going to be the flatter, faster ball. I know he gives that one air, but that's driven through the covers. They've gone for one. And McDowell takes charge and says no. But it has actually gone into the boundary. To his disappointment, McDowell was hoping to keep strike, but that has gone into the boundary, which means Seaton is now going to be on strike despite the efforts of Devontae McDowell.
Right. It's the first time in a long time I've seen a batsman disappointed to get a boundary. I mean, and he deserved 4 for his elegance through the offside. But you could see the disappointment on his face, jumping up and down in agony at this one going to the ropes.
Yes, that's a sign of maybe not being confident in the ability of his non-striker. But there's still one delivery left in that over. And Edward bowls full flat fast. And that's a dot ball, which now means Seaton, the number 11, will be on strike at the start of the next over. And based on the way that he played that previous delivery, this may well be the last over of this game.
Well, McDowell will be hoping that Seaton can scramble a single from somewhere. McDowell having faced 37 deliveries and scoring 16. He's actually the highest run getter for St. Vincent today.
And Tariq has 2 slips. He's also got himself at a leg slip. So pretty attacking field. As of right now, there's no one on the boundary. And the cover fielder in Shawnee Edward is pretty close. So the pressure is going to be on Seaton. And that one hits the pad. There's a huge appeal, and that's it. Game over. St. Lucia champions. And St. Vincent bowled out for 74. Royce Paul cleaning things up there. Watson Seaton has to go without scoring. And with that, St. Lucia are now champions of the WINLOTT Windward's Under-19 Championship for the 2nd time in 2 years.
Yes, St. Lucia really establishing themselves as dominant figures in Windward Islands youth cricket. They would have been champions of the Under-15 WINLOTT tournament, champions of the women's 50 over tournament, and now here today in St. Lucia re-establish their authority and lifting the championship here at the DSCG. Well done to Team St. Lucia.
And we get to relive the winning moment. Seaton LBW gone off the bowling of Royce Paul, and the St. Lucian players are Very happy to have won the competition. Job done. And just to give everyone a recap as to what transpired, once again, St. Vincent and the Grenadines 74 all out, chasing 204 for victory, meaning St. Lucia has won quite comfortably. Just to go through the batting lineup. Ian Gonzalez got Khan Elcock, bowled Kevin Gassi for 6. Ethan Gibson was LBW off the bowling of Sean Neil Edward without scoring. Newton Brown was bowled Kevin Gassi for 6. Roy Sean Lewis got a Noel Leo, bowled Sean Neil Edward for 4. Joe Williams got Tariq Edward, bowled Aaron for 3. Javon Richardson was run out by keeper Noel Leo without scoring. Luke Wilson, LBW, off the bowling of Sky Laffey for 2. Cody Grant, cotton bowled Tariq Edward for 14. Devontae McDowell, the not-out batsman, top scoring with 16. And Courtney Franklin caught Tariq Edward, bowled Royce Paul for 1. And the last man out, Watson Seaton, LBW to Royce Paul without scoring.
And just to take you through the bowling, Kevin Gassi started things off for St. Lucia. He bowled his 4 overs. He picked up 2 wickets for 16 runs. The impressive Shonil Edward bowled 3 overs, picked up 2 wickets and only conceded 13 runs. Sky Laffey bowled his 4 overs and only conceded 6 runs and picking up a wicket. We must mention that in the previous game, Sky Laffey bowled 4 overs for 7 runs. So he has kept up his quality. Aaron Joseph today bowling 4 overs, also going for 6 runs and picking up a wicket. So the paceman doing the business for St. Lucia today. We can't forget Royce Paul bowling 6.1 overs, bowling 3 maidens, only going for 11 while picking up 2 wickets. And the captain, Tariq Edward, bowling 6 overs. He had 1 maiden, conceded 16 runs and picked up 1 wicket. So if you hadn't heard it, St. Lucia have defended the title and have once again been crowned champions of Windward Islands under 19 cricket. So Dwight Thomas, earlier on I had put Greg Wilson on the spot because we had highlighted that one of the main reasons that this tournament is being played, besides for victory obviously, is so that our players, the players in the 4 countries, can secure a pick on the Windward Islands under 19 team. So I just want you to tell me, Dwight Thomas, who are the players who have impressed you in this tournament?
Well, in all honesty, I would not want to be a selector. There's been some very impressive performances. So the selectors do have their hands full in selecting a team. And I would leave the selecting up to the selectors.
But surely, Dwight, I notice your effort to dodge under this sharp delivery there. But even if you're not selecting the team, just a rundown on at least 5 players who have really impressed you in this tournament.
Well, if we're talking about impressive players, I think Bolton Sayers would be one of those. I think Shonil Edward, Courtney Franklin, the pace bowler, Vincent, and McDowell as well. These 2 medium paces did impress. And I must mention Gerald Jeremiah, the innings that he played here against St. Lucia was very impressive. So in terms of what I've seen, these are 5 very impressive young cricketers. And I'm pretty confident that these cricketers that we've seen on show will go on for even greater honors in the near future.
Yes, Dwight, personally, I was really impressed with the exploits of Kyron Phillip from Dominica. He really impressed with the pace that he put out, and he got some remarkable bounce from the surface and also some good movement. Franklin was really impressive, but Stefan Pascal from Dominica, the captain, he looked silky smooth and quite elegant in his stroke play. So these were the players for me, barring the obvious Bolton Sayers from St. Lucia, who was really a shining light to the batting. He would have recorded the first half century for St. Lucia in 2 tournaments, putting 71 on the board today. A very impressive first tournament for Bolton Sayers. But looking towards the future, Dwight, I can see that Jonathan Daniel possibly coming into the tournament next year if he is able to maintain his form and to gain selection on the team again. I think that he can come good for St. Lucia, as well as young Theo Edward, giving the time to mature.
Yes, the future looks bright for St. Lucia, as we have the St. Lucian team doing some sort of celebration. I could see the St. Lucia cricket president, Mr. Julian Charles, there. Mr. Honorable Kenson Kazime is also amidst the players.
Yes, we also see some media personnel there, some reporters, giving the players their time in the spotlight, thoroughly well deserved. This is a young team, and a number of the players who would return, they would have the opportunity to return next year, Dwight. I think that the policy would have changed, and it is now 19 and under. So well done to the management of the St. Lucian team. Kudos to the selection panel for constructing a team which covered all bases. And with that, we will end our broadcast. So thank you, Dwight Thomas. Thank you to our viewers and listeners for tuning in. And with that, we wish you a pleasant good afternoon.